Chapter 45, Stinger Pistol Power. Seeing the trio killed the 3S1 zombies, the remaining 7S1 zombies were unafraid and charged towards them. The S1 zombies evolved with speed beyond ordinary human, but their evolution still lacks the emotion of fear. With 2S1 zombies left behind, 5S1 formed a small group rushing towards Yu's team. The group of 5S1 zombies was a greater threat than a group of 100 ordinary zombies. Retreat! Yu shouted loudly, leading everyone back. Jianghu and White Bones immediately followed by Yu's side. The trio used speed that transcend ordinary people in retreating, distancing themselves with that huge group of several hundred zombies. The 7S1 zombie speed are above the other zombies, and continues to approach Yu's team. After 10 seconds, the 5S1 zombies were within 10 meters of the trio. Yu in a deep voice shouted, "The thorns." Jianghu pointed toward the 5S1 zombies. A gray ray of light from the thorn ring shot out, and hit the ground where the 5S1 zombies were. The ground in front of the zombies suddenly rumbled, a sharp thorn of about 3 meters surged out of the ground, and directly impaling the head of an S1 zombie, nailing it on top of the thorn. White Bones dashed forward, swing his axe with a piercing wind toward AS1 zombie, and cutting its head into 2 pieces. Almost in an instant, the 3S1 zombies took the opportunity to attack White Bones' body. After obtaining the reinforced bones skill, White Bones' bones were no longer weak. The 3S1 claws only left scratches, no longer able to remove any bones. While the 3S1 zombies were occupied with White Bones, Yu approached AS1 zombie and beheaded it with his sword. Jianghu also took the opportunity and approached another S1 zombie, decapitating it with his sword. The remaining S1 zombie did not have a chance to react, when White Bones struck with his axe, cutting the zombie into 2 parts. Intestines and foul blood falling all over the floor. The last 2S1 zombies charged at the trio. The pressure that Yu felt toward the remaining 2S1 zombies was a lot lighter. Yu facing the 5S1 zombies alone was indeed very difficult. But facing 2S1 zombies while wearing the second-degree protective garment and having leveled so many times was not a difficult task. White Bones took a step forward with one strike directly splitting the S1 zombie into 2 parts, foul blood splashing everywhere. He took out the Stinger pistol, took a step forward, aimed at the head of the S1 zombie and pulled the trigger. With a loud boom, and head of the S1 zombie instantly exploded when struck by the Stinger bullet like if it was struck by an artillery shell. Black brain matters and blood flying everywhere. This is an amazing gun. You could call it a portable cannon. Looking at the exploded zombie's head, Yu's eyes sparkled. With the Stinger pistol, if the hunter's head is hit by the Stinger bullet, it will be blown to pieces. Even if he can't hit the hunter's head, he can still shoot at any of the hunter's body part. The Stinger pistol's recoil was not as great as you had imagined. The recoil was like a normal Type 54 pistol's recoil and not monstrous. You have been promoted to level 14, earning 2 stats points, please assign the points. After the gun blasted off the head of the S1 zombie, a sweet sound ringed in Yu's head. Assign 2 points to agility. You quickly selected. When the world changed, Yu has been increasing power and stamina. That is because using the novice club to kill zombies consumed too much stamina. He wanted enough power and stamina to fight the zombies. But now fighting with the evolved zombies, especially the level 20 hunters, what he need the most is agility when using a firearm. The 7S1 zombies that were killed, dropped a skill book, 6 white treasure boxes, and $70 of survival coins. You quickly picked up all the items on the floor, then retreated with Jianghu. The 10S1 zombies were killed by the trio, the rest of the zombies were of no threat to them. Ordinary zombie is extremely slow, even slower than the average person. The speed of the power evolved L1 zombie was only that of an average person. They could not keep up with Yu and Jianghu, who had been strengthened from leveling up many times. Yu and Jianghu used White Bones as the core, first killing all the L1 zombies. Fighting while retreating, they killed all the ordinary zombies. After White Bones was strengthened, only in battle can it show its ferocity. Ordinary zombies could not hurt White Bones at all. White Bones in the midst of the group of zombies, wielding its axe, easily slaying the surrounding zombies. Without White Bones acting as a shield to draw the attacks of the zombies, Yu and Jianghu would not be able to fight the zombies for too long. Fighting while retreating already consumed a lot of stamina. The trio killed more than 150 zombies, then quickly withdrew, heading towards Jianghu. The stamina consumption when fighting a group of zombies is completely different from fighting a single zombie. Even after leveling many times, killing 100 zombies would be somewhat tired. But if surrounded by 300 zombies, Yu after killing 60 zombies would consumed a lot of stamina. There was no way he could kill all the zombies. Speeding all the way soon returned to where Jianghu was. Upon returning to a safe place, Yu and Qiyang each ate an apple of vitality. Jianghu walked beside Yu and asked, "How is it?" Yu in a deep voice said, "The evolved zombies have been cleared up. About 200 ordinary zombies left. Of course there are more than 300 residents on crossing Ning Road." It was about 2 p.m. when the world changed. At that point in time, most of the people gathered at the shopping district on the other side of Leijiang Bridge, a street exclusive for pedestrian. Those who survived fled to the surrounding area, causing the zombies to turn to other places. At the same time, Leijiang was shrouded by a mysterious force. The zombies on the other side of the bridge could not get through, which is why there was so few zombies on Xingning Road. Jianghu, with eagerness in her eyes, stared at the Yu and said, "Now we'll go clear them up." Jianghu in the past was a fencing expert. She also has a great desire to get stronger. Those days in bed had greatly held her back. Jianghu alone cannot deal with 200 ordinary zombies. But with Yu, Qiyang and Whitebone's help, they absolutely can kill more than 200 ordinary zombies if they spend some time. Yu nodded, yes. Chapter 46, Touching Moment. After resting for more than 2 hours, Yu's team once again walked toward Xingning Road. Once on Xingning Road, the four of them quickly took care of the zombies that they encountered, cleaning up all the scattered zombies. Yu, Whitebones, Qiyang and Jianghu, each one of them is not weak. After a long time, the four of them was able to clear Xingning Road of zombies. After they cleared up the zombies on Xingning Road, there were only a few zombies left scattered around the area. Most of those zombies were trapped in apartments, offices and shops. Having killed more than 200 zombies, Jianghu and Qiyang were extremely tired and could no longer fight. Yu did not force it and returned home with both of them. Yu was lying on top of the bed on the 4th day, when Leijiang City's power grid stopped working. The electricity in the apartment building was completely shut off. In the afternoon they had to retreat into the apartment. Back home after supper, Yu sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the skill book in his hand. Level 1 skill, Critical Strike. After using the skill, 7 points of stamina will be consumed. The next attack will have double the destructive power. Weapon damage is not considered. Yu looked at the Critical Strike skill book and slightly frowned. The skill's power is good, but compared to second and third tier skills, it was far worse. 7 points of stamina consumption was too much. Yu also could not afford to squander it. This skill was of little value to Yu, who had the Stinger pistol. "Is anybody here? I'm begging you, please open the door." Accompanied by the sound of knocking at the door, came the voice of a woman pleading. Qin Yao took a look at Yu, seeking his opinion. At this time, with the fighting force in the small group present, also with guns in hand among the apartment building, there was no threat to them. Seeing Yu nodded, Qin Yao went to the front door and looked through the peephole. Through the peephole, Qin Yao clearly saw that outside the door stood a plump and demure dressed young woman standing next to an 11-year-old boy. A woman and a small child. Before opening the door, Qin Yao reported to Yu. After being attacked by the mob of thugs, Qin Yao was now more careful. Yu frowned, thinking for a moment, and slowly said, "Let them come in." Qin Yao opened the door. "Hello, miss. My name is Zhao Li. Would you give us something to eat? We have not eaten for 2 days." Zhao Li grabbed Qin Yao's hand and pleadingly said. At this point, Wang Feng was eating a cookie and walked over. She was curious to see Zhao Li and her son. I'm hungry. I want to eat cookies. I want to eat cookies." The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the cookie in Wang Feng's hand, and noisily pleaded while grabbing Zhao Li's dress. Zhao Li's eyes were red, with tears running down her face, pulled out a stack of bills and handed it to Qin Yao. "Miss, please. Give us something to eat. I'm not asking it for nothing. Here is 10,000 yuan for you. Please give us something to eat, or else we are going to be starved to death." Seeing the 10,000 yuan in Zhao Li's hand, Wang Feng's eyes lit up. She came from an ordinary family, and have rarely seen a bundle of 10,000 yuan. Qin Yao, after all, is still a kind girl even after experiencing the thugs event. She still was not able to get rid of her kindness. "Sister, you don't have to do that. Wait a bit, I'll get you something to eat." Qin Yao was stopped by Wang Feng with a serious face said, "Wait a minute. Qin Yao, we don't have much food, how can you just give it to others?" In Qin Yao's apartment there was 3 rooms. There were more than a dozen people in 2 of the rooms. The food consumption of a dozen people was not small. Especially you, Jianghu and Jianghu, whose enhanced body consumed a lot of food. Over these dozen days, the supplies that they gathered from the 2 small supermarkets was almost used up. With such unrestrained consumption of supplies, at best they can only hold on for 5 or 6 days. On hearing the news, the others gathered in the room. Qin Yao's eyes red with anger towards Wang Fang said, "Wang Fang, how can you say that? They are mother and son that have been hungry for 2 days. Don't tell me that you want them to die and not help?" Wang Fang harshly said, "It's just their story. Qin Yao, all of these supplies are hard to come by. You just give people food. Did you ask everyone? You know our food reserves, at best we can only have enough for 5 days. You are a good person to give away food to others. Do you want us to starve?" Listening to Wang Fang's words, Qin Yao and the rest of the girls that were going to help, all shut their mouth. They are afraid that if the food runs out at that time, they would not know what to do. Deep down they are not willing to feed others, but saying no like Wang Fang caused their consciences to feel guilty. So they can only choose to be silent. The world have not changed too long ago, they have not gone through too much suffering, so their conscience have not disappeared. Seeing the other girls were quiet, Zhao Li's eyes filled with fear. Her son and she had been hungry for 2 days to the point of exhaustion. Otherwise, she did not dare to take the child out of the safety of the room. At this point, Yu came over with 2 bags of instant noodles in hand, under the gaze of everyone, and said, "For you. You should go back." Seeing Yu, Wang Fang did not dare to say anything else. She is a very wise person and don't want to be kicked out of the team by Yu. Zhao Li took the 2 bags of instant noodles with eyes full of tears, constantly said words of thanks. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, you are a good person. Come Xiaobao, thank Big Brother." With the 2 packets of instant noodles to eat, it enables them to live a little longer. The 11-year-old little boy looked up at Yu and in a young voice said his thanks. "Thank you, brother." After saying their thanks, Zhao Li took the bundle of 10,000 yuan and put it into Qin Yao's hands, then took her son and quickly headed toward the stairs. Seeing Zhao Li act like that, the girls in the room were touched. Under the protection of Yu, Jianghu and Jianghu, they have been well fed the last dozen-plus days. Seeing Zhao Li begging and crying over 2 bags of instant noodles, left a tremendous impact on their minds. Chapter 47. Incineration. Anonii, my first time editing a chapter. Hope I did alright. Surprisingly, it took longer than I expected, though I said I was doing this for fun. It took me an hour. Qin Yao took the bundle of money to Yu and asked, "What about the money?" Her pedigree was excellent. The 10,000 yuan was not much in her eyes. Yu, without looking at it, said, "Whatever, whoever wants it can have it. Now that the world has changed, even if you have money, it cannot be used to buy anything. Even if used as toilet paper, you would complain that it's too rough. Now it's just paper." But Wang Fang quickly said, "I want it. Give it to me." Qin Yao glimpsed at Wang Fang, then threw the bundle of money to her. Wang Fang looked at everyone and in her mind she sneered, "A bunch of fools. The government has established a survivor enclave. You will know the pain of having no money when you get there. Money represents the trustworthiness of the government. If there is no government, then the yuan is equivalent to worthless paper. With the existence of the government, the yuan is not worthless and still has the power to purchase. How much it's worth, however, is the question." Jianghu went beside Yu and asked, "We don't have enough food supplies. When will we search for more?" Yu unhesitatingly said, "Tomorrow." Early the next morning, Yu convened everyone in the apartment. Zhang Li, Lin Qi and Su Rushui were left behind to guard, while Yu led the others to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. They've set off again. On the 6th floor, Zhao Li looked out the window watching with envy as Yu left on the Dongfeng truck. She did not have the ability to go out and gather supplies with the others. Using the 2 Dongfeng trucks, Yu cleared the zombies around 2 nearby convenience stores. After loading all the edible provisions, they returned home. This time no one complained. Besides Qin Yao, Lu Wen and Jianghu, all the girls were involved in handling the supplies. Compared to Zhao Li, they were very lucky to not have to worry about food. Back home, the girls moved the supplies to the apartment. Yu killed any zombies that interfered, but otherwise did not help the girls with their job. These girls were afraid of fighting zombies, and Yu also did not have sufficient ammunition to convert them into marksmen. Their only role right now was to transport supplies. After they finished, you took Qin Yao, Lu Wen, Wang Shuang, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang to the 2 Dongfeng trucks and left. He led them to a gas station to fill the 2 trucks and containers with all kind of gasoline and diesel. They even filled water bottles and loaded them all onto the vehicles. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu's strange behavior, frowned and asked, "What are you planning?" Yu in a deep voice said, "I will kill the 2 hunters today." "What? Our levels are still too low, fighting the 2 hunters will be very dangerous." Ji Qingwu argued. After yesterday's battle, she had also advanced to level 8, but she understands how terrifying the 2 hunters are. Even if she were to use her high-speed movement skill, she would still be slower than them. Yu slowly said, "The zombies are evolving too quickly. The city will be a more dangerous place, so we have to leave as soon as possible. Even a minute earlier would be better." Yu and his team were able to kill swarms of zombies, only because they had leveled many times and therefore were strengthened. Their power was far above normal zombies, but Yu, who has been observing the zombies, was able to clearly see that they were constantly evolving. The world had changed for less than a month, but the zombies have already evolved into S1 zombies, L1 zombies, and even terrifying hunters. If they stayed in Leijiang City in terms of 100,000 zombies, even if one zombie evolved the ability to command the other zombies, all of them would die without having a place to be buried. In addition, the searching for novice village mission was very tempting to you. You wanted to get the rewards first and then immediately evacuate. Qi Yang, who was a person of few words, came up and said, "I agree with you. We're surrounded by zombies but are currently safe. Once there are intelligent zombies, we will be the first to be eliminated because of our aggressive hunting of their kind." Ji Qingwu frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Yu, "Okay. Tell me about your plan." The Dongfeng truck drove near Leijiang Bridge, and the roaring sounds of the truck attracted the 2 hunters. The 2 hunters were like cheetahs hurling towards them. As the 2 hunters moved, the truck also began to retreat. Yu sat there quietly watching the situation. He observed that the 2 hunters did not stay at the bridge, but after rushing out for 500 meters, they returned to their post. Compared to pursuing the enemies, it seems that guarding the gate was more important. Yu, noticing the 2 hunters turned around, immediately said, "Go back." Wang Shuang once again drove the Dongfeng truck near Leijiang Bridge. Seeing the truck returning, the 2 hunters came hurtling towards them once again. Reverse. Yu, Ji Qingwu, and Qi Yang took the loaded containers of gasoline and diesel and crazily poured them out on the road. Lu Wen and Qin Yao also squeezed in, throwing the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel out the back of the truck. The Dongfeng truck, driven by Wang Shuang, then began to retreat. This time under the command of Yu, the truck got very close to the bridge so that 2 hunters would quickly rush out and approach them. As the hunters rushed out of Leijiang Bridge, droplets of gasoline and diesel splashed as they sped through the road. After seeing that the 2 hunters had covered 200 meters, Yu immediately lit up a homemade torch and threw it at them. The torch fell on the gasoline-soaked ground, and immediately began to burn. The flames burned along the road and quickly caught up to the 2 hunters. The hunters with gasoline and diesel on their limbs were engulfed by the flames. In the midst of the fire, one of the bottles filled with gasoline and diesel exploded, blowing thick smoke into the sky. "Are they dead yet?" Yu stared at the flames and hoped that the 2 hunters had been incinerated. Chapter 48. Fierce Battle with the Hunters. Immediately from the flames came the sound of explosions. The 2 hunters were burning and the odor wafted through the air. The 2 hunters rushed out despite this. Different from the normal zombies, hunters have evolved vision, smell, and pain sensation. They would not die when hit by bullets, but they can feel pain. The pain can help them avoid fatal damage, unlike the ordinary zombies, and were not as stupid to get beheaded without evading. Lu Wen looked up at the still burning body of the 2 hunters, her eyes filled with horror. How can this be? They actually didn't die? If ordinary people were in those kind of flames, they would have long been charred. Wang Shuang looked at the 2 burnt hunters, feeling extremely tensed, and stepped on the pedal hard. "Qin Yao, use your skill, attack the hunter's head," Yu said while facing a hunter. Qin Yao nervously nodded, then pointed toward one of the hunters, and unconsciously started chanting a mysterious mantra that she did not understand. Qin Yao mantra chanting lasted for 20 seconds. A strange magic flame then appeared before her fingers out of thin air. The next moment, a fist-sized red fireball flew toward the hunter's head. The ball was too fast, and the hunter only had time to move away slightly. The fireball struck the hunter's body. As if hit by a rocket artillery, the hunter's right shoulder was instantly blown off by the fireball. The blast was so powerful that it pierced through without dispersing and flew directly to the ground. Such powerful magic. He was slightly surprised. The magical power released by Qinyao was greater than he had expected, but the drawbacks of the magic release was also very obvious. The cast time was too long, so Qinyao could only cast a limited number of times. After releasing the fireball, Qinyao became somewhat sluggish. "Stop the truck," Yu shouted in a deep voice. Wang Shuang stepped on the brakes, causing the Dongfeng truck to come to a stop. Once the truck stopped, Ji Qingwu and Qiyang took their Type 79 submachine guns, then quickly jumped down from the back. The hunters quickly headed towards Trio. They were within 40 meters. The trio immediately pointed their gun at the hunters and started wildly shooting. The shower of bullets caused the two hunters' bodies to be full of bloody holes, but they chose to continue advancing. The hunters were blazing fast, their bodies flashing a couple times before appearing in front of you, with a claw outstretched trying to grab him. When you activated the shadow step skill, his agility increased tremendously, to the point where it was on the same level as the hunters. He then held the stinger pistol up toward the hunter and fired. The hunter premonition of danger was extremely sharp. The moment that you took out his stinger pistol, gave birth to a feeling of extreme danger, so the hunter twisted its body slightly. With a loud bang of gunfire, the hunter's right shoulder and arm was completely blown off from its body. If it did not make an attempt to avoid in advance, the gun would have blown off its head. Under great impact, the hunter was thrown backwards. As it was flying back, it opened its big mouth, and its tongue like a sharp arrow shot towards Yu's head. At this time, White Bones, who was standing beside you, got in front of him. The hunter's tongue immediately pierced into the body of White Bones. While Ji Qingwu activated her high-speed movement skill and weapon enhancement skill. The imitation Tang sword was covered in a layer blue light. As a master of martial arts, she took advantage of the situation that appeared before the hunter, striking the hunter's leg with her sword. The hunter swung its tail while in midair, aiming for Ji Qingwu's head. Ji Qingwu's head would be crushed if it was hit. In this time of crisis, Ji Qingwu bent her body slightly, sword twisting, and slashed at the hunter's tail. The imitation Tang sword enhanced by the weapon enhancement skill was very powerful. The sword cut off the hunter's tail like it was tofu, splattering blood on Ji Qingwu. Qiyang had used this time to change the Type 79 submachine gun's magazine. He began to shoot wildly at the escaping hunters, emptying the magazine after 20 shots. Most of the bullets missed. Only a few hit the hunter but did not cause much damage. White Bones grabbed the hunter's tongue. Taking advantage of it while it was in midair, White used his power to pull the hunter towards you. You calmly stood there without moving. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he was extremely calm. When the hunter was pulled in front of him, he quickly brought the stinger pistol up to the hunter's head and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, when the hunter's head was shot by Yu's gun, foul blood splashing everywhere. A big ball of white light flew into you. A skill book, a red gem, 4 white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins appeared next to the dead hunter. You have been promoted to level 15. You have been promoted to level 16. After killing the hunter, 2 sweet sound of leveling rang out in Yu's head. Distribute all to agility. You decided to put all 4 stats points into agility, then quickly rushed forward. The hunter that got its shoulder blown off by Qinyao at this moment was rushing over like a speeding cheetah. Qiyang pointed toward the hunter and a light flashed from the ring on his hand. Afterwards a yellow light fell upon the ground. A 3-meter-tall spike rose out of the ground, piercing towards the hunter. The hunter's reaction was extremely fast, coiling its tail around the spike. Relying on its tail to stop, it escaped unharmed. The hunter released its tail from the spike and jumped down. You rushed at the hunter like an arrow, aiming his stinger pistol at the head of the hunter and pulled the trigger. The hunter has already seen the stinger pistol's power. It smacked its tail on the ground and flew to the side. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the right side of the hunter. With crushed bones, shattered internal organs, foul blood splashed everywhere. Ordinary creatures that receive such damage would have died long ago. However, the hunter was still not dead, with its tail curled around the spike. The hunter shot towards you like an arrow, aiming a claw at his heart. Chapter 49, 6th degree treasure. At this time, White Bones, who was beside you, wielded his axe, creating a sharp wind which cut the hunter into 2 pieces. The foul blood and entrails splashed all over you. A big ball of white light flew into White Bones' body, raising its level. Scattered around the hunter was a green treasure box, a skill book, 4 white treasure boxes, and $200 of survival coins. After the 2 hunters were killed, you heaved a sigh of relief. Their options had run out. If they had not gotten rid of the 2 hunters, they would have all died there. You picked up all the items that were dropped by the 2 hunters. 3rd degree item, Magic Gem. This is a magical gem. It is necessary for upgrading weapons. Level 3 skill, Devil Flame. Activating the skill will consume 5 SP and 5 MP. After the skill is activated, 2 SP and 2 MP will be consumed every 10 seconds. The Devil Flame's power is dependent on the user's spirit, stamina, strength, and vitality. Level 3 skill, Plant Manipulation. Activating the skill will consume 3 SP and 3 MP. After the skill is activated, 1 SP and 1 MP will be consumed every second. The power of manipulation is dependent on the user's spirit and stamina. You open the green box, a ball of green light surged out, condensing into a 2 meters long green spear engraved with strange patterns. 3rd degree item, Green Devil Spear. The spear is extremely sharp. It can cut through gold and jade. You open the white treasure boxes one by one. Between the light flashing, 8 white treasure boxes had just turned into 2 imitation tang swords, while the rest dissipated into thin air. You looked at the 4 treasures dropped by the 2 hunters, thinking for a moment, and then chose the Devil Flame and the Magic Gem. I want the Devil Flame skill book and Magic Gem. The skill books and items dropped by the 2 hunters were high quality. You had to carefully consider before making a choice. Jianghu looked at both the skill book and the Green Devil Spear, then said to Jianghu, "You can choose first." Jianghu checked out the Green Devil Spear and Plant Manipulation skill for a while, and finally looked up at Qinyao while holding the skill book and said, "I want this, you guys can have the rest." Jianghu stored the imitation tang sword behind him, and quietly picked up the Green Devil Spear. You looked at the bizarre gate on the other side of the bridge, his eyes flashed with a burning desire and said, "I will go over there to complete a mission. Wait for me here." After he finished saying, you and White Bones set off toward the other side of Leijiang Bridge. There were vehicles' wreckage everywhere, even the guardrails were broken and shattered. Everywhere were stained with black blood, but there were no zombies' corpses. Even in the vehicles there were no zombies. You rushed all the way looking at the strange sight and thought in his mind, did the 2 hunters eat all the zombies? You did not think too much about it and quickly rushed to the other side of the bridge. The bizarre gate with the particles of light appeared before you. He could not see the boundary of those particles of light. He saw an ocean of zombies crowded together in that particles of light. A crowd of hundreds of zombies was paled in comparison. You could only feel helplessness, even though he had leveled many times. The ocean of zombies was covered in a mysterious force, and did not pay attention to you getting closer. Otherwise, you would not dare get even half a step closer to those particles of light. You stepped towards the bizarre gate, his body abruptly disappearing before everyone. With a flash of white light, you emerged in a bizarre fantasy-style place, brimming with strange symbols. Congratulations, you have completed the novice quest, searching for novice village Leijiang. You have been awarded $1,000 of survival coins as a quest reward. As the first to complete the quest and discover the existence of Leijiang, you have won a treasure raffle prize. It's a prize wheel. There are treasures from 2nd degree to 6th degree. With a voice sounding in Yu's head and a flash of light, a round roulette board rose up in front of his eyes. On the roulette board, each golden section is engraved with a number, ranging from 1 to 999. Please select the number you want. A message automatically sounded in Yu's head. You took a careful look at the roulette board. After not being able to discover any clues, he then picked a number, 536. The golden section lit up. That golden section with the number 536 flew out, a light flashing, then condensed into a black ring with ancient and mystical runes, falling automatically into Yu's hand. 6th degree treasure, storage ring spirit plus 15. This precious ring is created by spatial technology. Within this ring is a 3x3x3 storage space. With this ring, you will be able to better store your personal items. This is truly a great treasure. You put the ring on his finger and stared at the storage ring, his eyes flashing with joy. With this storage ring he would be able to store many treasures and supplies. After the storage ring fell into Yu's hand, the golden roulette board immediately disappeared into the ground. After the golden roulette board disappeared, the alert sound did not disappear. Since you are the first to complete the novice quest, the system will award you a third-degree protective garment. In addition, you have received the title of Jianghu Village Discover. Jianghu Village Discover effect. Power +1, Agility +1, Vitality +1, Stamina +1, Spirit +1, Strength +1. Third-degree protective garment. Can resist the infections of level 30 or below 50 times. Can also defend against 12. 7mm caliber bullets. Bonus: Power +10, Agility +10, Vitality +10, Stamina +10, Spirit +10, Strength +10. Bonus stats will not stack with other protective garments from the magical system. Durability 50/50. Magical system sell price: $1,000 survival coins. You looked at the third-degree protective garment, his eyes full of surprise. The third protective garment is amazing. With a defense against 12. 7mm caliber bullets, it would mean that even heavy machine guns cannot penetrate its defenses. You took off the second-degree protective garment and put on the third-degree protective garment. After wearing the third-degree protective garment, he felt much lighter than in the past. This mysterious area was just like the earth. Rays of sunlight shining down from the sky. The ground was all made up of marble, it was bright, clean, and beautiful. Underneath Yu's foot was a huge magical array filling it with a magical atmosphere. This mysterious region was filled with buildings. Yu's current location was an empty square. Hanging over the square was a strange crystal ball. Inside that crystal were burning flames forming the words for 24. The streets were empty with no sign of human population. Yu was the only one. You looked around a bit, then walked into nearest bar from the square. The bar in the outside world was completely different. The bar was filled with metallic rock music, colorful neon lights, and bartenders serving drinks. On the stage were dancers dancing, wearing only bras and panties. There were loud cheer from the audiences on the side, and majestic bears drinking big mouthful of beer with the temperament of a mercenary. The whole bar was filled with a weird and fantastical atmosphere. Most people only glimpsed at Yu after he entered the bar, then ignored him. Chapter 50. Gathering information. Yu went straight to the counter and sat down. A middle-aged man wearing a bartender uniform walked by. Yu was handed a copy of the menu. He then smiled and said, "Young man, welcome to Jianghu Bar. This is the bar's menu." Yu took the menu and carefully looked at it. He saw that the menu was filled with a wide range of alcohol. There were Chateau Lafite and Flying Moutai. They were precious alcohol worth several millions as well as ordinary alcohol, but here it was only $1 survival coin for a large glass. In addition to the various alcohol from the real world, on the last page of the menu was two bizarre drinks: Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice and Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 SP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Spirit Recovery Fruit Juice. After drinking, will restore 15 MP after 5 minutes, $20 survival coins for a glass. Yu had no interest in the alcohol, pointed to the two fruit juices and asked the bartender, "Can I pack the fruit juice to go?" The bartender laughed and said, "Of course not. You can only enjoy these fruit juices here. However, for the other alcohols, as long as you can pay, you can package them to go. You must pay for the drinks first." Yu pulled out a $20 survival coin and threw it to the bartender. A glass of Stamina Recovery Fruit Juice. Bartender took Yu's money and retreated to the back, then soon handed Yu a green drink. Yu drank the Stamina Recover Fruit Juice slowly, a sweet and sour taste spreading throughout his taste buds. He soon drank the juice in one gulp. A warmth feeling flowed throughout his body, and he was able to feel his body recovered. After finished drinking the fruit juice, Yu started at the bartender and asked, "Are you human?" The bartender smiled and said, "Of course I am human." Yu continued to ask, "You are a human of this world?" The bartender's eyes shrank slightly, still keeping that smile. "Your gaze is pretty good, I'm not a human of your world." Yu curiously asked, "What world are you from?" The bartender smiled wryly and said, "System restriction, no comment." Yu continued asking, "The existence of the magical system of the gods, have you seen it?" The bartender sighed and said, "In the face of that kind of existence, We are nothing but ants, how can we see it? Yu thought for a moment, then frowned and said, Why did you come to our world? Your strength is not weak. Yu's spirit after increasing several times had become more sensitive. He could feel that the very nice bartender was like a fierce beast, with strength far above him. The bartender with massive strength smiled, with long side said, Back in my world, the living environment is 10 times worse than here, and the enemies are more frightening. In our world, even at my strength, must struggled hard for a full meal each day. In constant fear becoming a slave, entirely at the mercy of others. Although I have now become a subsidiary of the system, similar to an NPC in your game, and is subject to the system. But life is 100 times better than in the past, and this kind of life have been very satisfying. Listening to the bartender's words, you felt a sense of urgency. The bartender's strength was far above him. Even such a strong person was willing to become an NPC of the system, can show us how cruel and terrifying that world was. You asked, in the square, what does that flaming number in the crystal ball means? Bartender stretched out his hand and said, Information cost $5 survival coin. You must pay the appropriate fee in order to get any information from me. This is a system regulation. You pulled out a $5 survival coin and threw it to the bartender. It represents the end of the time limit. Now that you have found the novice village, then 24 hours later, the system that have been restricting the zombies inside the shopping district of Lijiang City will be lifted. They will be wandering Lijiang City in accordance with their instinct. Various zombie evolutions will be lifted at that time. Hunting zombies in Lijiang City will be 10 times more dangerous than in the past. After listening to the bartender's words, you had gone cold. The zombies was already terrifying enough now, and its evolution was restricted. Once their evolution is lifted, he does not know what they would evolve into. You frowned and slowly said, Don't tell me that the restriction is lifted because of me? The bartender shook his head and said, No. The system was going to give 1 month time. After a month, the restriction on the zombies everywhere will be lifted. A month after that, searching for the novice village mission will end. Novice villages that are not found will disappear. The people in those areas will not have the opportunity to change their job, or purchase a variety of items beyond the technology of this world. Hearing the bartender's words, you relaxed slightly and immediately asked, What are the requirements for the appearance of a novice village? $10 survival coin. You threw the $10 survival coin to the bartender. The bartender said, Each of the city's busiest shopping district with a population surpassing 1 million will have the appearance of a novice village. You asked, How much does it cost for the information on zombies' evolution? The bartender shook his head and said, The system does not permit the sale of this information. You once again asked about issues that concerned him. The system does not permit the sale of this information. The bartender only answered with that one phrase when asked with various important questions, just like an NPC in the game. Looks nothing like a flesh and blood human that comprehend. You pushed a $10 survival coin in front of the bartender and said, Finally, I want to buy a piece of advice. Do you have any good suggestions? After taking Yu's money, the bartender with a solemn look said, You have reached level 10. Go change jobs and buy all the items you need to survive, then immediately escape Lijiang City. When the zombies evolved, you currently do not have the capability to deal with them. Changing job is necessary because not only does it come with a skill, but you can also use survival coins to buy job skills in the career center. You should already know the power of a skill. One more skill mean more abilities and hidden trump card. Before level 30, most people can only learn 3 active skills. But learning job skills have no limits. You nodded, then immediately stood up from the seat and quickly walked outside. Chapter 51, Job Change. Outside the bar, you walked along the street, then went into the towering career center building. Welcome, I'm the receptionist Xiao Mei. You have reached level 10 and have met the requirement for the first job change. May I ask what kind of job do you want to change to? You had just entered the career center, when a woman who looks very beautiful in professional uniforms walked toward him with a smile and said. You looked at Xiao Mei and lightly said, Please give me the list of jobs that I can change to. Okay. Xiao Mei smiled, pointed in the air, and a white light flashed. Afterwards, a 3-dimensional projection appeared in Yu's eyes. The job list flashing in that 3-dimensional projection made you dizzy. Doctor, soldier, assassin, maintenance worker, blacksmith, lawyer, translator, warrior, mage, warlock, summoner, beast tamer, and hunter. All sorts of jobs in the real world and fantasy world was listed, an all-compassing list. You pointed at the doctor job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the doctor profession quickly emerged. Doctor description. Doctor is a job that a team should not lack. Priest can quickly cure a variety of injuries by magic. Doctors use conventional methods of healing, and recovery speed is not as fast as priests. However, doctors are able to use drugs to treat viral diseases, developed a variety of new drugs, and to achieve the scope of injuries and diseases. After changing the job to doctor will obtain the skill, common medical skill. You pointed at the soldier job. The three-dimensional projection changed, and an introduction of the soldier profession quickly emerged. Soldier description. Soldiers are basic combat profession. Close combat is not weak, but they are not good at close combat as warriors. However, they are well versed in using firearms. After a successful job change will obtain the skill, general firearms control. Yu's eyes lit up. General firearms control is very good for him. He did not go through any training, so his marksmanship is extremely poor. With this skill, his strength would greatly improve. You did not rush to change job, and just flipped through the job's description. Each job after a successful job change will get a job skill, allowing you to go from an ordinary person to be a part of that field. You skipped all the support jobs and directly looked at the combat jobs. Support jobs had many uses, such as maintenance worker can repair cars. Blacksmith job can create enchanted weapons. Doctors can cure the diseases and develop new drugs. They play a great role on the team, but these job skills cannot compare to combat job skills. You viewed many combat jobs, but felt that they were paled in comparison to the soldier's skills. Firearms control allowed the stinger pistol. He has to have greater destructive power. And compared to the magical world of warriors, warlocks, and mages, soldiers' profession are better able to survive in this real world. The mage's casting speed is too slow. They haven't even finished casting before getting killed. As for close combat ability, warriors was definitely superior to soldiers. But a rocket launcher would take care of a warrior. Well, this is. You, after scrolling through the second page, saw a job in dark light flashing. He pointed at it and soon the job appeared from the hidden black light. Hidden job, Dark Knight. A knight that controls the violent darkness power. Once the job change is successful, will obtain the skills, Art of Fear, Knight Enhancement. You had a look at the Dark Knight's job description, and decisively made a choice. I choose to change job to Dark Knight. It was an extremely important selection for you. A black light surrounded his feet from a magical array. He soon disappeared from the place, and the next moment appeared in a temple full of magical atmosphere. The dark light from the magical array under his feet started to flow up and into his body, condensing into two mysterious runes inside his sea of knowledge. Level 2 skill, Art of Fear. Active skill. Activating the skill will make biological creatures lose 5 points of spirit and put fear in their heart, shaking their will to fight. People with low spirit are more susceptible. This skill can be used with a single target within a distance of 200 meters, but within 20 square meters will affect all targets. Consumed 3 MP each time. Level 2 skill, Night Enhancement. Passive skills. After learning the skill, user will have night vision and sees farther than the daytime. At night, your senses will be greatly enhanced and more sensitive to premonition of danger. After the job change is completed, the dark power lingering beside you also vanished. You had his head down while thinking about the application of the skills, and then marched toward the center of the temple. At the center of the temple was a man wearing a mysterious runes engraved, all black, exotic shiny body armor. The Dark Knight was standing there like a pole. He just stood still, giving off a feeling of suffocating oppression. You walked in front of the Dark Knight standing there and said, "I am new Dark Knight that just went through the job change, sir. I want to buy the job skills." The cold Dark Knight looked at you and pointed at the air. Another three-dimensional projection appeared and a list of Dark Knight skills appeared before you's eyes. There were a total of 9 skills in the three-dimensional projection. 3 level 1 skills and 6 level 2 skills. You quietly browsed the 9 skills and thought, so expensive. Level 1 skills each cost $300 survival coin, while the level 2 skills each cost $1,000 survival coins. You browsed the 6 level 2 skills, his eyes flashed with desire. Summon Skeleton Beast, Beast Tamer, Shadow Step. All of these skills are great. Each of the 6 level 2 skills are extremely rare. You could get another ability if he obtain it. When you saw the 6 level 2 skills, his eyes lit up. He quickly pointed at a skill and paid $1,000 survival coins. The black projected skill turned into a black light and flew into Yu's sea of knowledge, condensing into a black rune. Level 2 skill, encompassing body armor. Able to summon an undying creature body. The undying creature appeared as an armor to protect the castor. Activating the skill cost 10 SP and 10 MP, duration of 15 minutes. Chapter 52, Stinger Model 2. You suddenly walked in front of the Dark Knight and asked, "Senior, may I ask if you have any advice for me?" The Dark Knight quietly looked at you and coldly said, "Must be ruthless. Your heart is not ruthless, it will be very difficult to survive." After saying those words, the Dark Knight closed his mouth, as if he was a statue standing still in the temple's center without a word. You was silent and courteously thanked the Dark Knight while facing him, then went back to the magical array. With a flash of light, you quickly disappeared from the temple. The Dark Knight quietly stared at you as he disappeared, a different light flashing in his eyes, not saying anything. After leaving the temple, you went directly to the equipment upgrade store. In the equipment store was a bearded man holding a bottle. He was sitting there bare-chested, with traces of burnt mark on his body. Seeing you come in, that weapon upgrade master lightly said one sentence, "Come to upgrade weapons." You nodded and asked, "How many survival coins do I need to upgrade 3rd-degree weapons?" The weapon upgrade master lightly said, $500 survival coins and a magic gem. After hearing this, you was slightly relieved. Not counting the $1,000 survival coins from the quest bonus, he had only $600 survival coins after purchasing the encompassing body armor skill. You pulled out $500 survival coins, a magic gem and the Stinger pistol. Then handed them to the weapon upgrade master and said, "Help me to upgrade." The Stinger pistol, great item. Youngster, you have some skill and luck to get this kind of equipment nowadays. The weapon upgrade master looked at the Stinger pistol, then pointed at the air. The Stinger pistol flew in front of him and suspended in the air. He casually pointed at the air and an enchantment spell burst out of thin air. The magic gem flew into that enchantment spell, blooming into a dazzling light. In the next moment, the Stinger pistol also flew into the enchantment spell, and instantly disintegrated. A thin ray of light began to sculpt out the Stinger pistol in that enchantment spell, reconstructing the Stinger pistol once again. Eventually forming a silver handle, 6 rounds 20mm caliber revolver. The silver revolver immediately fell into Yu's hand. 4th-degree weapon, Stinger Model 2. This version has a higher destructive force. The revolver will never break unless destroyed by external force. It automatically generates 2 rounds a day. If ammunition is sufficient, you can use it to shoot tanks. Of course, the condition is that your shooting skill must be adequate. You looked at the Stinger Model 2 in his hand, his eyes full of joy. After upgrading the Stinger to Model 2, not only is it more powerful, but it can also automatically generate 2 rounds per day, which greatly increased the value of the Stinger revolver. You said his thanks to the weapon upgrade master and left. "Thank you very much." After leaving the weapon upgrade store, you turned and went into the equipment store. Seeing you enter, an attendant who looked quite pretty smiled and said, "Welcome." You toward the pretty attendant said, "I want to see the equipment list." "Yes." The attendant pointed at the air, and a list of the various types of equipments appeared. You carefully viewed the equipment list. Contrary to his expectations, the equipment list was empty, meaning there was not even a 1st-degree protective garment. Stinger 2 Special Bullet, price, $50 survival coins per round. At the bottom of the equipment list, you saw equipment that he could use. So expensive. You looked at the Stinger bullet with a wry smile. The Stinger bullet was so expensive that he could not afford it. You turned to the next page and immediately brightened up. On the second page was a wide variety of medical drugs. One which allowed a person to regenerated limbs, another one which can quickly restore stamina, and another one that can cure various kinds of poisons. However, at the end of that last page was 6th-degree medicine, G drug. Can treat viral infections that have infected the body. Price, $50,000 survival coins each. You looked at the G drug enviously. "It's too expensive. I'm really poor. If you had enough money, he would buy the G drug as a backup. After all, who knows what enemies he would encounter in the future. After a few pages, you found that besides the medicines, there were no powerful equipments on the list. You closed the list and asked the attendant, "These are the only equipments?" The attendant politely said, "Yes. Besides the medicines, you can only buy equipments from the system when others have sold it to the system." "Thank you." You nodded, then turned around and left. After leaving the equipment store, you entered the mission building. A very pretty attendant smiled and went up to you, then pointed at the air. A huge mission list appeared in front of you. "Welcome to the mission hall. You are welcome to accept a variety of missions posted here. Recapture the fallen city of Beijing. In order to complete the mission, you must clear up all the zombies within the 5th ring. Time limit of 1 year, time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Beijing City, the faction leader will receive a 5th degree protective garment, $50,000 survival coins, plus 5 levels, plus 2 skill points, Beijing Conqueror title. No penalty if mission failed. Recapture the fallen city of Nanjing. The mission list was full of recapturing of major and minor cities in China. You looked at the mission, eyes filled with shock. Beijing has fallen? If that is so, then the government chain of command is incapacitated? Like a dragon without a head, without the guidance of the central government, you could not imagine what the local governments would be like in this post-apocalyptic world. He could see that in the future warlords will fiercely compete for power and fighting over land in China. You looked at the huge mission list as if a large rock was pressing down on him. This is terrible. Recapture the fallen city of Nanning. In order to complete the mission, you cleared up 100 zombie chiefs within the city. Time limit of 1 year, time starts when mission is accepted. After the recapture of Nanning City, the faction leader will receive a 4th degree protective garment, $10,000 survival coins, plus 3 levels, plus 1 skill points, Nanning Conqueror title. Nanning City has fallen too? Yu's heart fell into a pit seeing that piece of news. His parents lived in Nanning City. Seeing the news that Nanning City has fallen, if only he could grow wings and fly back home immediately. Chapter 53, Accepting the Missions. You kept his worries under control and asked the attendant, "If I do not accept the mission and take people to recover the city, will I still get the reward?" The attendant smiled towards you and explained, "You will not. If you don't accept the mission, even if you complete any of the missions, you still will not receive the rewards." After hearing that, you continued to quietly thumb through the mission list looking for a good mission. In the mission list, besides recapturing the major cities in China, there were also other missions to recapture major foreign cities. New York, London, Tokyo, Berlin, Moscow, and major cities in the US have completely fallen. Besides the recapturing of major cities, there were no other missions. You asked, "After I accepted the task, will there be a penalty if I don't complete it?" "This is something you must ask." The attendant maintained a sweet smile and said, "No. Even if you accepted the mission and do not complete it, there will not be any penalty." You smiled and accepted all the missions on that mission list. In this mysterious region, in addition to Job Change Temple, Mission Temple, Equipment Shop, and Equipment Upgrade Shop, there were also other shops where you can purchase survival supplies. A survival coin can purchase a kilo of rice. There was also a strengthening temple. That strengthening temple will increase one stats for 1,000 survival coins. In that strengthening temple, you increased 1 point of agility. Besides these 5 shops, the rest of the places were covered with a mysterious glow. As you got near that mysterious glow, he immediately bounced off the glow and a statement appeared in his mind, "Your level is insufficient, you do not have permission to enter the area." You walked around in a circle and discovered that he could not enter anywhere covered with that mysterious glow. He then turned around and walked to the magical array in the square. With a flash of light, you soon appeared outside the red gate on Leijiang Bridge. "Are you okay?" As soon as you appeared, Qiyang came over and asked you with an anxious look. You laughed and said, "Relax, it's nothing." Luwen came running up and said, "Big brother Yu, where have you been? I've been worried sick. If you didn't come out, I was going to go in and find you." You watched as the others came over, then smiled at Luwen and said, "I'm all right." You looked at the others and said, "This is the novice village. Inside you can change jobs, accept missions, purchase equipments, upgrade equipments, and buy survival supplies. After you change job, you can acquire additional skills by purchasing them. All of you should take a look inside. Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up, and then she walked toward the gate. However, as soon as she got near the gate, she was sent flying back several meters. Seeing Ji Qingwu get pushed back several meters by the gate, Yu frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Qingwu patted the dust off her clothes, looked at the gate, her eyes filled with disappointment. "My level is insufficient, I'm unable to enter the novice village." The rest of the team came over and tried it and was sent flying back by the gate. Qiyang was the only one who was able to enter. Yu looked at the gate and said, "It seems like only those that are level 10 or above can enter this novice village." Clearing up the zombies on Xingning Road yesterday, Qiyang was able to get to level 10, but Ji Qingwu was only able to get to level 8. This was because all the L1 and S1 zombies were killed by Qiyang and Yu. Evolved zombies are higher levels and will provide more experiences than ordinary zombies which are lower levels. Qinyao was excited and said, "With this we just have to stay here a month and cleared up the zombies, then we will be able to go in. Then we will be able to change jobs." Qi Qingwu have already given the plant manipulation skill book to Qinyao. Qinyao wanted to change jobs now so that she would be even stronger. Wang Shuang was also excited about changing jobs and becoming stronger. "No, we must leave Leijiang City today." Yu's words immediately extinguished everyone's excitement. Ji Qingwu stared at Yu and asked, "Why?" Yu in a serious voice said, "Novice village have been found." 24 hours later, the restrictions on the zombies in Leijiang City will be lifted. Tens of thousands of zombies on the other side of the bridge will be released without any restrictions. The limit on zombies' evolutions will also be lifted. The city will be more than 10 times as dangerous than in the past. We must leave the city immediately. Listening to Yu's words, everyone fell silent. Standing before the gate, they were able to clearly see the dense swarm of zombies on the other side. Those tens of thousands of zombies, when released, will crush everyone like they were ants. Qinyao looked at the novice village's gate, her eyes flashing in unwillingness. She also wanted to change jobs and become stronger. She is not stupid. It was clear to her that only by becoming strong can she live a better life in this post-apocalyptic world. After about an hour later, Qiyang came out from the gate. After Qiyang came out from the gate, Qinyao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Qiyang? Leijiang's zombie restrictions will be released. Is this for real?" Qiyang was also an extremely smart person. He stared at the Qinyao with a cold gaze. Qinyao was also embarrassed by his gaze. There was 21 hours left. Qiyang coldly said those words, then went to Yu's side. Qinyao's eyes slightly red, quietly muttered, "Why is he so fierce? I did not do anything wrong." Yu looked at the others and in a deep voice said, "Let's go. We're running out of time." After Yu finished talking, he turned and walked away. Qiyang, Lu Wen and Wang Shuang followed behind. Ji Qingwu patted Qinyao on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Qinyao bit her lip and caught up to the others. "Stop." When the Dongfeng truck was before a supermarket on Xingning Road, Yu told Wang Shuang to stop. Then quickly jumped off truck and went into the supermarket. The zombies on Xingning Road was already cleared by Yu the day before. In the supermarket, besides some dark red blood and severe limbs, there was no trace of any zombies. Yu quickly headed deep into the supermarket and wore his storage ring. Yu looked at the packet of instant noodles, immediately made a thought, and the packet of instant noodles was immediately stored in his storage ring. This is really convenient. Yu made another thought, and the packet of instant noodles again appeared in his hand. After the test is completed, Yu did not stop and immediately stored all the supplies he could fit into his storage ring. The storage ring was jammed with supplies. "Let's go home." After the entire storage ring was full, Yu carried a backpack from the supermarket and sat next to Wang Shuang. Wang Shuang started the truck and drove toward the garden district. Chapter 54, Fleeing Leijiang City. After arriving back at the apartment, Yu in a serious voice said, "Everyone immediately start transporting supplies. Move all the supplies from the apartment to the trucks." Seeing Yu so serious, all the girls in the room were nervous. Zhangli came over and asked, "Yu, what's the matter?" Yu in a deep voice said, "We're going to leave here at once and go to Longhai Survivor Enclave." Wang Feng reluctantly said, "Can we go tomorrow? Everyone is so tired from transporting the supplies today." Wang Feng's words also expressed the voice of most of the girls in the room. Their body was very tired moving the supplies from the trucks to the apartment. Yu frowned and coldly said, "People who do not want to leave can also stay." Seeing that Yu was angry, all the girls are afraid to say anything, and immediately began to transport the supplies. Zhao was looking out through the window. She saw Yu's party transporting the supplies from the apartment to the trucks. She could not help but feel startled. They are leaving? Zhao had been observing Yu's party the last several days and found that were fairly kind-hearted people, as they were willing to give her food in this post-apocalyptic world. If Yu's party is gone, she really did not know how she would survive. Resident Evil is a classic movie. Zhao has also seen it. She was very cleared on how terrible the virus that zombies were carrying. With just a scratch, you will become infected and turned into a zombie. If Yu's party were to leave, in essence, she did not have the ability to find food to feed her son and herself. Zhao gritted her teeth, then quickly dragged a suitcase from the room along with her son and rushed downstairs. Downstairs, Yu sat there and quietly watched the girls transported the supplies. Zhao, one hand dragging the suitcase and the other hand holding her son, walked in front of Yu and said, "This student, I am Zhao. May I have your name?" Yu looked up and lightly said, "I'm Yu Zhong. Is there something you need?" Lu Wen, who was resting nearby, came over and curiously asked, "Big brother Yu, what does this woman want from you?" Lu Wen, Qin Yao, and Ji Qingwu belongs to the group that did not have to transport supplies, since they can provide medical treatment and contributes to the fighting force. Qin Yao also went over to Yu's side, curiously looking at Zhao Li. "Yu, please take my son and I to Longhai Survivor Enclave. As long as you take us with you, then these are for you." Zhao Li opened the suitcase, revealing neat stacks of yuan inside. Qin Yao looked at the suitcase, then at Yu. She estimated that there was more than 1,000,000 yuan in there. Her family background is excellent. $1 million is nothing for her. But $1 million in cash is not a small number. Most people are not able to resist the temptation of $1 million yuan. Yu glanced at the suitcase full of money and coldly said, "I'm not interested in the money. The world has changed. The most useful is food. Without merchants, these yuan are useless, even too rough to use as toilet paper." Zhao Li's face was paled. She gritted her teeth, then put down the suitcase from her arms. She then pulled a small case and opened it, revealing 3 gold bars. Zhao Li pushed the small case in front of Yu, and with a pleading face said, "I will also give you this. Please save the both of us. Take us to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. I will repay you. Buy gold in troubled times and collect antiques in periods of prosperity. Gold is the world's currency. Even in the midst of troubled times, they possessed great values." Zhao Li is a wise woman. She knew that the yuan will become a pile of papers, but as long as there are people and governments, gold would not lose its purchasing power. So she hid the gold bars, only taking it out at the last minute to give to Yu. Yu coldly said, "I have no need for gold." Zhao Li immediately turned even paler. That gold was her last resort. She did not know what else to offer him since he did not even want the gold. Yu looked at Zhao Li and lightly said, "I can take you and your son to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City. To come with us, you will need to agree to a few conditions. First, before arriving in the Survivor Enclave, you must obey my commands and no arbitrary action. Second, you must work and do what you are able to. Third, we will give you food but not necessarily enough to eat. We will give you food according to your efforts. Fourth, I will try to keep you safe, but if I'm unable to fend off the danger, I will give priority to protect my other companions over you too. If you can accept these 4 conditions, you can come with us. If you are not able to accept, then I won't force you." After hearing the 4 conditions, Zhao Li immediately nodded, "I accept. I'll agree to it." Yu in a deep voice said, "Go transport the supplies. Don't waste time." Zhao Li quickly took her son and walked towards the stairs. This was an opportunity, a chance to survive. She would not give it up. Qin Yao watched Zhao Li's desperation with a complex feeling in her mind. Under the women's combined efforts, after 2 hours, they finally transported all the supplies upstairs to the trucks. "Drive," Yu ordered without any hesitation. Wang Shuang stepped on the gas, and the 2 large trucks immediately whisked far away. The next day in Leijiang, most bustling commercial district, tens of thousands of zombies quietly began moving toward the city in all directions. The zombies flooded in all directions and soon the whole city of Leijiang was fully covered by zombies. By devouring human flesh, the zombies began to evolve. L1 zombies, S1 zombies and even other kinds of zombies had evolved. Before a small supermarket, 5 scattered zombies stood there quietly. From an alley, a survivor rushed out holding an imitation tang sword in his hand. He activated his high-speed movement skill and jumped among the 5 zombies like a ghost. With the light of the sword flashing, the 5 zombies was soon beheaded. After 5 balls of white light flew into his body, his eyes lit up. "I've been promoted. I've finally been promoted to level 10. Just as the survivor was celebrating, among a unit in the building, a crimson zombie opened his big mouth, and a fireball from the zombie's mouth flew out like a rocket hitting the survivor. It blew off the upper body of that survivor. His blackened body then fell to the ground. From the side, 2S1 zombies swift jumped out. They landed on top of the survivor's body and began devouring it. Chapter 55, Hijack. The whole city of Jianghu became a hunting ground for zombies as they were released from the shopping district. In Jianghu City, the roles of hunter and prey had switched. In the face of those evolved zombies, the humans who were strengthened by the magical system was killed one by one. Their flesh and blood swallowed by the zombies. Jianghu City had become true hell. The strengthened humans that survived became more cautious, as their lives have become more difficult. In the old days there were many cars driving on this road, but now it was virtually uninhabited. There was only car wreckages and scattered zombies wandering this road now. On the road, 2 Dongfeng trucks were speeding through. You sat in the passenger's seat while looking out of the window at the dead barren scenery. Then looked at Wang Shuang and asked, "How much longer till we reach Longhai City?" Wang Shuang smiled wryly and said, "I'm not sure. I haven't driven to Longhai City before. However, according to the GPS, we are halfway to Longhai City." You nodded slightly and said nothing while looking out the truck. He looked around for the possibility of dangers. Suddenly, 12 abandoned cars had completely blocked the lanes. "Damn it, blocked again." Wang Shuang muttered some words and stopped the truck. The lanes blocked by abandoned cars, you had seen it many times. All the previous blocked cars were moved by you, only were they able to continue forward. Precisely because the lanes were blocked everywhere by abandoned cars that they were moving so slowly. Even once because the lanes was blocked for so long, taking a long time to switch lanes. The truck stopped and you had just gotten off from the truck, when 6 people came out from both sides of the road. They quickly rushed out while holding Type 81 rifles. They aimed at you and the 2 trucks. One of them had a long scar on his face, bald and with an extremely fierce look. The bald man looked at you and shouted, "Freeze, or we'll shoot." In the 2 trucks, the girls were scared after seeing the vicious men holding guns. Their eyes were full of fear, so they lay down lower on the seats. You looked at the vicious bald man and frowned, immediately activating his shadow step skill. Then rushed towards the 6 armed men. White Bones leapt down from the truck and rushed towards the 6 armed men like a demon. Seeing White Bones rushing at them, the 6 bald men were terrified, constantly shooting at White Bones. The bullets that hit White Bones only embedded itself in the bones. The bullets did not have any effects on White Bones. After activating the shadow step skill, Yu's speed was to the extreme. He was now more than 5 times faster than an average person. He rushed in front of that scar-faced man with the sword in hand, slashing towards the man's head. That scar-faced man's eyes were full of fright seeing you rushing towards him. He ignored White Bones on the other side, aiming his gun at you and fired. The moment that the scar-faced man pointed his gun at you, Yu's body flickered, suddenly appeared behind the scar-faced man. Yu with his sword in hand, slashing towards the scar-faced man's head. "Little brother, stop. Otherwise I cannot guarantee your companion's life." At this moment came the voice of a confident man. Yu swept across the areas with his eyes, seeing 20 men armed with Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine guns. The bald militant men had surrounded the 2 Dongfeng trucks. There were also 2 tractors in the rear, blocking off the 2 Dongfeng trucks' retreat. Among the 20 well-armed militants, there was a fierce-looking middle-aged man stand 1.8 meters tall. The man was quietly staring at you. "White Bones, let them live," you ordered in his mind. Then placed the sword on the scar-faced man's neck, immediately getting behind the scar-faced man, using him as a human shield. You then stared at the leader of those 26 armed militants. The scar-faced man felt the coldness of the imitation tang sword on his neck, immediately producing a chill down his spine. He did not dare to act rashly. Receiving Yu's order, White Bones did not use his axe and instead kicked the 5 militants, kicking them like the wind of a storm, and then strode next to Yu. The leader of the militants looked at White Bones, who was next to Yu, and gave a little chuckle. "Little brother, you have an amazing ability there. I am Tiger Wang Guanghu. You can call me Tiger. What is your name?" Yu stared at Tiger Wang and in a deep voice said, "My name is Yu Zhong. Big brother Tiger, I do not know why you want to block our path. We don't seem to have offended you." The firepower of the 26 militants was too great. Once there is a conflict, except for you, very few people will survive on his side. Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang, after continuous strengthening, their physical abilities were far superior to the average person. Killing normal zombies was very easy for them. However, faced with the great firepower of the militants, their chance of survival is very low. Not to mention Lu Wen, whose defense is 0. Once the conflict begins, she may be one of the first to be killed. If not a last resort, you did not want to clash with Tiger Wang's forces. Tiger Wang stared at Yu, then slowly said, "Yu, this time I was out looking for supplies and searching for survivors. You all should follow me back to Always Bright Village. Always Bright Village have perfect protections. After returning to the village, I promise to keep you all well fed. You also do not have to worry about the zombies outside." Yu directly refused and said, "I'm sorry, Big Brother Tiger. We want to go to Longhai City Survivor Enclave." Tiger Wang slightly frowned. His frown disappeared soon after and with a chuckle said, "To each their own. Yu, since you want to go to the Survivor Enclave in Longhai City, I will not stop you. But coming out on this trip is not easy. I want the supplies on one of the Dongfeng truck." Yu, who had been somewhat tensed, then relaxed and said, "Okay. As long as they do not die, everything else is easy. Based on their team's abilities, there is no problem if they just carefully search for supplies." Tiger Wang made a gesture. His men immediately lowered their guns. He walked towards Yu with a smile and said, You now should also release my little brother Qin Si." Yu loosened his hand and removed the imitation Tang sword from Qin Si's neck. Qin Si rubbed his neck, then faced Yu with a grin and said, "You are really damn strong. Boy, besides Big Brother Tiger, you are the strongest person that I have met." Chapter 56, Tiger Wang. Yu smiled and said, "Excuse my offense." Qin Si quickly strode towards Tiger Wang. White Bones then stepped forward, blocking his way. Qin Si frowned, then turned to look at Yu and said, "Yu, what do you mean by this?" Yu lightly said, "It's nothing. Once Big Brother Tiger allows us to depart, you will be able to leave my side." Tiger Wang looked at Yu, smiled and said, "Qin Si, you will temporarily stay by little brother Yu's side." Qin Si stood next to Yu and said, "Yes, Big Brother Tiger." Yu said, "Big Brother Tiger, I will now let my people move the supplies for you." Tiger Wang said, "It's not urgent, our vehicles cannot carry so much supplies. Why don't you make a trip back to Always Bright Village with me? Let me show you our hospitality. Yu, I admire your strength, I hope we can become friends. Won't you give me some face?" Yu's eyes shrank slightly, thinking for a moment, and then nodded, "Okay. We will take a trip with you. But Big Brother Tiger, as I have stated before, we're going to Longhai City Survivor Enclave. We can only stay for a day at most." Tiger Wang laughed heartily, "No problem, you're my friend. Of course you're free to come and go." 4 Hummers and 2 farm tractors were hauling the 2 Dongfeng trucks, while surrounded by 26 militants. They slowly made their way to the small village. The small village was not far from the highway. The village was not big, having only a little bit more than 50 families. The village's gate were manned by 2 bored militants armed with Type 81 rifles on the side. Outside the village, several dozen kids ranging from 8 to 13 years old were digging in the fields of vegetables. They were covered with mud like little monkeys. "Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger!" The lines of vehicles entered the village and parked in the square. 6 militants with Type 81 rifles gathered around Tiger Wang, started chatting and laughing. Tiger Wang looked at Yu, smilingly said, "Little brother Yu, tell your people to come down." In order to show good faith, Tiger Wang took the initiative and walked to Yu's side. "Everyone come down." Yu looked at the people on the trucks and said. Only now did the people on the Dongfeng trucks dare to come down. "What a pretty little girl. Very pretty, nice and tender. That chick has such long legs, must be great to be sandwiched between them." Seeing all the women getting off the Dongfeng trucks, the perverseness began to show in those militants' eyes. Those perverted gaze wantonly judging the women. This caused all women on to be frightened. A thin, monkey-looking militant walked near Tiger Wang, and flatteringly said, "Brother Tiger, you're great. You brought back so many good stuff this time. We all can have a good time." A thin and tall militant also came over smiling, his eyes constantly looking back and forth at Yuan Ying's breast, as if wanting to tear off her clothes. "Yes, Brother Tiger. So much good stuff, you should leave some for us to enjoy too." Yuan Ying, Wang Qian, Zhang Xian, Su Rushui were all beauty. Chen Yao was like a princess. Ji Qingwu was also a stunning beauty. These militants had not seen this many beauties, so they were salivating while looking at these beauties. Tiger Wang frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone be quiet." After Tiger Wang said this, the surrounding militants were quiet again. Tiger Wang in a deep voice said, "This is Yu Zhong, little brother. I recently befriended him. These women belongs to you, not you. Go back to work. Puppy, go find people to move the supplies from one of the trucks. Blackface, you arrange things, I want to eat a good meal with little brother you." Hearing that they have no part of those beautiful women, the disappointed militants began leaving in droves. Only now that the girls were relieved. Tiger Wang smiled and invited you, "Little brother, this way." You nodded and followed Tiger Wang. A group of people went into a small villa that Tiger Wang had people built inside the village. After entering the villa, they divided into two sides and sat down. Tiger Wang took a look at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang besides you and asked, "You, these two little brothers are?" You looked at Tiger Wang and said, "This is Qi Yang and this is Wang Shuang." Tiger Wang looked at the two, amiably smiled and said, "Hello." Qi Yang lightly said, "Hello." Wang Shuang nervously said, "Brother Tiger, hello." The people beside Tiger Wang were the leaders of over 40 armed militants. Their movements caused great pressure to Wang Shuang. Tiger Wang pointed to the three people at his side and introduced them to you. "I introduce to you, this is Zhang Xiang, Lei Chen, and this one is Chen Yan. The three of them are my closest brothers." Zhang Xiang is 1.8 meters tall with an imposing and burly body, a fierce-looking face and mouth covered with a long beard. He was an aggressive-looking man. Lei Chen is 2 meters tall, strong as a bear, thick hands with calluses. With a strong jaw that looked like he came from a family of martial artists. Chen Yan wore glasses looking like a very nice young man. Zhang Xiang, Lei Chen, Chen Yan are Tiger Wang's confidant. They hold the most power in the village after Tiger Wang. You looked at the trio and said, "Hello." Zhang Xiang looked at you, eyes filled with provocation and defiant, then said, "You are Yu Zhong. I heard Brother Tiger say you've got a lot of skills. How about we spar a bit?" Zhang Xiang is Tiger Wang's second strongest man, second only to Lei Chen. It was the first time that he have seen Tiger Wang so hospitable to a person. It made him full of jealousy, worrying that his position would be threatened by you. Tiger Wang frowned and said, "Zhang Xiang, you is my guest and friend. You must not cause him trouble." Zhang Xiang looked directly at Tiger Wang and said, "Brother Tiger, I know that you value him and wants him to join. You're the boss, your words must be obeyed. We brothers naturally do so. But to convince me he has to win against me." Qi Yang coldly stared at Zhang Xiang and said, "You are not a match for you, I'll fight you." Zhang Xiang looked at Qi Yang's thin body, laughing with anger, said, Well, well, well. The world really has changed, even the small fish are so arrogant. I will tell you, my fist is very strong. If you don't personally come out, it would be embarrassing if your brother get hurt." Chapter 57, Spar. You looked at Zhang Xiang and lightly said, "Qi Yang, show some mercies, don't kill him." Qi Yang nodded and walked out. He then reached toward Zhang Xiang and said, "You first. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Hearing Qi Yang echoing Yu's word only made Zhang Xiang even angrier. His eyes were filled with hostility. With a cold laugh, he then walked in front of the Qi Yang. After walking in front of Qi Yang, Zhang Xiang lifted his hands before his chest as if protecting it. He then bent his body slightly forward with his feet pressing hard against the ground, staring at Qi Yang like a cheetah staring at its prey. Zhang Xiang was a secret master of the Black Fist before the world changed. 7 people have died under his fists. Although he is arrogant, it is because he have the strength to back it up. Qi Yang quietly stared at Zhang Xiang, not making any movement. Tiger Wang carefully observed Qiyang for a moment, then frowned and said, "Little brother are you sure you really want Qiyang and Zhang Xiang to spar? Zhang Xiang's fist is not weak." Tiger Wang have read countless people, but he could not see why Qiyang was so confident. He did not want to ruin his plan of recruiting you because of Zhang Xiang. He has already seen Yu's strength. With such talent under him, it would greatly increase his chance of achieving his ambitions. Boss Tiger, you can rest assured. This competition was presided over by you. Yu laughed slightly and said. Qiyang was already promoted to level 10 and changed his job, making him even more powerful. You had also given the second-degree protective garment to Qiyang for him to wear. Qiyang is the strongest in the team after you, ordinary people are no match for him. Tiger Wang, seeing you so confident, looked to Zhang Xiang and said, "All right. Match begin." "Boy, you're a dead man." Zhang Xiang smiled ferociously, like a cheetah looking at its prey. He rushed forward with terrifying speed, and mercilessly threw a punch at Qiyang's nose. Seeing Zhang Xiang rushing forward like a cheetah, Qiyang took a step to the left, evading Zhang Xiang's punch. He then punched Zhang Xiang severely in the stomach. After strengthening, the power of instant broke out. Zhang Xiang suddenly doubled over while holding his stomach from the pain, curling up on the floor. Watching Zhang Xiang getting defeated so easily by Qiyang, Lei Qin, who was sitting next to Tiger Wang, narrowed his eyes. He was the strongest on Tiger Wang's side, even he couldn't knock down Zhang Xiang that easily. Tiger Wang looked at Qiyang, a light flashing in his eyes, clapped his hands and smiled, then exclaimed, "Good skill." "I'm flattered." Qiyang returned to Yu's side after saying those words. Tiger Wang clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman about 25 years old walked in. Tiger Wang looked at the women indifferently and said, "Wang Ying, help the third master to go rest." Wang Ying quickly went over to help Zhang Xiang. "Go away. Don't touch me, dirty whore." Zhang Xiang's face contorted and backhand Wang Ying in the face. He then stood up, looking at Yu and Qiyang with venomous eyes, and immediately headed to the back. Wang Ying was slapped by Zhang Xiang, but she did not dare get angry. Just that her eyes were red, looking like she would cry at any moment. Tiger Wang acted like he did not see Wang Ying getting slapped and coldly said, "Withdraw, Wang Ying." Wang Ying whispered some words and then left the place. "Yes, Boss Tiger." Tiger Wang looked at White Bones standing next to you, eyes flashing with desires, and said, "You, can you tell me how did you get this skeleton?" Tiger Wang saw the battle between Yu and Qin Si. He saw how White Bones was completely fine when hit by those rifles' bullets. On the other hand, White Bones was much more agile than an ordinary person. If Tiger Wang did not surround the two trucks and use the girls as hostage, White Bones by himself could have killed Qin Si's group. Yu smiled and did not hide anything. "This is my skill." It was not some kind of secret. Anyone could have guessed it as long as they weren't a fool. Tiger Wang continues to ask, "How can I obtain such skill?" Lei Qin and Qin Yan also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the answer to this question. In these last days, only those with great power can survive easier. Everyone wants to get such special skills. You said, after battling zombies and killing them, there is a chance that they will drop a skill book. Using those skills books, you will be able to gain special skills. I was using the skills in those books to obtain such abilities. It is no secret. Everyone in Yu's team knew this. But knowing it is one thing and doing it is another matter. Very few people would dare fight the zombies in close combat. After all, as long as you get a wound from the zombies, you would be infected and become a zombie. Listening to Yu's words, Tiger Wang, Lei Qin, and Qin Yan all frowned while eyeing each other. They have killed many zombies, but fighting zombies in close combat is not something they have done. After all, if there are guns, who would use a wooden rod to fight zombies in close combat? Isn't that idiotic? A tall, fat, simple and honest-looking middle-aged man came up to report to Tiger Wang. "Boss Tiger, the food is ready." Tiger Wang nodded, smiled at Yu and said, "Yu, it has been a long and hard day of travel for you, come enjoy a meal." Tiger Wang clapped his hands softly. A beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam came in carrying a tray of foods and placed it on the table. The dishes were divided into two sides before the 6 people of Yu, Qiyang, Wang Shuang, Tiger Wang, Lei Qin and Qin Yan. There was the white-cut chicken, which was rare to encounter in this apocalyptic world, stir-fry vegetables, stir-fry mollusk, sautéed frog legs, big bowls of white rice and steamed buns. On the all-girls table of Ji Qingwu, Lu Wen and Qin Yao, There was gruel made from corn, cooked rice and vegetables. You and the other 5 were inside the house having dinner, while Ji Qingwu and girls were having dinner outside in the yard. The uninhibited Zhang Xen picked up the gruel and took a sip, and a sour smell came up to her nose. She was disgusted and couldn't help spitting out the gruel. Bah! How do you eat this stuff? This is something that people eat? Ever since she was saved by you, Zhang Xen never had to starve. Although the food was not as good as before the end of the world, but there was no shortage of white rice and instant noodles. The other girls also took a sip, then spitting it out. It was not something that people would eat. Seeing the girls spitting out the gruel, the kids that were secretly hiding besides the house ran over. The kids picked the vegetables up from the floor, wiping it on their clothes and then put it into their mouth. Chapter 58, Den of Thieves. A little boy ran up to Zhang Xen with his big round eyes staring at Zhang Xen, said, "Beautiful big sister, if you don't eat these things, can you give it to us? We are so hungry." Zhang Xen's eyes filled with sympathy seeing the hungry little boy. She pulled out a biscuit and handed it to the boy. "How can you eat these things? This is a biscuit for you." The little boy took the biscuit, expressed his gratitude and fled away. "Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. Beautiful big sister. Please give me something to eat. I'm hungry." "Beautiful big sister. You are a good person, I beg you, please give me something to eat. I'm hungry." Seeing Zhang Xen so kind, the kids quickly surrounded Zhang Xen, pleading miserably. Zhang Xen was perplexed, but finally took out all the snacks on her body and gave it to the kids. All the other women were also compassionate, taking out all the snacks that they had carried and gave it to the kids. They also gave the gruels to the kids. Watching those kids eat the gruels, the women who did not suffer under the protection of you felt very sad. Zhang Xen looked at the kids devouring the gruel, gnashed her teeth and said, "This is an outrage. How can the leader here treat the kids like this? Does he have any humanity left in him?" Wang Fang was startled by Zhang Xen's words. She then immediately snapped at Zhang Xen, "Don't talk nonsense. Are we not in hostile territory? Do you want to die?" Zhang Xen glanced at Wang Fang and did not say anything else. She is not stupid, she was just too angry. But she was clearly aware that this is Tiger Wang's turf. Those kids in the village ate with amazing hunger. They ate the bowl of gruel cleanly and even licked the bowl. After eating, the kids immediately ran toward the outer courtyard. Outside in the courtyard, a militant carrying a Type 81 rifle kicked one of the kids to the ground, causing candies and snacks to fall all over the ground. "Small monkeys, your harvest is not bad. Biscuits, lollipops, haha, good stuff." The militant laughed, then threatened the rest of the kids, "Take out all the good stuff or I will beat you to death." Seeing the militant appeared, fear flashed in eyes of all the kids. Hesitating for a bit, the kids took out the candies and biscuits from their body, handing it to the militant. The former police officer, Su Ruxue, finally could not stand it anymore. She stood up and shouted at the militant, "How can there be people like you? Taking the stuff from kids, do you have no shame?" The militant looked wantonly at Su Ruxue, laughed out loud and said, "Big cow, my business is none of your concerns. If you were willing to play with your father's gun here, I will give the stuff back to them. We can count it as payment for a prostitute." Ha ha ha. Su Ruxue, trembling with anger, cursed loudly, "You bastard, you're shameless." Su Ruxue received a good education, she only knew these 2 sentences of cursing. The militant looked at Su Ruxue and mocked her, "You dare to curse at your father? You can be furious here. I will have you on father's leg crying the next day." After saying, the militant quickly turned and left the place. Su Ruxue sat back in her seat, could not help but said in anger, "What kind of place is this? How can there be such scum?" Qin Yao smiled dryly and said, "I'm afraid they are the same as bandits. We should be in a den of thieves." Zhang Xian fearfully said, "What will happen to us? In this place not only do the kids have to go hungry, they were also bullied." Zhang Xian was so scared about the future. Also, the power here did not care about equality between men and women, ladies' first concept. From the food that was served to the women, one could see that the leader of the place did not see the women as people. Lu Wen smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother, you will find a way." Lu Wen truly believed in you, she believed that he would be able to get everyone out of this place. It's good, with Yu's protection, no matter what, she would not be harmed. Yuan Ying looked at Lu Wen with jealousy. She could see that on the way you had cared more about Lu Wen. If anything happens, the ones that would be abandoned would be those that does not have strong relations to you. The women eyed one another. Besides Ji Qingwu and Lu Wen, the rest of the women were trapped in an overwhelming gloom. Zhao Li, who was hold her son, had fear in her eyes about the future. Among the women, only Li Zhao and Wang Fang did not give the kids snacks. Looking at the suffering of the kids in the village, Zhao Li was full of worry for future of her son and herself. You bluntly ate the white-cut chicken and stir-fry dishes such as the stir-fry mollusk on that table. These common dishes in this post-apocalyptic world was extremely rare. In Leijiang City, Yu's meal consisted of luncheon meat, ham, sausage and cooked chicken. He quickly forgot the taste of those food. Soon after, the dishes of food was nearly empty, leaving only 3 white steamed buns in the bowl. 2 women walked in, taking all the empty dishes away, leaving only 3 white steamed buns on the table. Tiger Wang looked at Yu and smiled, then looked toward the courtyard and said, "Little brother Yu, in order to celebrate our meeting, let me give you a gift. You guys come in." Tiger Wang's words had hardly faded, when 6 pretty women wearing makeup enter from the courtyard. The 6 women kneel in front of Tiger Wang and Lu Qin, massaging their feet. Wang Shuang looked at the 6 women massaging the feet of Tiger Wang and Lei Qin, his eyes flashing a touch of disbelief. The 6 women looks quite pretty and temperament was quite good. In the past, countless men would be courting them, but now they were kneeling in front of Tiger Wang and Lei Qin while massaging their feet. Wang Shuang could not quite believe this. Tiger Wang looked at Yu, chuckled and said, "Little brother Yu, out of these women, which one do you fancy? These women do have much use but are good at warming the bed." Yu looked at the 6 women kneeling in front of Tiger Wang. He saw that even though they were beautiful, their faces had a look of numbness. Their eyes were without spirit, as if they did not have any hope left, looking like a zombie. Chapter 59, Tiger Wang's Ambition. Yu towards Tiger Wang said, "You should not covet your friend's wife. Boss Tiger, these women are all yours. How can I take your women?" Tiger Wang smiled towards Yu, and then kicked the women kneeling at his feet as if kicking a dog and said, "I know that these women are not as beautiful as the women that you have brought along. But these women are very obedient. Wang Lan, go and properly serve you. Today he is your master. If you do not serve little brother Yu comfortably, you will be put inside the henhouse." The woman wearing the uniform, Wang Lan, quickly crawled in front of Yu. She then lowered her head and kissed Yu's boots. Yu frowned and pulled his feet back. He was not accustomed to being served such way. Wang Lan's face turned ashen as Yu pulled his feet away. She then turned and looked at Tiger Wang. The henhouse in Always Bright Village is a place of prostitution. The women in the henhouse have to serve all the armed militants. Not only that, the women in the henhouse are only allowed to eat soup, water and gruel. If serving Tiger Wang is like living a life of humiliation, then living in the henhouse is like living a life not any better than death. At least when serving Tiger Wang there would be enough to eat. Tiger Wang's face had become sullen, with coldness in his eyes, fiercely looking at Wang Lan. He was courteous to you because of Yu's strength, but he is merciless to a disobedient woman. "I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, master. Please let me serve you. I'll do anything as long as you say I can satisfy all your needs. I beg you, let me serve you." Wang Lan was very scared from Tiger Wang's stare. She knelt at Yu's feet, firmly holding his leg with her soft breasts rubbing Yu's calf, while crying and begging. Tiger Wang, seeing Wang Lan holding Yu's leg, his complexion grew solemn and coldly said, "Come, take this woman out." 2 militants holding Type 79 submachine guns soon arrived, looking at Wang Lang with greedy eyes. They then reached out toward Wang Lan and grabbed her. The most beautiful women were divided among Tiger Wang, Lei Qin, Chen Yan and Zhang Xiang. The women in the henhouse were average-looking. A beauty like Wang Lan were rare. Even if there were several, in that harsh environment and tortured, they no longer that their look and human emotion. Wang Lan coming to the henhouse would allow them to have a good time for a bit. "Don't. Please. Master, I am willing to do anything. Help me please. You can do anything you want of me, help me. Help me." Wang Lan pleaded while hugging Yu's leg. Yu looked at Wang Lan crying and pleading him, turned to Tiger Wang and said, "Wait a minute. Boss Tiger, I will accept Wang Lan." Tiger Wang's face finally brightened, then waved his hand. The 2 men with disappointed eyes retreated. Going in a circle from death to life, Wang Lan's inside was like a roller coaster. After Tiger Wang told the 2 men to back down, Wang Lan immediately knelt in front of Yu, and carefully massaging his legs. Seeing you finally accepted the women, Tiger Wang smiled and started to speak to you. You and I should work together. You see, now the world has changed, it is time that we rise. The world of the past, all those idiots relied on their parents in order to secure their positions. It's a waste. What skills do they have? Just because their parents overthrew the old regime and established the new regime, they get to enjoy the luxurious and privileged life. The law is useless against these privileged individuals. They can relax, wantonly enjoying the world's most beautiful woman, the best wines and the greatest vehicles. While we worked hard to maybe be able to buy a house. But it's different now that the world has changed. The world is in turmoil, it's our time to rise. As long as we worked together, gathered survivors and established a new regime, we can kill the zombies. After we unified the country, our future generations will be able to enjoy the endless splendor. Tiger Wang's eyes were filled with ambitions. He looked at you with his fierce eyes, while explaining his ambitions. Wang Shuang was listening while to the side. He did not think Tiger Wang would have such huge ambitions. He was also surprised for a moment. He just wanted to go to Longhai City Enclave. Leaving those helpless women to the government, and looked for a few powerful teammates to help him search for his parents back home. He did not have the ambitions to establish a new regime. Those who steal are put to death, but those that steal a nation will become the aristocracy. You, the leaders of the past world. Their parents were also born commoners. The Ming Emperor was once a beggar, the Qing Nurhasai was also of slave origin. They was able to succeed while we're highly educated people with guns in possession, cannot be any worse than them. Even if we take 10,000 steps back. If we have failed to establish the new regime, as long as we have a huge amount of power, we can join any forces and enjoy a wealthy life. If you think about it, throughout history when dynasty changed, those powerful governors that surrendered to the new regime, they enjoyed the endless riches. If you're a commoner, when the regime changes, you are at their mercy, taking away everything you have. Seeing that you was thinking, Tiger Wang continued to speak. Hearing what Tiger Wang said was reasonable, you remained silent, thinking about his words. You slowly said, Boss Tiger, have you thought if the government have not completely collapsed? With just an order from the central government, sending a battalion, then things will be far from good. He did not know where Tiger Wang got these dozens of Type 81 rifles and Type 79 submachine gun to arm his men. But they had no formal training and were just a bunch of rabbles. If the Real Army moved in, they can easily destroy this bunch of rabbles. Yus had been strengthened by the magical system of the god, with extraordinary combat abilities, also dared not say that he would win against a company of People's Liberation Army soldiers. Even a rocket launcher can kill him. Chapter 60, The Youthful Girl Guiyu. Tiger Wang laughed out loud, then said, little brother, you have no idea. I reckon that the central government has fallen. If they had not fallen, they would have released a notice of stability to reassure the public. It has been more than half a month since Longhai City had broadcast a notice of the survival enclave to reassure the public. But there have not been any notice from the central government, they have all most likely became zombies. Tiger Wang suddenly offered a promise. If you come help me, you will be the fifth master of our always bright village. You will only be below me, Zhang Xiang, Lei Zhen and Qin Yan. The next time we go out to find survivors, I'll let you pick the 3 most beautiful women. You was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Boss Tiger, I'm sorry. I have to make a trip to Nanning, my parents are there. I must go and find them. I'm afraid I can't help you. A cold light flashed in Tiger Wang's eyes, his legs shaking, and was silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh, said, Fine. You a righteous man that value love. Each man have their own ambitions, I won't force you. But I have a request, I hope you can do me a favor before leaving. Yu's eyes narrowed and slowly said, Boss Tiger, please tell me. Tiger Wang smiled, his words surprising you. I know a place where the military stored obsolete equipments and arsenals. I'm going to need your help, together we will seize the arsenals. Yu thought for a moment before continuing to say, Boss Tiger, your firepower is so fierce, yet is still unable to seize the arsenals. With Tiger Wang's firepower, as long as there are plenty of bullets, normal zombies would be easily killed. He had to ask you for help, thus the situation would not be so simple. Tiger Wang had nothing to hide, looking directly at you and said, There is nothing to hide. In the arsenal there are 4 mutated dogs. Those 4 mutated dogs are extremely ferocious. The last time we 5 brothers could not get rid of it. If I did not see your extraordinary skill this time, I would not dare have the idea of going there again. 40%. Those 4 mutated dogs, if I get rid of them. I want 40% of the firearms inside that arsenal. You thought for a while, then said. Tiger Wang frowned, then deeply said, 20%. Little brother, you, after seizing the arsenal, the most I can give you is 20% of the arsenals. You, shaking his head, said, Boss Tiger, I have to risk my life to fight those 4 mutated dogs. If careless, my brothers and I will all die under the jaws of those 4 mutated dogs. If it wasn't because of Boss Tiger being so extraordinary and heroic, I would never ask for so low. Tiger Wang stared at the mountain for a while, then looked toward the backyard and shouted, Little Rain, come here. A skin-white, black hair failing down her shoulders like a waterfall, baby face, with voluptuous bosom and fine facial features girl came in wearing a white dress. Seeing Little Rain came in, Lei Chen and Chen Yan had an insatiable desire in their eyes. They stared at Little Rain's large breasts, who was a minor. Little Rain came in, kneeling before Tiger Wang, Lei Chen and Chen Yan. With her refined beauty, youthful face and busty figure, capturing people's attention with her charm. She can be called a youthful big bosom model. Tiger Wang was also staring at Little Rain's ample chest. Even you could not help but stared at her several times. In modern society with ample nourishment the girls developed early. Lu Wen's figure among her peers is very good, but compared with Little Rain, was still quite a bit inferior. The girl named Little Rain timidly looked at Tiger Wang and said, Boss Tiger. Tiger Wang pointed to Little Rain, then toward you and said, Little brother you, this is Guiyu, she is the most beautiful virgin I have. Now I will give her to you. She's not below those girls that you have brought. The most important is her obedience. And you know what? She is the daughter of Lijiang City's mayor. The virgin daughter of a mayor, her value is far above the 20% of arsenals. What do you think? Listening to Tiger Wang giving her away like some kind of gift, Guiyu's eyes flashed with humiliation. But she did not dare show any discontent. Tiger Wang treated you with courtesy, but he would not show any mercy towards women. Guiyu has seen Tiger Wang broke the limbs of a beautiful woman, then threw her into the henhouse. The women could not endure it and died in 2 days, but before dying the horror she saw would shock one's heart. There was also a woman that was thrown to the zombies while alive. Guiyu saw the woman being eaten piece by piece while moaning in miserable agony. From then on, none of the women dared to disobey Tiger Wang. Those girls that would dare to exhibit a princess syndrome and temper before Tiger Wang would only be seeking death. Yu's eyes blinked a few times, smiled and said, Okay. We will do it your way. Tiger Wang smiled and said to Guiyu, Little Rain, why have you not gone to meet your new master? Guiyu brought an air of sweet scent towards you, then knelt in front of you. She looked at you with those bright eyes and said, Greeting master. Seeing Guiyu kneeling in front of you, Lei Chen and Chen Yan's eyes were filled of envy. Each of them had 4 beautiful women in their room, but those women were not as beautiful or had a figure like Guiyu. Such a youthful and voluptuous beauty, you truly are fortunate. Sitting beside you, Wang Shuang was staring at the tempting Guiyu, his eyes flashed with a burning desire and muttered in a low voice. Tiger Wang watched Guiyu kneeling in front of you, smiled and said, Now it's getting late, little brother you have traveled far and hard. You should take a hot bath and rest. You asked, Boss Tiger, the water is not contaminated. Bathing was a great consumption of water. In Lijiang City only you, Ji Qingwu, Qiyang and Lu Wen were able to bathe. The others were only able to wipe their body with water carefully, and did not dare to take a bath. After all, they did not know if the water was contaminated. Tiger Wang looked at you and explained, We take the water from the river. You won't have any problems as long as you boil the water for 5 minutes. If you drink the water directly, there is a chance you may be infected, and a chance you may not be infected. Guiyu's body was slightly trembling. She knew how they were able to reach this conclusion. Tiger Wang used more than 20 people to do the experiments. One of the people who drank the water directly became infected and turned into a zombie. Tiger Wang, seeing that you did not have any doubt, attracted a tall, thin young man over and ordered, Lu Shui, take little brother Yu and his companions to go rest. Lu Shui nodded and led you out, yes. Chapter 61, Bath. After you left, Lei Chen started to express his dissatisfaction and said, "Boss Tiger, why did you give Guiyu to him? You know that I like Guiyu. Is this not helping an outsider?" Tiger Wang looked at Lei Chen, frowned, disappointingly said, "Lei, why did you not understand? Beside having fun with women, what other use do they have? What we are lacking are firearms. As long as we have the firearms, what women can we not get out hands on? Besides, what about all your other women? You have 7 women, yet you still aren't tired of playing around?" Guiyu is different. Those big butts of her, soft skin, and she is only 13 years old. I haven't enjoyed such high-quality girls yet. Lei Chen continued to complain. Tiger Wang frowned and shouted, "Enough, do not say any more." Lei Chen suddenly lowered his head, seething in anger, no longer speaking. Tiger Wang also loves women and loves to enjoy them. But in his eyes, firearms has a greater value than women. He only wanted to expand his own powers and increasing his territory. Lei Chen is a trusted underling of Tiger Wang. Although a little lustful, but he can fight and is faithful. It's just that he was not very intelligent. Qin Yan's eyes blinked and asked, "Big brother Tiger, do you really intend to give 20% of the firearms to him?" Tiger Wang asked in reverse, "What do you think?" Qin Yan with a face of flattery said, "I think we should make backup plans. If he is unscathed after getting rid of the 4 mutated dogs, we will agree to give him 20% of the firearms and let him go. If he is dead, haha. So much the better, we can take all his people and firearms." "Ah, big brother Tiger, so that is what you had planned. You're brilliant to come up with such a move. This little brother really admire you. Amazing." Tiger Wang revealed a satisfied smile. Qin Yan was his advisor. Not only was he good at flattering, his analytical capacity was also good. Tiger Wang thought highly of him. Lu Shui led Yu Guiyu and Wang Lan to a room on the 2nd floor of the building. While Wang Shuang and Qi Yang were in a room next to them. The other members of the team were crammed into 3 rooms on the ground floors. In the eyes of Tiger Wang, women are only an outlet to satiate his lust, and to entice powerful fighters. Besides that, they have no other values, consuming even more food. As for gender equality, Tiger Wang does not believe in prioritizing the women. In the room that you was staying in, there was a big jacuzzi. The jacuzzi was filled with steaming hot water. Obviously in the past, the owner of this home was definitely a rich man. You took off his clothes, marching into the jacuzzi. As the steaming hot water surrounded his body, it gave him a soothing feeling. After you recovered from his injuries, he had been tense from being combat-ready and fleeing. After escaping Leijiang City, he has not been able to relax or taken a bath for 3 days. Leijiang City was about 400 kilometers from Longhai City. This distance, if it was in the past world, would take a day to get there. But in this post-apocalyptic world, many routes to the Longhai City were blocked by many vehicles. You drove for 3 days but was only able to make it halfway. At the time when you was in a rare state of relaxation, the bathroom door opened and 2 girls wrapped in a towel came in. The youthful face Guiyu went towards you and said, "Master, we are here to attend to your bathing." You frowned and wanted to say no. But after glancing at Guiyu, somehow he could not say those words. Guiyu was wrapped in a white bath towel in the steamy fog, her youthful face blushing red, with her snow-white skin. In addition with those rising peaks, it was too seductive to a man. This was a woman with a pure and enchanting body. As you sat in silence, the 2 women, Guiyu and Wang Lan, entered the jacuzzi. One behind was behind him and the other in front. Wang Lan sat behind you, hugging him with her ample bosom. She's aware that she cannot match Guiyu, so she used her boy to please you. Guiyu was sitting in front of you, her face bright red, feeling full of shame. She was a gift that Tiger Wang used to woo an expert fighter. She has not been touched by a man. Asking her to take the initiative to please a man was not something she could normally do. Hesitating for a moment, Guiyu's trembling hand reached towards you beneath the water. You, seeing Guiyu's appearance, couldn't help but shouted, "Wait a minute." Guiyu was startled, turning pale. She then rushed to captured Yu's and fearfully said, "Master, this slave will make you happy. Will satisfy you. Please don't kick me out. Don't push me away." Tiger Wang methods are cruel with his strict rules. Guiyu has already seen the miserable fate of those women. She did not want to become a part of those female zombies. "I'm not kicking you out." You reached out, capturing Guiyu's hand, pushing it to the side and said aloud, "I have something to ask you." Guiyu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Master, please ask." In this moment, Guiyu felt waves of sorrow. Before the end of the world, she was like a star, a little princess surrounded by myriad pet set collections. But now because of a man's word, she had felt delighted and fear. You suddenly asked, "What kind of past does Tiger Wang have, do you know?" Guiyu thought for a while, organized her thought and said, "Boss Tiger." From the lips of Guiyu, you learned about Tiger Wang's history. In the past, Tiger Wang was one of the leaders of a gang in Lijiang City. After the end of the world, he then fled Lijiang City in a vehicle with several of his brothers. In the process of fleeing Lijiang City, Tiger Wang met the armed police force that was escorting the leaders of Lijiang City. Tiger Wang mixed in with these survivors. Seeing his chance, he led his brothers to seize the firearms from those armed police force. Amidst the fighting between the police force and zombies, he took the opportunity to kill the police force, taking the survivors and fleeing to Always Bright Village. After entering Always Bright Village, Tiger Wang aggressively searched for survivors. The men that trusted him was included in the armed force. The beautiful women were picked by him and brothers for pleasure. Those that displeased Tiger Wang were thrown into the henhouse for the other militants to enjoy. If those militants accomplished great merits, Tiger Wang would give them a beautiful woman as private property. The militants' meals were also the best, so the armed forces were composed of Tiger Wang's most loyal militants. Chapter 62, Conversation in the Night. Lei Chen was Tiger Wang #1 henchman that was notorious in Lijiang City. He is Tiger Wang trusted henchman and still following Tiger Wang. Zhang Xiang and Chen Yan were the talented people that Tiger Wang recruited among the survivors. Zhang Xiang was a gang leader of 5 or 6 men when he was recruited by Tiger Wang. The Chen Si that blocked Yu's way on the road junction is the cousin of Chen Yan. When Chen Yan was recruited by Tiger Wang, he also had 7 or 8 men under him. Tiger Wang doesn't mind talking about his past, so that is why Guiyu dared to talk about his past. Guiyu was captured by Tiger Wang after he seized the power from the police force. Among the women survivors, those that Tiger Wang were interested in, Guiyu was the only one that he had not touched yet. If you did not appear, Tiger Wang would use Guiyu to entice some other powerful fighter. In addition to Guiyu, Tiger Wang also had several other beautiful virgin girls. These girls were the one he kept to entice powerful masters. Tiger Wang had enjoyed enough virgins. However, he preferred mature women that know how to serve rather than virgins that know nothing. This bandit leader is really insightful. Yu's hands was kneading the plump and elastic pair of breasts, while quietly thinking. As Guiyu was explaining Tiger Wang's history, she was unconsciously surrounded by Yu's arms, allowing this man to touch her. Yu is only an ordinary man, he also likes beautiful women. However, after the end of the world he had to restrain his desired. He did not touch the girls because of moral constraints and because he had to protect them. Guiyu was youthful, beautiful, charming, and was given to him by Tiger Wang. Guiyu also did not show any objection, so he did not restrict his own desires. "Yu, what are you doing?" At the moment when Yu was about to kiss Guiyu's lips, a petite figure came rushing towards Yu and shouted angrily. Yu looked up and found that the petite figure is Lu Wen. Seeing Lu Wen, Yu unconsciously felt a sense of panic. However, his face was unchanged and slowly said, "Why did you come in?" Lu Wen, seeing that Yu was embracing Guiyu in the jacuzzi, she was jealous, angry and frustrated. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, as if a wife that just caught her husband cheating on her, her eyes red, with tears in her eyes as if to see a husband who cheated on his wife, shouted loudly, "You, how are worthy of me when you do this?" Yu calmly said, When you go outside and wait for me, I need to talk to you." Lu Wen, after hearing Yu's words, left the room in anger. "Master, she is your girlfriend?" Guiyu looked at Lu Wen, her eyes flashing a hint of hatred. She hated Lu Wen because as a woman, why she have to give up her dignity to serve a man, and had to work together with another woman to do such shameless things. While Lu Wen was like a princess, losing her temper like a little kid. Yu smiled and sighed, "I don't know." Yu had always treated Lu Wen like a sister. In Lijiang City, Lu Wen had confessed to him, so he had started to look at her as a woman. Even now he did not know whether he loves her or not. At the time of when they traveled to Longhai City, Yu did not have time to think about those things. In no mood to continue playing with Guiyu, Yu washed his body and left the room. Lu Wen sat angrily on the bed. Once she saw that Yu was coming, she immediately turned her head to the side. She was too angry. You sat across from Lu Wen with Guiyu and Wang Lan standing behind him. You looked at Lu Wen, eyes full of love. Wen, you know I always look upon you as a sister. Even now, I love you as my sister. As a brother to his sister, I will always take care of you. As the words came, you began to relax. After listening to Yu's words, Lu Wen's angry face began to change. She threw herself into Yu's arm while crying and said, "Big brother Yu, I don't want to be your sister. I want to be your girl. I know that was wrong. I will not get angry and jealous at you again, nor oppose your contact with other women. Big brother Yu, you can't abandon me now that I have only one person I can rely on. If you don't want me, I don't know what to live for." The world has changed. Lu Wen has seen how cruel and frightful the world can be. Especially after arriving at Always Bright Village, the cruelty in this post-apocalyptic world has been laid bare to her. Without Yu's protection, she did not know how she would survive in this cruel world. Yu, seeing that Lu Wen was crying so much in his arms, his heart began to soften, and gently patted her on the back. All right. I will not abandon you, Wen. I just want to love you as a sister. And I am not as great as you think. I'm just an ordinary man, not worthy of your love." Seeing Yu comfort Lu Wen, Guiyu and Wang Lan's eyes were full of envy. Lu Wen is an important person to him, which is why he would carefully explain to her. Guiyu, on the other hand, he was attracted by her beauty, and had no special feelings or concerns about each other's thoughts. In this Always Bright Village, Tiger Wang and his men does not see women as people. They just see them as a tool to get relief. Zhang Xiang was more perverted. He likes to torture women and train them like an animal. All the women are afraid of falling into the hands of Zhang Xiang. In this post-apocalyptic world, to be protected and respected by a strong man like you is a kind of happiness. Lu Wen, with a pair of watery eyes, looked at Yu and boldly said, "But I don't want to be your sister. I really don't want to. Big brother Yu, I love you. I want you to be my man. Except for you, no one else will do." Before the end of the world, Lu Wen was a very bold and enthusiastic girl, daring to always say wild things. In this post-apocalyptic, without her parents' control, she feared for the future, and was more emboldened at this moment. Of course, in the past, even though she likes you, she would not be so bold and enthusiastic to confess to him. Yu held Lu Wen, remembering when Lu Wen took care of him when he was seriously injured. His heart softened and softly said, All right. From today on, you are my girlfriend." Just after Yu said this, a valiant and handsome figure flashed in his mind. Lu Wen stopped crying while holding Yu, laughed and said, Hey, big brother Yu, that's what you said. From now on, I am genuinely your girlfriend. No matter how many women you have, they have to call me big sister. Chapter 63, Whipping. After finished speaking, Lu Wen also took a look at Guiyu. Lu Wen was also a beauty. Her figure was fuller than girls her age. However, compared to Guiyu, she was still a bit lacking. Guiyu's skin is white and youthful, her bosom very full, and had a lovely baby face. Truly an example of a youthful virgin. Seeing Guiyu, it put a lot of pressure on Lu Wen. Wang Lan was ignored by Lu Wen. She intuitively felt Wang Lan was not her rival, and so was not a threat to her at all. Sensing that Lu Wen was looking at her, Guiyu lowered her head. In these last dozens of days of experiences had made her mature. In the past, she would definitely glared back at Lu Wen and give Lu Wen a good look. Now she can only lower her head to avoid aggravating Lu Wen. Currently, she is no longer the mayor's daughter, but a woman with a fate where she can't even control her own body. She was now a pitiful woman, just like some commodity that can given away. Yu patted Lu Wen on the back, comforting her, and said, Good. They will listen to you. Lu Wen finally stopped crying, smiling toward the Yu, and like a spoiled child, said, I want to sleep in here tonight. Yu was hold Lu Wen, smiled and said, Okay. Lu Wen was contented sleeping next to Yu, while Guiyu slept on Yu's right side. Wang Lan was curled up at the corner of the big bed. The next day, Yu and his party went to the dining hall. Breakfast was boxed milk, hot white steamed buns, and pork sausages. Chen Yao and the girls only got the gruels with wild vegetables. Looking at the gruels, all the girls were nauseous. Even though they were hungry all night, they still didn't want to eat that disgusting gruel. At the table, Tiger Wang looked at Yu, laughed and said, Little brother Yu, last night was fun, right? Haha. Yu said with smile, Thanks to Boss Tiger's generosity yesterday, I did sleep well. Last night, even though you did not do anything with the 3 women, but holding Lu Wen and Guiyu while sleeping all night, it was not bad. While eating, Zhang Xiang looked at you with poisonous eyes, then lowered his head to eat the steamed buns and pork sausages. Lei Chen looked at you with jealousy and hate. He wanted to enjoy Guiyu for a long time, but had not succeeded. Now that you had enjoyed it first, he was filled jealousy and hate for you. Chen Yin carefully looked at you, eyes flashing with his thoughts unknown. You looked at Tiger Wang and said, "Boss Tiger, are we going to the arsenal today?" Seeing you so energetic, Tiger Wang couldn't help but pause a moment before saying, "No rush. Our brothers had just went out and performed the tasks, they are too tired and need to rest for 2 days. 2 days after we will set off to the arsenal. These 2 days you should take your time and relax here. After the militants go out to perform the task, they will relax for 2 days. This is a rule that was set in Always Bright Village. In the outside world there is constant danger of dying. Tiger Wang's men have the Type 81 rifle and Type 79 submachine guns to deal with ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombiers are not a problem, but if it was S1 zombies they would be killed. Under the tremendous pressure of dying any time, if they are not allowed to relax, those militants would revolt. In fact, among the survivors that Tiger Wang gathered, many had committed suicide because of the bleak future. You nodded, then stood up and went outside. Saying that you stood up, Tiger Wang said, "Little brother, since you don't want to join us. Starting from today you must use your own supplies for food and drink. We cannot treat you like today. Every bit of supplies in this post-apocalyptic world is hard to come by. Yu's group has more than 10 people, even just eating the gruels they would eat a lot." Tiger Wang naturally was reluctant to let you freeload off of him. "I understand, Boss Tiger." You, after finishing the sentence, along with Qi Yang and Wang Shuang, left the dining hall. He had a Dongfeng truck full of supplies. If provisioned carefully, it was not a problem for more than a dozen people to eat over half a month. After leaving the dining hall, you saw the women around the big pot of gruel. None of them were eating it. Guiyu and Wang Lan, as Tiger Wang's women, did not have to worry about food and clothing. Even they could not eat that rancid gruel. Zhang Xan walked toward you with a bitter face and said, We should leave immediately. This place is not a place for people to stay." Wang Feng also looked at you anxiously and asked, "Yes. How long do we have to stay here?" The environment here was suffocating the women. More than 10 women crowded into a small room, and their food was worse than dog food before the end of the world. Qin Yao's previously had a pet dog. The dog food that her dog ate was better than the rancid gruel. You, in a deep voice, said, 3 days, we would have to stay here for at least 3 days. You was able to get many firearms from searching the police station, but he did not have a lot of ammunitions. He carefully hoarded up ammunitions and did not want to use it so casually. If he was able to find an arsenal, he could have enough bullets to improve his shooting skills. If he was able to master more combat skills, it would be easier to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Xian's complexion changed greatly and said, 3 days, you can't get us out of here right now? I don't want to stay in this damn place even a minute more. The other women also looked at you. They wanted to get out of this place. You frowned, looking over at Guiyu and Wang Lan on one side. He didn't think that Zhang Xian would be so stupid as to ask these questions in front of unknown people. Zhang Xian did not truly experience the end of the world and was rather naive. Subtlety was not her forte. So she wasn't guarded against Guiyu and Wang Lan. "We can. I can take you out of here." Yu's words made the girls happy, and then his next words crushed their hopes. "However, beside me, Qi Yang, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao, and Lu Wen, even half of you surviving is amazing." At this moment, a pleading voice came from the gate. "Don't beat me. Don't beat me, I'm pleading you, don't beat me." Attracted by the sound, Yu and his party walked out. Outside, Chen Si was holding a whip. He was whipping a woman that was curled up into a ball, holding her face while on the ground. Surrounding Chen Si was 6 or 7 militants and 7 or 8 hungry-looking men. Chapter 64, Steamed Bun. Tiger had guns but not much ammo. The gunmen he selected were all able-bodied men that dared to fight zombies. Among the survivors there were also some men who didn't dare fight. They were only good for digging up wild vegetables and grass to eat. They were of the lowest social status. Yu Zhong saw a woman on the ground who had been whipped. He wrinkled his brows and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah, Yu Zhong. Qin Si gave her a whipping. He laughed and said to Yu Zhang as he walked up, "It's no big deal. This dirty whore, her hands have been dirted. She stole a steamed bun to eat. She was caught red-handed and dragged out to receive punishment. Let these guys see what happens." At that time the girl curled up on the floor receiving the whip was endlessly begging on the floor with an extremely piercing sound. The women at Yu Zhong's side couldn't bear it. Guiyu and Wang Lan looked at the girl curled up on the ground, dread flashed in their eyes. They didn't want to become that type of pitiful person. Zhang Xian standing by Yu Zhong's side couldn't help but blurt out, "It was only a steam bun, do you have to go this far?" Qin Si's eyebrow raised up. He irately said to Zhang Xian, "Us men are speaking, you women dare interrupt? Looking to get whipped?" Qin Si had a heavy murderous aura. Zhang Xian was frightened by him, retreating back a couple of steps, not daring to say anything else. Qin Si looked at Yu Zhong and imparted some teaching on women. "Yu Zhong, you have amazing skill but you are still lacking skill in the training women. Right now what are the ways of the world? Women need to be beaten to make them honest and docile. We are on the outside fighting to death seeking food to raise them, they fret about at home all worried. Among Daddy's women there is one who was a venture capitalist. She was unwilling with Daddy at the time, always complaining and being insolent. After getting beaten several times she is like a trained dog licking Daddy's feet." Listening to Qin Si's advice on women to Yu Zhong, in addition to the women standing at his side, Ji Qingwu, Qin Yao, and Lu Wen's faces all became extremely ugly. Among this team Yu Zhong's military force was superior. Qi Yang was also Yu Zhong's diehard follower. He really wanted to change Qin Si's appearance. Hardly any women were able to resist his violation. In the final age of this crumbling world's order, they really didn't know how Yu Zhong would react. These women continuously received Yu Zhong's support at the end of this world. Although they all knew that the world changed requiring strong people providing safety. But they never thought the outside world would become this dreadful. The deep darkness hiding in some men's hearts unexpectedly exploded forth with the end of the world's arrival. Ji Qingwu and Qin Yao had only fought alongside Yu Zhong's side. They never expected beforehand they would run across these mad thugs on the way to Leijiang City. They knew several people's minds started to warp into madness in some parts of the world. Yu Zhong's silence didn't interrupt Qin Si's interests. "Carry her into the hen house." "Right, send her to the hen house." The gunman was tired of beating her, finally stopping his hand. The gunman to the side gathered her. The women in Always Bright Village were split into 5 types. The first type were the most young and beautiful women. They were divided up among the 4 chiefs strictly for their personal enjoyment. The second type were the women shared among all of the gunmen. Tiger also awarded women to gunmen for great service. These women were those gunmen's private property. Not even the head boss could use them. The third type were the women in Always Bright Village who searched for vegetables, caught fish, raised chickens and raised pigs. These women were able to receive moldy food to stay alive. The gunmen weren't able to lightly handle these women. The fourth type were the wives of the Always Bright villagers. Tiger also didn't let the gunmen mess with these women as they pleased. But Always Bright villagers also had to contribute to the daily vegetables and grass tax. The fifth type were the henhouse women. All of the gunmen were able to do as they pleased with them, and their status was the lowest. At this time, an approximately 30-plus-year-old man rushed into the group. He knelt before the gunman, unceasingly bowing his head before the crowd. "Please no. Please no. Uncles, I'm begging your approval. I don't want to send my wife to the henhouse. I'm kneeling and begging before you. She really is starving. I'm begging you all please release my wife." Qin Si's eyes flashed a light. He walked into the crowd. He kicked the 30-plus-year-old vegetable picker onto the ground, coldly saying, "For thieves, women get sent to the henhouse. Men get their hands cut off and thrown outside the village. This is the rule Big Brother Tiger established. There aren't any exceptions to the rules. To go, even if you bow your head, there's no use." Dago crawled on his knees repeatedly bowing his head before Qin Si until his head started to leak blood. He painfully implored, "Brother Si, Grandpa Si, I'm begging you, give your approval. Don't send my wife to the henhouse. I guarantee she wouldn't dare again. I'm begging you." Qin Si immediately took his 81 rifle and put it to Dago's head. He evilly said, "Scram. Or die." The woman curled up on the ground weakly spoke, "Go. Quickly leave." All of the gunmen in Always Bright Village were malicious. Not only did they dare to fight zombies, but they also didn't hesitate to kill people. All of the thorns in the side of Always Bright Village were shot on the spot by the gunmen. Dago kneeled on the ground wailing, "Aing? I'm sorry. Aing?" Qin Si coldly said, "Drag her away." Two gunmen soon after obscenely smiled towards the crumpled-up woman on the ground and walked over. This cold sight made the brought forth chilliness and sympathy from the women's hearts. They were fools like flowers in a greenhouse experiencing for the first time this world's cruelty and terror. Ji Qingwu's face changed color, a cold light flashed. Her fists tightened, she couldn't help but to take a step forward. Yu Zhong also took a step forward. Stopped Ji Qingwu's body and opened his mouth, slowly. Qin Si turned his eye upon Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, this is a Always Bright Village interior matter. You want to interfere?" The 7 gunmen surrounding Qin Si all placed their hand on their guns. They glared at him like a tiger watching its prey. 6 gunmen also gathered at the rear of Yu Zhong. They took a couple steps back and looked upon Yu Zhong like a big enemy. Yu Zhong's bravery had already been spread around. These gunmen were all afraid of Yu Zhong. However, they still maintained self-control and didn't point their guns at Yu Zhong. The women at Yu Zhong's side were all extremely scared. If both sides clashed, they were afraid few people would survive. Chapter 65. Deguzi. Yu Zhong waved his hand. He threw a Type 54 gun containing 6 bullets to Qin Si. "My meaning wasn't to interfere with your Always Bright Village matters. I only want to do a business transaction with you. I'll buy her. Is this enough?" Qin Si grabbed the 54 Type pistol happily. He waved his hand, "Yes. Yes. Release her." The power of Tiger wasn't lacking, but there were few guns and ammunition. Their entire amount of guns they had didn't even number to 50. A Type 54 pistol was worth a substantial amount. Trading it for a useless woman was a rare opportunity. Possessing this 54 pistol, Qin Si had enough to hand over to Tiger, and it was enough to attain some material rewards. The 2 gunmen soon after relaxed their hands and let go of that pitiful woman. "Ingzi! Ingzi!" Deguzi ran over to that woman named Ingzi crying out tears. Qin Si walked over in front of Yu Zhong and smiled saying, "Yu Zhong, our henhouse still has dozens of women. Do you want? I'll give 2 women to you for a 54 pistol, 4 women for a 79 submachine gun. I'll trade a woman for 20 54 pistol bullets, or 40 submachine gun bullets. What do you think?" In Always Bright Village, beautiful women had a little bit of worth, but ordinary women didn't carry much value. Yu Zhong directly refused saying, "No." From this situation Yu Zhong ascertained ammunition was limited. He couldn't give that precious military force in use for other related people. Qin Si smiled and walked towards the henhouse. "Go stroll around the village, I'm going to relax. This isn't a government-assembled place. Please control your impulses, otherwise many people could get killed. The people close to you also could get killed because of your impulses." Yu Zhong walked over to Ji Qingwu's side, dropped his head and whispered into her ear. A whiff of Ji Qingwu's scent entered into his nose. Yao looked at Yu Zhong and grinded her teeth. "I know." Deguzi grabbed his wife and kneeled down in front of Yu Zhong. "Ingzi, come bow down before this man. He saved you." Deguzi's age, although about a generation older than Yu Zhong, in this time whoever has ability is the big brother. Deguzi called all the gunmen in Always Bright Village older brother, as not to offend anyone. Ingzi kneeled before Yu Zhong eagerly bowing her head. "Thank you big brother Yu." The henhouse was the hell of Always Bright Village. Almost every day a woman couldn't bear the torment and died. That wasn't a place people could stay. Ingzi sincerely appreciated Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong casted an eye at Ingzi. She was approximately 30+ years old. Her body was ordinary with an average appearance. Her complexion was somewhat yellow, just an ordinary village woman. Yu Zhong said, "Get up." Deguzi helped Ingzi stand up. Yu Zhong withdrew a biscuit from his pocket and gave it to Deguzi. "How about you take me around the village?" Deguzi received the biscuit. His face smiled from end to end, continuously expressing thanks. "Thank you big brother. Thank you big brother. I'm familiar with Always Bright Village, I'll certainly take you around." Taking that biscuit and adding a little water to make a paste, then mixing in some vegetables, would be enough for Deguzi to feed his family for 2 days. At this time Lu Wen came by, grabbed Yu Zhong's clothes and said, "Big brother Yu Zhong, my tummy is hungry. We should eat then walk around." That maize gruel of wild herbs isn't something people eat. Lu Wen and the women hadn't eaten anything. They were already hungry enough for 2 whole meals. Yu Zhong said, "Okay. Deguzi, wait a moment, meet me at the public square later." Deguzi repeatedly nodded and helped his wife go home. Understood, big brother Yu. On the always bright village streets, everyone was watching Yu Zhong's party. They were measuring up these new residents to always bright village. Zhang Xan and the women generously gave their food to the children of always bright village yesterday. Quickly a crowd of children crowded behind the women and yelled, "Beautiful big sisters, I'm begging you, give us something to eat. We're hungry." Zhang Xan courteously said, "I have none. I don't have anything to eat on me. I really have nothing." How could these village children believe that? They surrounded Zhang Xan and Lu Wen begging without end, "Beautiful big sisters, please give us something to eat. We're hungry." Seeing these children, Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Qi Yang standing by Yu Zhong's side pulled out his 54 pistol and pointed it at the children, coldly saying, "Scram." Seeing Qi Yang being fierce like this, pulling out his pistol, these always bright village children scattered with fear. They weren't afraid of the generous women, but they were afraid of these ruthless gunmen without limit. Seeing these children disperse, Zhang Xian's heart relaxed. She looked at Qi Yang and raised an eyebrow. "Qi Yang, why did you do that? They're all little children. Frightening them is okay, but why did you have to bring out the gun?" Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. He walked forward and slapped Zhang Xan across the face. Zhang Xan felt cheated by Yu Zhong's attack. She scrunched up her pretty face and said in disbelief, "You hit me. You unexpectedly hit me." "Correct. I hit you. If not for your kindness bullshit, we wouldn't be bothered by those children. You generously gave our things to other people just like that. I didn't tell you to do that. But Qi Yang helped you out of this situation and you said things to him you shouldn't say. Please watch your mouth. Next time I hear you speak like this to my brother, I'll ask you to leave our group." Yu Zhong stared at Zhang Xan, rattling off his words. Qi Yang helped with good intentions. Zhang Xing still spoke indiscriminate remarks. He couldn't stand by. Words can also hurt people, and sometimes words can cut deeper than a knife. Yu Zhong's was committed to complete his promise of escorting these girls to Longhai City's survivor camp. He could have gone earlier with Qi Yang, Lu Wen, and Wang Shuang to rush to Nanning to seek his family. Out of the goodness of his heart he was helping, yet still getting scolded. Yu Zhong didn't have that kind of holy disposition. Zhang Xian's eyes turned red. She bowed her head and tears flowed out. Although she couldn't compare with the beautiful Yuan Ying and Chen Yao, she still had a better-than-average face. In college quite a few men pursued her, but this was the first time she had ever endured being hit by a man. Without paying attention to the crying Zhang Xan, Yu Zhong walked over to the Dongfeng truck. Wang Shuang, Qi Yang, Lu Wen, Guiyu, and Wang Lan followed closely behind Yu Zhong. Chapter 66, Survivor Instinct. The other women also followed behind Yu Zhong, Ji Qinggu, and Qi Yang. Seeing always bright village's situation, these women started to really understand this world's savageness, as well as the rarity of people like Yu Zhong. Zhang Li was the only woman who stayed behind and walked over to Zhang Xian's side saying, "Zhang Xian, Yu Zhong and them are already not bad. They have already been good to us. Don't nitpick like this later on. I know what you said wasn't wrong. But the present is different from the past. Order has already collapsed. Zombies are everywhere. Look, no one here has enough to eat. They kill someone over a steamed bun. Yu Zhong and Qi Yang risked their lives searching for goods so that we won't be hungry for a day. You aren't satisfied and complain, saying it's not enough. Think about it." Finished speaking, Zhang Li also headed towards Yu Zhong's direction. She didn't feel the least bit safe away from Yu Zhong's side in this village. "Wait for me." Zhang Xan saw she was the only one left behind. Her heart became dreadful. Not daring to stay there and cry, she hastily chased them. Yu Zhong's goods were placed in the Dongfeng truck. No one dared mess with it. If anyone robbed the truck and Tiger discovered, it would be their end. They'd be fed to zombies. Tiger did things in a big way. On the sides of the Dongfeng truck he stationed 2 gunmen. Seeing Yu Zhong's people came to get supplies, these gunmen didn't obstruct. Entering the truck, all the women grabbed the bread and boxed milk and wolfed it down. Guiyu also grabbed bread and a box of milk and ate in small bites. This is the best breakfast she had eaten in Always Bright Village. On account of Tiger's restrictions, Guiyu and Wang Lan could eat until they were full, but the majority of what they ate was steamed buns and wild vegetables. There wasn't any of the things they wanted to eat. Only Tiger's women were able to occasionally taste meat dishes. As far as milk, that was a luxury good. Only the 4 big chiefs and a few leaders could drink it. The women couldn't partake. Guiyu in one bite ate bread and another drank milk. Her heart brimmed with satisfaction. I never thought bread and a box of cancer-causing milk could make me this satisfied. Guiyu thought with sorrow in her heart. Before the end of the world, Guiyu wouldn't even glance at this trash bread. She absolutely wouldn't drink anything but imported organic milk. Right now bread and a box of milk made her feel extremely satisfied. She could only lament the environment was able to change mankind. Guiyu ate bread and drank milk and measured up Yu Zhong at the same time. I need to take advantage of this man and put him firmly in my hands. Guiyu was extremely afraid of once again falling back into the hands of the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. She needed to find a strong person to rely on and find shelter. Yu Zhong was able to grab Tiger's attention, and he also had the skill to find so much food. Obviously Yu Zhong was her ideal strong man. As far as love, she saw a beautiful woman thrown to the zombies to die by Tiger. When that beautiful woman's husband was begging for shelter before Tiger, Guiyu already gave up on expecting love. The situation had changed mankind. The originally innocent, and only sometimes rebellious and bold Guiyu started having schemes. Yu Zhong took inventory of the goods on the Dongfeng truck. Shortly after finishing, he said to the women, "Starting today, we need to implement a food distribution system. You can't eat as you please like in the past." On the road, due to the supplies being sufficient, Yu Zhong didn't restrict the women's food and drink supplies. This was the first time implementing rations. The women's hearts had some conflict and doubt, but Yu Zhong just finished reprimanding Zhang Xen. The other women didn't dare disobey Yu Zhong and became silent. Just at that time Ji Qingwu opened her mouth and asked, "Why?" Among the women only Ji Qingwu, Lu Wen and Qin Yao were able to speak equally with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong explained, "We've used up a lot of supplies on the road, yet we haven't searched for any supplies. Right now we have to give Tiger half of our supplies. The shortest time we will stay at Always Bright Village is 3 days. After leaving Always Bright Village we still have to reach Longhai City without knowing how it will take, and we also don't know what will happen on the road. I want sufficient supplies to respond to events that could occur." Yu Zhong knew Ji Qingwu was also helping the other women ask. For that reason he answered extremely clearly. 2 Dongfeng trucks have a lot of supplies and Tiger wanted to take one. Yu Zhong and the rest would be left with one. Their party had more than 10 people. If they didn't have food rations and still let everyone pig out, he was afraid the supplies wouldn't last long. Receiving Yu Zhong's explanation, their hearts slowly relaxed. Several supplies were also hiding in Yu Zhong's storage ring, but that was his emergency stash. He would only use it as a last resort. Yu Zhong said, "From today during our stay in Always Bright Village we will cook food. The fighting force will receive 3 bowls of rice each meal, 2 slices of lunch meat, and a piece of ham sausage. The labor force will receive 2 bowls of rice each meal and half a piece of ham sausage. The non-laborers will receive 1 bowl of rice each meal." On the Dongfeng truck, they arranged several pouches of rice and used the rice cooker to measure out an amount that would be enough to eat similar to the packaged food. This time Ji Qingwu didn't speak again. She knew the current situation wasn't very good. If there was no leftover food to respond to dire situations, as soon as a situation occurred there would be trouble. For instance, if they had to stay in Always Bright Village without any supplies stored up, the consequences would be unbearable. Ji Qingwu didn't voice any opposition, and the other women didn't dare say anything. That's how this matter went down. Quickly De Guzi came to the public square. Seeing the group eating bread and drinking milk, he choked down his saliva. He extremely respectfully said, "Brother Yu, I'm here." Yu Zhong casually threw his bread package and milk box into the trash can and said, "Okay, let's go." De Guzi tenaciously started at the black trash back at Yu Zhong's side. He said to Yu Zhong, "Big brother Yu, can you give this to me?" "Okay. But what are you going to do with it?" Yu Zhong gave the trash bag to De Guzi, and asked him, not understanding. The other women also strangely looked over at De Guzi. De Guzi's face proudly showed his survival instinct. "Those packages still have some crumbs in them. The milk boxes can be cut open and could still have milk remaining. Hearing Deguzi's words, these women all had a burst of sadness. Yu Zhong curiously asked, Deguzi, aren't you in a farm village? How are you lacking food? Chapter 67, Entangled. In the city, ordinary families have several days or even 10 days worth of food storage. Always Bright Village is a rural village. They should have stockpiled even more. Yu Zhong had heard the villages around them, the families normally saved a full year of supplies. Deguzi bitterly laughed. Our village does agricultural tourism, specializing in hosting outside travelers. In the village there are some privately raised pigs, chicken, and fish. However, every family had a little saved. The day the whole world suddenly spawned zombies, they bit several people. Everyone either fled or went into hiding. Later on, Big Brother Tiger and the rest came. They cleared out village zombies, but the provisions, pigs and chickens of the village were all snatched away by them. When we ran, no one carried much food. There was no method to do so. We are only able to dig up some vegetables and grass to live a meager existence. Yu Zhong pointed at the surrounding farmland. Why not seed there? You only need to plant a few seeds. After a couple months you can collect some food. There were only women and children searching for vegetables on the fields outside the village. There weren't any people cultivating the land. Continuing on like this was out of the question. Only relying on reserves, even if they have a mountain stored up, eventually they will starve. If there wasn't anyone assigned to plowing, just the food problem was enough to make people have an endless headache. Deguzi bitterly laughed. Big Brother Tiger bought seeds from the nearby supplier, but those seeds were planted a while ago. They've yet to germinate. Yu Zhong's heart sank. If there was no way to resolve the issue of planting seeds, then mankind's future plight will become more and more difficult. There are many food and supplies scattered all around, but every time they are used there's less. Furthermore, after a while the food will start to mold, and the amount of edible food will become even less. Yu Zhong threw out the doubting thoughts in his mind, going towards the other places in the village. In that village, except for the gunmen, everyone looked famished without light in their eyes, the same as a walking corpse. Their eyes couldn't see a thread of hope. Several men and women, both young and old, searched for vegetables and grass they could use. The group of children that bothered Jiang Xian were all running around the field searching for edible food. The end of the world already took those originally innocent, lively, carefree, and anxiety-free children and tempered them into early maturity. They all started to struggle for survival. The zombies surrounding Always Bright Village had already all been cleared out by Big Brother Tiger. Because of this, the villagers were able to seek food outside the village. Here are 2 steamed buns. You and your wife accompany me for one day. These 2 steamed buns are yours. Passing a corner, there came a wretched voice. Yu Zhong's eyebrows wrinkled. Looking inside a brick building, a short and small gunman with an 81 rifle held 2 large white steamed buns and smiled lewdly at 2 women. The older woman's age was over 30. She had a full figure, beautiful appearance, and was wearing a white blouse with jeans, looking extremely classy. The younger girl looked only 11 or 12. Her large eyes looked at the gunman brimming with dread. At the same time her eyes frequently glanced at the 2 large steamed buns. She was already hungry for several days, really wanting to eat one. In the past she didn't even look at steamed buns. That well-mannered beautiful young woman, with silver teeth hiding fangs, implored, "Older brother Su, I'll accompany you. I beg you release Shanshan. She's still young." Gunman Su's face sank, his voice cold without compare. "Li Xian, you don't need to give me face. I'm shameless. This guy fancies your mother and daughter pair. It's your good fortune. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Piss off daddy and daddy will give you 2 shots. He'll throw you in the ditch. In this world, if you 2 die, no one will stick out their neck to save you." Seeing Gunman Su's ugly, evil face, Li Xian's heart became hopeless. After her man left the village to find food, he never returned. Without a man's protection, this Su Wei who always peeped at her body took advantage. A crafty light flashed in Su Wei's eyes, the tone changed. "Li Xian, if your mother and daughter pair follow me, I guarantee you 2 won't go hungry so long as I have a bite to eat." Shui Wei used the carrot and the stick. Li Xian didn't have a plan. If it was before the end of the world, she could put this man in his place with just a phone call, never to receive a second glance from him. But now she was without a man and had no choice. A strange light flashed in Li Xian's eyes. She hugged her daughter with her thoughts in a whirl. There were no laws in Always Bright Village. Su Wei could kill them as he pleased and no one would stick out their neck to help. For she herself to follow Su Wei wasn't a problem, but Li Xian didn't want to throw her own daughter into the fire pit. Su Wei looked at Li Xian and her cherished daughter Zhou Shanshan with greedy eyes. He continued to threaten, "My patience has limits." Between words, Su Wei loosened up the 81 type rifle on his back, and placed it beside his food. It both relaxed and threatened Li Xian. Seeing Su Wei like this, Li Xian was even more afraid. Her silver teeth with Fang's delicate body shuddered, not knowing what to do. Wait a moment. At this time there was a voice outside the door. Yu Zhong strode inside. Su Wei's face changed seeing Yu Zhong walk in the door. He grabbed his 81 type rifle and nervously stared at Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, what do you want?" Li Xian's gaze fell upon Yu Zhong while holding on to Zhou Shanshan. Yu Zhong's manner was cold. Staring at Su Wei, he asked in verbatim, "What do you want?" Su Wei became afraid due to Yu Zhong's manner, and he retreated 2 steps. Steeling his nerves, he spoke bold and confident with justice on his side. "I'm just doing a business transaction with them. 2 steamed buns to prostitute them out for 1 day. This is free trade with them. Go tell Big Brother Tiger, I'm not afraid." Standing by Yu Zhong's side, Lu Wen couldn't help but curse, "Shameless." The other girls all couldn't believe that Su Wei dared openly say these words. Qiyang looked at Yu Zhong's eyes at this time. A murderous look flashed by. Yu Zhong shook his head towards Qiyang. Now is not the time to turn on Tiger. If something happens, both sides will be in a life or death situation. Yu Zhong pulled out 2 compressed biscuits from his pockets. He indifferently said to Li Xian, "Here are 2 compressed biscuits. I'm using this to buy you 2. After following me, you all only need to do the work given to you and you won't starve. If you wish, take it. If you don't, it's cool." Chapter 68, Granting Gruel. Li Xian rushed forward and grabbed the 2 biscuits in Yu Zhong's hands, making her and her daughter be sold to Yu Zhong. I'm willing. Li Xian was an extremely capable, experienced, rich, successful businesswoman before ZH. She saw that behind Yu Zhong there were several young and beautiful girls. They also didn't have the appearance of bitterness. She knew Yu Zhong at least still maintained a shred of humanity during ZH. Seeing the prized meat almost in his hand wanting to fly away, Su Wei's eyes flashed enmity. Seeing the eyes of White Bones standing at Yu Zhong's side, he put down his fierce words. Then he gloomily walked away. "Yu Zhong, your ruthlessness I'll remember." As soon as Su Wei walked away, Zhou Shanshan ate her compressed biscuit in small bites. She knew at her young age how hard food was to attain. Although she was extremely hungry, she didn't eat all of the compressed biscuit at once. Zhou Shanshan placed her hand underneath the compressed biscuit. She ate and carefully licked the crumbs that fell on her hand. It was cute and pitiful at the same time. In the village there were some people who didn't leave. Several small children watched Zhou Shanshan eat the compressed biscuit. Their eyes all exposed a sight of matchless envy. Yu Zhong walked nearby to a room similar to a big storehouse. The sounds of women moaning and crying, men laughing and scolding all emitted from within the storehouse. Hearing that sound, Guiyu and Wang Lan both exposed a dreadful appearance. Deguzi took a look at the henhouse and licked his lips. He said to Yu Zhong, "That's the henhouse. So long as you work for Big Brother Tiger, you can do as you please with the women there." Yu Zhong directly turned towards another place. His power had limits. Protecting his own people was already extremely strenuous. He didn't know what took place in there. Otherwise he worried he couldn't stand it and he would become impulsive. Yu Zhong walked to the tail of the village. On that side he saw a small brook that was a tributary of the Lei River. He walked over. "Deguzi, isn't that a river? Why don't you go over there and catch some fish to eat? The brook has fish and shrimp, the villagers only need to use their brains. Catching some food to eat shouldn't be a problem. Why does everyone look famished? Are they not hungry?" Deguzi laughed. "Big brother, you people have thought of this. But the river spawned dozens of pythons after the zombies appear. If anyone goes near that river, the pythons will jump on the shore and eat them. Already dozens of people have died in the mouths of pythons. Up until now, unless they don't want to live, who dares go near that river? Big Brother Tiger also wanted to kill those pythons in the past. After 4 people died, they gave up on sieging the dozens of pythons." Yu Zhong asked, "When you collect water, how do you do it? Deguzi explained, the sides of the river also have several places where water appears. We get water to use from those shallow areas. Those shallow areas also have some small fish and shrimp, but no one dares fish. Every time they quickly grab some water and flee, not daring to linger. Yu Zhong looked over at the river and thought a moment, then he turned and went into the village. His current goal was to get his hands on the weapons and ammunition in the armory, then take Zhang Li and these women to the Longhai City group. Then return home to find his family. He didn't want additional problems. Zhang Li, you take some people and boil a large pot of gruel. Remember to add a little extra water. Yu Zhong said to Zhang Li after returning to the side of the Dongfeng truck. Finished speaking, Yu Zhong said over to Deguzi, Deguzi, go tell the children under 16 years old they can come over here to eat 1 bowl of watered-down gruel each meal. You and your wife can also come eat a bowl. Remember to remind them to bring their own bowls. Deguzi heard the words, looking stupefied, then his became covered with a happy expression towards Yu Zhong. Unceasingly expressing thanks. Thank you, big brother Yu. Thank you. I'll bring the people of the village to thank you. You really are a good man. Finished speaking, Deguzi rushed into the village. The majority of the team members didn't have an opinion about Yu Zhong's decision. Along the way they saw the children of the village were extremely poor. They were like war refugees that fled to another country. Like a gust of wind, quickly the children of the village all caught the news and came, and they crowded the area. Qiyang looked at those children coldly. Line up. If you don't line up or if you jump the line then you can't receive gruel. Everyone can only have 1 bowl, no seconds. If you are discovered getting seconds then you can't come next time. Hearing Qiyang's words, the children quickly lined up neat and orderly. No one dared jump the line. Everyone carefully drank after receiving a bowl of gruel. The cruel world made them start to treasure every grain of food. Mama, drink? A boy around 13 years old ran over to his famished mother after having 2 drinks. He gave her his leftovers. Xiao Lei also drink. Her eyes became red and she hugged her thoughtful son. She carefully drank with tears pouring forth. This rich sight plucked at the onlooker's heartstrings. Qin Si led several gunmen eating steamed buns. Looking at this sight he sneered, how foolish. That much rice is enough to spend on several good-looking women. He actually used it for those little demons. How foolish. The gunman at Qin Si's side immediately buttered him up. It really is. Yu Zhong has a lot of skill, but his mental ability is severely lacking compared to Big Brother Qin. Qin Si let out a big laugh. HH. A gunman by Qin Si's side looked Qin Si in the eyes with a flash of disdain. He gave Yu Zhong a complicated look. Qin Si saw that gunman's expression. His face sunk and he coldly said, Xiaoming, do you dislike my words? Xiaoming was young and he had not lost his blood. He still had traces of a conscience and he couldn't help but say, Big brother see, Yu Zhong is doing a good thing. This type of thing, although you wouldn't do it, don't ridicule the people who do. Qin Si's face grew dark. He cynically said, Xiaoming, I never thought you were such a noble man. Since you're so noble, how about you give them your food? You're so noble. Why do you hang around us and play with women? A gunman said, he's a hypocrite. Exactly. Exactly, he is a hypocrite. He's pretending to have a big wolf tail. The rest of the gunmen caused a commotion one by one, isolating Xiaoming. They already had a displeasing eye towards this unsuited partner. Chapter 69, Xiaoming. His face turning red, tightly squeezing his fists and gritting his teeth, Xiaoming silently endured his comrades' isolation and abuse. He entered Tiger's influence without any goals other than to eat and not die. His conscience wasn't destroyed. As far as the henhouse, he also went with the other men to be with the women. One aspect was his physical needs, and the other aspect was he didn't want to be excluded by his comrades. Lisi saw the group. He went forward and clapped Xiaoming on the shoulder. Everyone need not gather together and cause a commotion. We're all brothers. Little Xiao merely had a head fever. Little Xiao, come apologize to everyone. This matter will be solved. After apologizing, everyone is still good brothers. Everyone else shut up when Li Si spoke. Xiaoming fought the humiliation with great difficulty. With a red face he said, Sorry big brother Si. I was wrong. Xiao, you wanted to get along with this small group. He couldn't oppose Li Si, otherwise he feared he wouldn't live long. Haha. No problem. Everyone is still good brothers. Li Si clapped Xiao Ming's shoulder, laughing loudly. In his head, he executed Xiao Ming's death sentence, preparing to find an opportunity to secretly kill Xiao Ming. Going out on missions to find supplies is extremely dangerous. People die every time while on supply runs. Acting as team lead, if Li Si wanted to kill a person, it wasn't complicated. Guiyu walked to Yu Zhong's side. She hesitated, asking in a low whisper, "Boss, just now you made Qiyang drive away the children. And why are you giving them gruel?" Everyone around Yu Zhong raised their ears. They already experienced the importance of food. They never thought the seemingly grim Yu Zhong would unexpectedly give these small children food. Yu Zhong dully said, "I drove them away because I don't like to be threatened. As for why I gave them gruel, I wanted to feed them, that's simple." Understanding Yu Zhong's words, Guiyu seemed to have a pensive appearance. Jianghu walked to Yu Zhong's side. She said to Yu Zhong, "Our food isn't abundant. Let me go search for supplies." Looking at Jianghu's pair of big clear eyes, Yu Zhong was silent for a moment. "Yu Lu, Wen Qinyu and I will go together. Qiyang, you and Wang Shuang guard here." Yu Zhong originally wanted to go with Qiyang to fight. The more they fought, the more they could evolve and become strong. But Jianghu is already level 8, only short 2 levels from becoming level 10. Her strength could change by leaps and bounds. A person's strength before and after reaching LVL 10 is completely different. After reaching level 10, you can use a skill point on previously learned skills. After Yu Zhong strengthened Wine Bones, the original White Bones who couldn't stop rifle bullets now could. At the same time, a huge change occurred in the battle strength of White Bones. If he didn't reach level 10, the bones of Wine Bones would shatter from a rifle bullet. Jianghu didn't have any objections after hearing Yu Zhong's plan. She had an urgent feeling to increase strength. When she and Yu Zhong just met, Yu Zhong's combat ability was below her if you didn't include White Bones. However, Yu Zhong fought with his life on the line several times, and his strength greatly exceeded hers. Her heart had slightly mixed feelings. Qiyang also nodded his head. Yu Zhong looked to Deguzi and said, "Deguzi, you're familiar with this area? Come with us. You will get a share of the supplies." Deguzi excitedly said, "Okay. Big brother you." Yu Zhong carried the Type 79 submachine gun on his back with the Stinger 2 on his waist and 3 imitation Tang swords. White Bones followed at his side. He looked like a person with tyrannical power. Although there was layer upon layer of danger outside, Deguzi was extremely willing to give it a shot by going with a strong person like this. Arrangements set, he made people inform Tiger. Yu Zhong lead his people to drive outside. With the big truck under Deguzi's guidance, they entered a remote path. The vehicle didn't go far before a beautiful house appeared. Deguzi introduced the surrounding area to Yu Zhong. This is Mashan village. The area surrounding it has already been cleared out by Tiger and his men. The only place remaining is this Mashan village. It is said Mashan village has mutated zombies. Their speed is several times faster than ordinary zombies. Tiger sent several of his men here, but they met trouble. They haven't brought anyone back to this place. Yu Zhong looked at the lonely, quiet environment and said, "I know. Stop the truck." Qin Yao immediately stopped the truck. Yu Zhong jumped down from the truck and took a look around. Deguzi also climbed down from the truck. Confused, he said, "Big brother Yu, we aren't entering the village." Yu Zhong said, "Entering the village is trouble. On this small road, the Dongfeng truck's movement is limited. If we come across hunter-type zombies and other strong monsters, staying on the truck with restricted movement is looking for death." Jianghu also jumped down from the truck holding her Tang sword, and searched the surrounding area with extreme alertness. Qin Yao jumped down from the truck and joined Jianghu's side. Yu Zhong took the lead and walked towards Mashan village. Yu Zhong's party just approached the entrance of Mashan village. From the corner, an S1 variant rushed like lightning towards Yu Zhong. "Careful, big brother Yu." Seeing the S1 zombie suddenly jump out, Deguzi's heart filled with terror and he loudly shouted. The S1 zombie's speed was faster than he could perceive. If he changed places with you, he absolutely could not escape the S1's claws. As soon as the S1 reached Yu Zhong's side, he casually slashed. A clear sword slashed through the S1's body. Soon after, the S1's head split into 2 halves from the slash while it was still in mid-air. Dirty blood splashed everywhere and the rotting intestines splashed on the ground. Awesome. Seeing Yu Zhong casually beheading the S1, Deguzi's eyes quickly straightened. It was the first time he saw someone so talented. The fighting alerted the zombies in the village. A trail of zombies swayed forth from the village, becoming a small-scale zombie group, advancing towards Yu Zhong's group. In that group of zombies nearing almost 100, there were also 2 S1 types and 3 L1 types. Big brother you, we should flee. That group of 100 zombies was already extremely spectacular in the eyes of a normal person. Deguzi saw the zombie group reached more than 100. His legs became weak with fear and he implored to Yu Zhong. In Deguzi's opinion, Yu Zhong's skill wasn't enough to handle more than 100 zombies. Yu Zhong didn't pay attention to Deguzi and looked at the zombie group. He said to Chen Yao, get rid of that L1. Chapter 70, Variant Beast. Chen Yao's magic power is enormous, but the number of times she could use magic was limited. Because of this they had no other choice but to make her kill high-level monsters to level up. It was a waste if they made her use magic to explode ordinary zombies. Chen Yao started her skill. Her mouth started to chant a mysterious curse. Magic appeared out of thin air at her fingertips, and the magic gathered into a fiery circle. In order for Chen Yao to use a spell, she needed a large amount of time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, 2 S1 types already rushed before Yu Zhong. Just then Jianghu started her speed skill, becoming like a monster rushing in front of the S1. With a mysterious chopping arc she decapitated the upper part of the S1 skull, sending it flying. The other S1 took the opportunity and flew towards Jianghu, clawing at her. Just before the S1 was on the verge of clawing Jianghu, Yu Zhong stepped forward, blocking Jianghu's side. A sword chopped the S1 in two, scattering filthy blood. After Yu Zhong equipped the third-degree protective garment, his strength enormously improved. He didn't even need to use any skills. His agility also could already match an S1. In addition, Yu Zhong's special skeleton White Bones was like a tank charging into the crowd of over 100 zombies, waving his axe and recklessly killing zombie after zombie. Those zombies that approached White Bones' whirlwind axe were chopped into pieces, limbs scattered on the ground. Chen Yao also finished up her spell. A small fireball flew from her fingertips onto the head of a L1 type in the crowd of zombies, booming. The L1's head immediately exploded. A large ball of light entered into Chen Yu's body. Her pale face immediately filled with a pleasantly surprising color. She unexpectedly increased 3 levels, advancing to level 5. The more powerful the monster's body, the more greater the experience. Ordinary zombies contain less experience. Hunting higher-level zombies is the fastest leveling method. Jianghu also increased to level 9 after killing the S1 type zombie. Her figure flashed, dashing into the zombie crowd, taking advantage of White Bones attracting the majority of zombie attacks. She waved the Tang sword, each cut beheading a zombie in the group, like a Valkyrie of slaughter. The 2 L1 types in the group of zombies were also beheaded by Jianghu. Before ZH, Jianghu was a fencing expert. After ZH started, her skill grew even stronger. In the past when she faced an L1 she had trouble because she didn't have a strong weapon. After getting the imitation Tang sword, the clumsy moving L1 was no match for her. Yu Zhong also strolled at Jianghu's side, occasionally beheading ordinary zombies. At this point, killing ordinary zombies did almost nothing to Yu Zhong's level. At his level he needed to kill hundreds of ordinary zombies to level up once. Awesome. Extremely awesome. They unexpectedly have this kind of skill. It's really too extreme. No wonder Tiger was impressed with them. Deguzi looked at Yu Zhong, White Bones and Jianghu. They sliced zombies like people cutting into melons. His eyes couldn't believe it. Tiger's group didn't dare disturb the zombies at Mozhan village. Unexpectedly Yu Zhong's 3 members took care of it. This made Deguzi have a new awareness of Yu Zhong and his group's strength. Seeing the zombies be slaughtered by the 3 people, suddenly from inside a house, a figure just like a cheetah came towards Jianghu. At that time Jianghu was caught up in killing zombies inside the zombie crowd, with absolutely no way to avoid the figure that was faster than an S1. Standing at Jianghu's side, Yu Zhong sent a zombie that was standing beside Jianghu flying with a kick. Then he slashed at the zombie that went towards her. Just as Yu Zhong was about to cut into that zombie, A claw got in the way of Yu Zhong's sword, then used the strength of the blow to leap up high, jumping on the roof of a house. Yu Zhong looked. Occupying the top of the roof was a figure with the body length of a tiger. But the monster had a body appearance and mannerism of an ordinary house cat. Level 15 Monster Cat Variant. After the cat was infected with the virus, the monster's internal genetic variation took shape. It has a formidable evolution potential. Moves extremely agile. Jianghu retreated several steps, escaping the center of the zombies. She coldly stared at the cat variant on the roof. Ordinary zombies carried little threat to current Jianghu, but it would be extremely unfavorable to do battle with the cat variant and pay attention to zombies. One careless mistake, her skin would be broken into, she could get infected becoming a zombie. White Bones waved his axe, killing and injuring the remaining zombies. One by one they were all beheaded by him. The cat variant on top of the house coldly looked upon Yu Zhong and Jianghu, like prey that shouldn't be trifled with. Jumping several times, it disappeared from the top of the roof. Yu Zhong and Jianghu didn't have time to relax their breath. Outside the village came a sudden vibrating sound of iron hooves stomping the ground. Two bulls a size bigger than ordinary with both long and sharp horns and blood-red eyes rushed towards Yu Zhong. Level 17 Monster Bull Variant. No special skills. Qinyao and Deguzi quickly hide. Yu Zhong's voice exploded. Get the Type 79 submachine guns and spread fire at those two level 17 bulls variants from far away. Although Yu Zhong's shooting skills weren't superb, those two bulls' bodies were extremely enormous. Bullets fired upon the variants, making several bloody holes. The bull variants' pain nerves weren't like zombies without pain. These two variants were enraged by Yu Zhong's fire. They abandoned Qinyao and Deguzi, the two weak targets, charging with madness towards Yu Zhong. Their speed could be compared to the fastest horses. Yu Zhong looked towards those two rushing bull variants. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Before those two bulls appeared before his body, he activated the Shadow Step skill. His agility soared to a terrifying level. The two extremely fast bull variants' speed drastically slowed down in Yu Zhong's eyes. He grabbed the Stinger II and stepped to the side of a bull variant. Pointing at their heads, he pulled the trigger. Following two huge sounds, the two bull variants' heads both exploded with fist-sized bloody holes. The two bulls' inertial strength ruthlessly crashed them into two brick houses, breaking inside, finally dying. The Stinger II bullets were special. After reaching their target, not only did they pierce into the target, but at the same time they explode out with extremely terrifying power. Chapter 72, Firearms Control. Congratulations, you advanced to level 17. You've received 2 attribute points. Please distribute. After those two level 17 bulls collapsed, 2 balls of light left the bulls and entered into Yu Zhong's body. In the ocean of his mind he thought of the sweet-sounding level-up noise. 1 point agility, 1 point strength. Yu Zhong quickly chose. In the world of martial arts, only the fast do not break. If speed quickly reaches the extreme, it is extremely scary. If Yu Zhong didn't use the Shadow Step skill just now, suddenly increasing his agility, he couldn't have easily taken care of the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. Dropping those 2 mutated bulls, Yu Zhong walked over to their side. He saw the 2 long and extremely sharp horns on huge bull corpse. His heart fluttered. He walked across and started using his sword to cut off the bull horn. The mutated bull's skin was extremely tough and pliable. He broke it open with extreme difficulty using the imitation Tang sword. After digging for a moment, Yu Zhong finally freed the horns of the 2 mutated bulls. They weren't the same as normal bull horns. These mutated bull horns were close to a meter long and tapered, similar to rifle with a bayonet in shape and size. Yu Zhong grabbed a bull horn and stabbed into the bull's skin. It was extremely easy to poke a hole compared to using the imitation Tang sword. Mutated bull horn. Weapons manufacturing material. Requires job weapons manufacturer to be able to manufacture into a weapon for the God and Devil system. What does this mean? Yu Zhong's brows slightly wrinkled. He grabbed a horn and took several steps towards the remaining zombies. Casually stabbing, the bull horn pierced through a zombie's head as if poking through tofu. After the zombie was killed by the bull horn Yu Zhong carried, there wasn't any item drops or light that flew out. Looks like if you don't use the God and Devil system's weapons or skills to kill monsters, then you can get any stronger from the God and Devil system. A trace of clear comprehension appeared in Yu Zhong's mind. Yu Zhong placed the 4 mutated bull horns into his backpack. Without a weapons manufacturer job, these mutated bull horns were merely sharper than normal ordinary weapons. Without the mutated beast's interference, the remaining dozens of zombies were quickly destroyed by White Bones and Jianghu working together. Yu Zhong also started to clear out the battlefield. Among the 100+ zombies, only the few special type evolved zombies dropped 6 white treasure boxes. The remaining zombies only dropped a few life coins. Yu Zhong gathered a skill book and 200 life coins from the 2 level 17 mutated bulls. Level 2 skill book, Firearms Control. Skill description: this skill is passive. After learning the skill, you at the very minimum will attain firearms skill comparable to a rigorously trained soldier. If you are already extremely skilled at handling firearms, after studying the skill, it is able to make your weapons control increase to a new height. Looking at the firearms control skill book, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a hint of glow. Without saying another word, he used the skill book. What a good skill! This skill is exactly what I needed. When Yu Zhong was originally picking his job, a part of him wanted to pick soldier for the gun control skill. Later, after See the Dark Knight was a better fit for him, he chose that. Unexpectedly, this type of skill book appeared before him. He definitely had to learn it. In Yu Zhong's sea of his consciousness, a black radiance flashed, condensing into a gun-type rune. When the rune was forming, a feeling firearms control rushed into Yu Zhong's body. He playfully grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun like he had already held this type of submachine gun for several years. At any time he could break it down and reassemble it. Seeing the outside had become tranquil, De Guzi and Qin Yao walked out from the house together. Seeing all the zombie remains on the ground, De Guzi felt like throwing up. This wasn't the first time he had seen a sight of so many beheaded zombies. Qin Yao didn't have a big reaction. She had followed Yu Zhong and seen an even larger amount of corpses before. Qin Yao had already seen the sight of a ground filled with zombies several times. Yu Zhong looked at De Guzi. He said, "De Guzi, follow me to transport the goods. In this village, I'll let you have 1/5 of whatever goods you put on the truck." De Guzi's eyes flashed with an incomparable liveliness. His loud voice full of pleasantness responded, "Yes, big brother Yu." Originally De Guzi joined hoping to get a reward of 3 steamed buns. Now Yu Zhong let him have 1/5 of the goods he transported, bringing into play his zeal. De Guzi wished he could pull out his heart and give it to Yu Zhong to show loyalty. Yu Zhong took White Bones and carefully inspected each house. This village already produced extremely strong mutated monsters like the mutated bull and the mutated cat. Mozhan village suffered a situation of severe infection. The village was occupied by advanced zombies and mutated beasts. Because no survivors were left, the goods were extremely abundant. Bag after bag of rice, jerky, sausage, potatoes, beverages, everything you could imagine. Yu Zhong also found a solar energy-powered notebook in a small luxurious villa. After the Dongfeng truck was packed completely full, Yu Zhong's party left Mozhan village. Returned. They returned. Yu Zhong's party drove the truck back to Always Bright Village. The Always Bright Village immediately surged forth. Practically all the people of the village came and circled around. How awesome! It's completely full. So many goods, where did they get it all from? The eyes of Always Bright Village's survivors all stared at the Dongfeng truck, full of admiration and envy. The surrounding gunmen's eyes all quickly turned red seeing the truck's goods. Right now goods were extremely scarce. A steamed bun was enough to buy a woman for the night. What kind of idea that truck represented? The gunmen under Tiger's control wanted to take that truck's goods. With good luck they would only lose a few brothers to get the supplies. With bad luck, leaving empty-handed was nothing new. Merely 4 people left with Yu Zhong, one everyone knew as the worthless De Guzi, yet they were able to get so many supplies. The strength of Yu Zhong's group could be imagined. The Dongfeng truck drove to the public square. After leaving the truck, Yu Zhong said to De Guzi, "According to the agreement, grab the goods belonging to you." De Guzi with a satisfied happy expression and bowing said, "Thank you big brother Yu. Thank you brother Yu." Deftly climbing the Dongfeng truck he started to transport the supplies belonging to him. Chapter 73. Everyone has ideas. It happened like this. Qin Si honestly reported to Tiger inside the luxurious villa. At this time, the only people in the living room were the 4 chiefs of Always Bright Village. Tiger grumbled a moment. He said to Qin Si, "Leave." Tiger asked the remaining 3 people, "How do you see it?" "Brother Tiger, Yu Zhong's strength is extremely mighty. Make him stay here and perhaps one day he will kill us, grabbing our positions. Make him scram. Bother Tiger." Zhang Xiangyin said with a calm face. He was full of fear and jealousy for Yu Zhong. He knew of Masan village. Tiger once brought 20+ gunmen there to find supplies, wasting a lot of ammunition. He lost several people without even entering into the village. Lei Jun was silent without words. A light in his eyes flashed, trying to think of something. Qin Yin contemplated a moment, finally slowly saying, "Yu Zhong's strength is very mighty. But his heart isn't in this place. He won't threaten us." Tiger maintained his composure, saying, "I know. Little Xiang, prepare. Tomorrow take several people to Masan village to search for supplies. A whole village's supplies couldn't fit on one truck." Zhang Xiang shouted, "Thank you, Brother Tiger. A village that's already cleared out of zombies is like a big fat piece of meat, appoint invaders. You only have to drive a car over and you'll be able to bring a whole car's worth of supplies back, an extremely fatty assignment." Zhang Xiang was given a fatty mission. The 4 people discussed the matter a moment. Zhang Xiang and Qin Yin immediately left the villa. "Brother Tiger, why did you give Zhang Xiang that fat mission? How about letting me go?" Lei Jun couldn't help but ask after Zhang Xiang left. Lei Jun and Tiger's relationship was much closer than the relationship Tiger had with Qin Yin and Zhang Xiang. Lei Jun was Tiger's most trusted aide. Tiger slightly smiled. "I gave them the Moshan village gold mine. When it comes to the weapons arsenal, they won't think to receive a profit." Lei Jun flashed a smile. "Brother Tiger is brilliant. The world already changed. In the present world, the mighty fist is the leader. Grabbing weapons and ammunition is the same as controlling a large military force and grabbing power. Tiger was able to become the boss of Always Bright Village because he controlled many men, many guns and many bullets. If Lei Zhan had half the strength of Yu Zhong, it would be good." Tiger looked at Lei Zhan, his face forming a smile. His heart slightly lamented. Tiger had high aims, the world was a mess and he peered upon the whole world. Yu Zhong's strength is tyrannical. He also lacks a trace of fear. Tiger still wanted to recruit him and monopolize you under his banner. Otherwise he wouldn't have given away the beautiful Lolita Guiyu, who was a treasure to normal people. Fuck. That bastard still resists me. I want to pocket the whole arsenal treasure. Returning to his own room, it appears he only knows how to kill. Without any schemes, Zhang Xiang's face became ashen. His fists clenched. His eyes flashed an indignant blaze. Zhang Xiang uneasily pushed down the anger in his heart. Consoling himself, he said, "Zhang Xiang, you still need to endure. Right now isn't the time. Think of a way to take down Tiger. There is always a chance." Zhang Xiang repressed the anger, coldly saying, "Ziwei, come out." Wearing an exposed black leather outfit and collar, revealing a lot of her snow-white skin, a beautiful voluptuous woman with black hair crawled out from the side door like a dog, crawling straight towards Zhang Xiang's side. "Damn cheap bitch. Wanna find a date?" Zhang Xiang looked at that beautiful woman's eyes, his eyes ruthless. Grabbing the beautiful woman's hair and taking off his pants, he thrust it into her mouth. The beautiful woman's eyes showed humiliation, but she didn't dare show the slightest amount of resistance. On the contrary, she was well behaved and attended on Zhang Xiang. On the other side in the square, Always Bright Village's survivors extremely jealously looked upon Yu Zhong's fully loaded return, filled with envy. If it wasn't for the pure and enticing Guiyu as well as the valiant and beautiful Ji Qinggu standing at Yu Zhong's side, the starving women of Always Bright Village would rush to Yu Zhong's side and beg, using their bodies to trade for a full meal. Yu Zhong gazed upon the circled survivors. Opening his mouth, he said, "I need people to help me clear out the vehicles on the highway. I will be responsible for clearing out the zombies on the road. I'll give whoever wishes to work with me 25 kilograms of rice." I'll go. Brother Yu. I'll go. Pick me. Let me go." These words elicited a huge response among the Always Bright Village survivors. Nearly everyone scrambled over each other calling out to Yu Zhong. That type of enthusiasm made Zhang Xian and Qin Yao frightened. These women under Yu Zhong's protection never suffered bitterness. They never thought people could become mad over 25 kilograms of rice. Quiet! Yu Zhong shouted. The whole place went silent. These survivors were all afraid of provoking Yu Zhong, leading to them being unable to obtain the abundantly rewarding work. Yu Zhong plainly said, "The people I point to will get on the vehicle and follow me to clear out the road." Finished speaking, Yu Zhong started picking people. The people picked by Yu Zhong walked with high spirits onto the vehicle. The rear of the truck was quickly filled with always bright village survivors. "I'm begging you, let me also go. I can work hard." A 30-year-old female survivor came to Yu Zhong's feet begging. 25 kilograms of rice was extremely important to her. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled. "Step aside." Always bright villages survivors numbered over 200. If Yu Zhong fed one mouth, the other people would all rush forth like a swarm of bees, begging for supplies. 2 Dongfeng trucks of supplies looks like a lot, but if supplying 200 people, it fundamentally couldn't last long. The female survivor still wanted to beg. White Bones walked over clutching onto his axe. Raising the axe up into the air, its pair of eye sockets lit up with a devil magic flame, looking down upon the female survivor. The woman was scared back several steps by White Bones' stare, and she fell onto the ground. "Start the truck," Yu Zhong commanded to Wang Shuang as he turned to the truck. Wang Shuang quickly drove, transporting Yu Zhong's group outward along the route. The people who weren't selected by Yu Zhong all looked at the truck. Their eyes filled with jealousy and envy towards the people who were selected. Under the hard work of everyone, a section of road towards Longhai City was cleared of abandoned vehicles blocking the area. The abandoned vehicles were all emptied of gasoline and then pushed to the side. Yu Zhong gave all of the people 25 kilograms of rice. The survivors who received rice radiated with delight. They returned home among the envious view of other people. The remaining survivors secretly made a firm resolution. Tomorrow Yu Zhong must pick them to help work. Chapter 74, Lu Wen. Nighttime. After eating dinner, Yu Zhong started doing push-ups in his room, continuing until he felt exhausted. Under the increased strength of the God and Devil system, Yu Zhong only needed to kill monsters attaining experience to become stronger. He did push-ups in order to train his body and grasp his strength. Only skillfully mastered strength can become his own power. Qiyang also did the same thing at Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong leaped up from the ground towards Qiyang. He said, "Good. Today we stop here." Qiyang also jumped up from the ground. Yu Zhong smiled at Qiyang, pointing at Wang Lan. Yu Zhong said to Qiyang, "Yang, do you need someone to warm the bed? If you need, she can provide." Wang Lan was a mature sexy beauty, but in the past she had a white-collar city job. Her temperament was quite good. But she wasn't Yu Zhong's type. Furthermore, there were no relations that occurred between her and Yu Zhong. She couldn't be considered Yu Zhong's woman. Qiyang didn't look much at Wang Lan, no interest. Yu Zhong laughed. "Also, if you so desire, you can have the 2 beauties Wang Chang and Zhang Xian at any time you please." Although Wang Lan was beautiful, compared with Wang Qian and Zhang Xian she was not up to par. Wang Qian and Zhang Xian were both school beauties. Before Ziyage several men pursued them, but they only had affections for the cool, handsome and talented Qiyang. Yu Zhong sat on a sofa. Guiyu immediately came. Holding a towel, she carefully wiped the sweat off of his body. The former Meyer's proud and lofty daughter actually doing such a thing for men would be unimaginable before Ziyage. Yu Zhong looking at Qiyang smiled. "Wang Chang and Zhang Xian, which do you like? Or simply take them both?" If it was before Ziyage, Yu Zhong absolutely couldn't utter words of this kind. Wang Chang and Zhang Xian, although they liked Qiyang, they couldn't tolerate jointly possessing one man. But the modern world order already collapsed. Qiyang was also a person possessing extremely powerful strength. If he wanted to have several women, it wasn't a problem. Qiyang said, "Who I like, you know. As for those 2, I have no feelings." Yu Zhong heard this and snickered. "You and her aren't possible. It's better to find other girls now." Who Qiyang likes being best friends, of course Yu Zhong knew. He likes Yu Zhong's elder cousin. She was a married woman, and at the same time an extremely beautiful woman. After Qiyang met that woman several times, he was deeply attracted by her. His heart wasn't able to forget her. Towards his best friend Qiyang had nothing to hide. "I know it's not possible. I also greatly wish to forget her as much as possible, but I still can't forget right now." Qiyang stood up and walked outside. "Okay. I'll go." Yu Zhong shook his head. He looked at Lu Wen, who was laying on the bed playing with the laptop. Lying on the bed, using the notebook Yu Zhong found today playing computer games, on the side there was a box of papayas, 2 exquisitely small white legs continuously kicked, looking worry and anxiety-free, extremely cute. Yu Zhong smiled and went into the bathing room. Yu Zhong just entered the bathing room. Lu Wen stood up from the bed, staring at Guiyu, who was preparing to enter the bathing room to attend on Yu Zhong. She said, "Where are you thinking of going?" Guiyu submissively and quietly said, "I'm attending master." Although Guiyu's enchanting beauty was much more than Lu Wen's, her place in Yu Zhong's heart couldn't compare with Lu Wen. Guiyu was extremely clear on this matter, therefore she didn't dare slightly snub Lu Wen. Among Yu Zhong's group, only the elegant Valkyrie Ji Qingwu and the outstanding personality Chen Yao could compare with Guiyu's beauty and charm. These were the 3 most beautiful women among Yu Zhong's group. Lu Wen stared at Guiyu saying, "When I'm here, this type of thing will all be done by me. Understand?" Lu Wen's was young, but she already started to learn to defend her own power. Although she reluctantly convinced herself to share Yu Zhong with the other women, but she still wanted the greatest position in Yu Zhong's heart. Guiyu said in a low voice, "Yes, Sister Wen Wen." Seeing Guiyu admit defeat, Lu Wen stopped being aggressive. Moreover, she entered the bathhouse with large strides. Guiyu looked at Lu Wen's backside, her pretty fingers intertwined together. Her beautiful large eyes flashed a strange light. Yu Zhong comfortably soaked in the bath's hot water. Seeing Lu Wen enter, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why did you come?" Lu Wen, wrapped in a pure white bath towel, stepped towards Yu Zhong. Smiling, she charmingly asked Yu Zhong, "Big brother Yu Zhong, am I pretty?" In the rising mist, Lu Wen's wrapped white towel exposed a large amount of healthy young skin, matching her pair of large black and white watery eyes, and her bursting chest, a sexy, beautiful, healthy young woman. Looking at Lu Wen like this, Yu Zhong's heart couldn't help but jump slightly, saying, "Pretty." Lu Wen's mouth provoked a beautiful arc. She took a step into the bath and leaned into Yu Zhong's chest. A portion of the young woman's scent bubbled up from her body into Yu Zhong's nose. Yu Zhong hugged Lu Wen in a very natural way. Her skin was elastic and glossy like silk. Lu Wen's eyes turned into 2 round mists, turning her head, embracing Yu Zhong. Taking the initiative, she kissed Yu Zhong's lips. Her small tongue and Yu Zhong's tongue interlaced together. After some time, their lips parted. Lu Wen slightly gasped for air, her blushed red with 2 large rouge circles. She pressed close to Yu Zhong's ear, softly blowing. Using a coyish and charming voice, she stated, "Brother Yu Zhong wants me." At the same time, Lu Wen used her body that was well developed beyond her peers, rubbing up against Yu Zhong's body. Yu Zhong could even feel the 2 cherries, a beautiful sensation on his body. Yu Zhong was a healthy and strong man, his desire completely ignited. He embraced Lu Wen, directly pressing her against the wall. Without showing the least bit of pity or tenderness, he thrust it in. Lu Wen's brows wrinkled, traces of blood flowed out. Without anyone teaching her, she quietly flattered, "Brother Yu Zhong, I'm now yours. Keep coming, make love to me." Yu Zhong became even more excited, starting to enjoy her body's beauty. The steamy bathroom echoed the sounds of a man gasping for air and a woman's moans. Chapter 75. Mutated Cat. Lying down on the bed, Yu Zhong held Lu Wen in his arms and said, "How do you know so many tricks?" Lu Wen, lying in Yu Zhong's arms, hearing his words, blankly looked over. "There are plenty online. Did you not like it?" Yu Zhong smiled, he kissed her forehead. "I like." This generation's youth had much more access to information than Yu Zhong's generation. Due to Lu Wen's quirky nature, she understood things much more than an ordinary girl. Lu Wen was like a small kitten curled up in Yu Zhong's chest, perfectly contented going to bed. "I'm tired. Let's sleep." Yu Zhong entered into slumberland holding on to Lu Wen. The second day, Yu Zhong continued to bring a truck full of people to clear out the vehicles on the highway. Zhang Xiang brought 8 gunmen and drove 2 jeeps in the direction of Masan village. He knew Tiger wouldn't give him a bite of the weapons arsenal cake. He could only withdraw and try another time, going to Masan village to collect supplies. After entering Masan village, a gunman, seeing the field full of zombie remains, his eyes filled with fright. How severe! Was this really done by 3 people? Another gunman looking at the zombie remains couldn't help but have a huge change in appearance. The zombies here exceed 100, there are also ghost shadow zombies. How did they do it? Ghost shadow zombies were S1 type zombies. They were Tiger's largest headache, the ones he didn't want to meet the most. The S1 was fast, moreover they weren't afraid of bullets. If the head didn't explode they were basically unkillable. Last time Tiger came here, several brothers were grabbed by S1 types, becoming infected in the end. Zhang Xiang kicked that gunman in the ass, scolding, "Who cares how he did it? Quick, go get daddy's supplies." The gunman didn't dare speak anymore, quickly running into a house. "Yes. Brother Xiang. Preserved meat, it's 1 kg. We'll make a bundle this time. Rice. This jar or rice has dozens of kg." The gunman shuttled back and forth from the house, frequently bursting waves of praise. Like Tiger speculated, Masan village's supplies were unable to be completely transported by Yu Zhong's Dongfeng truck. Several supplies were still scattered in the village. Zhang Xiang looking at the supplies his subordinates seized from the village, his mood couldn't help but become better. Suddenly from between two houses, the same mutated cat jumped like lightning. It pounced on a gunman, rushing him to the ground, snapping his throat in one bite. The gunman had no way to struggle, soon dying. "Tiger. There's a tiger." Not far away to the side, a gunman saw the mutated cat with a long body like a panther. A look of horror, he cried out. At the same time he swung his gun around, spraying a mad burst of fire at the mutated cat. The other gunmen were also frightened. Dropping the supplies in their hands, they quickly grabbed their guns and started to spray machine gun fire at the mutated cat. A large amount of bullets formed a curtain of fire at the region the mutated cat occupied. But at the first moment the cat jumped up to the roof, continuously speeding along into a faster pace, it avoided a large amount of bullets. Barely any bullets entered into its body, striking a few bloody holes. If it was an ordinary animal like a tiger hit by a rifle, its strength would be greatly damaged. But that mutated cat still had a pair of blood-red eyes. Even more angry, its speed became even faster. On the roof it continuously jumped, approaching Zhang Xiang's party. "Withdraw. Withdraw. Quickly start the car." Zhang Xiang fled to the vehicle, roaring to the driver. The mutated cat's speed was too fast, headshots were too difficult. It wasn't something this mob could handle. As soon as the mutated cat closed in, Zhang Xiang would be no match. The driver quickly started the vehicle, speeding off far away. The gunmen also gave up resisting, one by one leaping towards the vehicle. "Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang. I still haven't boarded. Wait for me." A gunman reacted a step too slow, not able to jump in the jeep. He immediately shouted, full of despair. Zhang Xiang, like he didn't hear, only urged the driver, "Quick. Faster. Fuck me. We die together." That gunman in despair, angrily he raised his gun at the two far-away jeeps and opened fire. Bullets flew disorderly, not a single bullet hit the two jeeps. The gunman wanted to reload, but the mutated cat pushed him to the ground. One bite sliced his throat, spraying blood everywhere. After dropping the gunman, the mutated cat stared at the two far-away jeeps. A claw ripped open the gunman's belly. Dropping its head, it feasted in big mouthfuls. "The fuck? This place still has those kinds of monsters." Zhang Xiang glanced backwards in shock, scolding. This time he lost two brothers, his power once again was greatly weakened. It made him extremely pained. After Ziege, whoever was strong, whoever had the stronger weapons force, was the boss. Zhang Xiang lost two gunmen this time, tremendously affecting his strength. On the road, Zhang Xiang thought about what just happened, and at the same time his heart filled with pernicious thoughts. "I ought to kill Yu Zhong. It was him, if it wasn't for him I wouldn't become like this. I must murder him." As soon as Zhang Xiang returned to Always Bright Village, Tiger sent men to inventory the supplies. Seeing the list of goods, Zhang Xiang returned with Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled. He asked, "What's up with the supplies?" Zhang Xiang's subordinates found several supplies, but they weren't able to transport much before the mutant cat ambush. They dropped most of the supplies to counter-attack. When they fled there weren't many goods loaded onto the vehicle. Zhang Xiang wryly smiled. "Brother Tiger, in Masan village there is still a monster the length of a tiger. It ambushed us, I also lost two men." Tiger looked at Zhang Xiang's forced smile. "Today was tough for you. Return home and rest. Relax a bit tomorrow and adjust your state of mind. Zhang Xiang revealed a smile to Tiger, then he turned around and left. Thank you, brother Tiger. I'll return home. After Zhang Xiang returned home, his face sank, becoming unsightly. Tiger stared at Zhang Xiang's back with a pensive look. Chapter 76, Mutated Dog. The following early morning, Tiger brought 36 gunmen to the town square. Tiger walked over to where Yu Zhong and his group who were eating breakfast and enthusiastically said, "How are you? Prepared well? How many people do you plan on bringing?" Yu Zhong pointed to Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu saying, "Already prepared. Brother Tiger. I'm bringing those too." Ji Qingwu was only a step away from level 10. After promoting to level 10, the skill point could increase her strength enormously. Tiger's eyebrows wrinkled, looking at Qi Yang and Wang Shuang. Will bringing those two be enough? How about bringing Qi Yang and Wang Shuang as well? In Tiger's thinking, men are always stronger than women. He doubted Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao's strength. Realistically, in ZH, women like Ji Qingwu who dared fight with zombies up close were very few. Especially given that very few men possessed this type of bravery. Yu Zhong said, "Don't worry. If we three aren't good, then Qi Yang and the rest won't be any use if they come." Good. Then let's set off. Finished speaking, Tiger led Yu Zhong out. The motorcade turned, entering into a small village, then a small road along the village turned into a small mountain surrounded by forest. After entering the mountain, the road twisted and curved. A small-scale military camp appeared before their eyes. Looking at the small military camp, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a playful glow. So it's here. If it weren't for people guiding, it would be basically impossible to find. Yu Zhong definitely did not want to let go of the arms of the small-scale military camp. No matter if it was dealing with people, zombies, or mutant monsters, having that firepower would have enormous usefulness. Tiger commanded the motorcade to stop after just seeing the shadow of the military camp. Tiger came to Yu Zhong's side. "Brother Yu Zhong, the camp is over there. We aren't able to approach. The ears of their domestic animals are alert. If we pass by, they could rush over." "Follow me," Yu Zhong said to Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao, one hand holding the Stinger 2, one hand holding the imitation Tang sword. At his side followed the special skeleton White Bones, and they carefully snuck towards the direction of the base. Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao closely followed behind Yu Zhong. While marching forward, Yu Zhong suddenly asked, "Chen Yao, did you already learn the skill plant manipulation?" Originally, Ji Qingwu grabbed the LVL3 skill book Plant Manipulation. Yu Zhong knew Ji Qingwu took the close combat route. She could only take the precious LVL3 skill book and make her best friend Chen Yao learn it, giving Chen Yao one more survival skill. In God and Devil world, magic strength is a power that invokes fear, but the casting conditions are harsh. Because of this, without a type of survival skill, it would be very difficult to survive without a team. It required other supplementary skills to do. Chen Yao nodded, yes. Yu Zhong saw when the skill book came out. Chen Yao didn't want to hide this fact. Yu Zhong said in a low voice, "What level has your plant manipulation skill reached?" Chen Yao hesitated a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "I can manipulate ordinary grass of a meadow to rapidly grow, entangling enemies. Normal people would be unable to break free." Chen Yao's strength was too low. Even if plant manipulation is a LVL3 skill, she couldn't bring into play that skill's extremely large power. If Yu Zhong's power level was high, the plant manipulation absolutely was a fearful ability. Yu Zhong slightly nodded, no longer speaking. The four people carefully snuck to the military camp to ambush. Yu Zhong lay on his stomach in the meadow before the military camp, gazing upon the military camp from afar. He saw in small military base a couple dozen zombies. They were wearing military clothes and carrying guns, standing blankly without moving. Mutant dog. Yu Zhong spied from far away. He searched for the mutant dog's footprints. Yu Zhong wanted to clearly see the mutant dog's strength and then make a plan. If that mutant dog was a LVL 30+ monster, Yu Zhong wouldn't hesitate to select retreat. He wasn't arrogant enough to think they could handle more than 4 LVL 30 monsters. Yu Zhong lay on the ground continuously looking all around. He attempted to discover a clue, but he didn't acquire any traces. Suddenly, behind Yu Zhong sounded a burst of rifle fire and a car engine noise. Not good. Quickly go, they are behind. The color of Yu Zhong's face changed, and he strode quickly towards the rear like a meteor. Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu closely followed behind Yu Zhong. Running all the way, Yu Zhong sized up the surroundings. Suddenly from his side, an entirely black mutant dog, strong as a liger, shot out like an arrow from the underbrush. It opened up its bloody mouth wide like a sacrificial bull, biting at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was going to be crushed by the dog. White Bones, who was closely following at Yu Zhong's side, shot ahead like an arrow, blocking in front of Yu Zhong. The mutant dog rushed onto White Bones' body, ruthlessly biting, unexpectedly breaking White Bones' right shoulder, sending bone pieces flying. Rifle bullets couldn't penetrate White Bones' body after it went through skeletal strengthening. Unexpectedly, it was crushed by one bite of the mutant dog. The huge force of the mutant dog's bite could be seen. If Yu Zhong was bitten, even with the protective clothing, he would suffer heavy damage. As White Bones was getting its shoulder bitten, Yu Zhong raised his stinger too, firing 3 shots towards the mutated dog. The 3 bullets banged into the mutated dog's skull. The mutated dog's skull exploded 3 fist-sized bloody holes. Powerless, it collapsed to the ground. A large experience orb flooded into Yu Zhong's body. A skill book, 2 white boxes, and 100 life coins appeared by the mutant dog's body. Yu Zhong quickly scooped these things into his backpack, then he looked at White Bones. In order to save Yu Zhong, White Bones' right shoulder was broken by the mutant dog. So long as White Bones' skull wasn't destroyed, it could recover the dropped bone pieces. But if the bone was completely destroyed by someone, it couldn't restore the bone crumblings back into its skeleton body. White Bones walked over to the mutant dog. Using its hand to dig into the mutant dog's skull, it activated a bone exploit skill. In one pull, the mutant dog's vertebrae was extracted by White Bones. White Bones continually pierced into every portion of the mutant dog's body. A channel of black light flashed, the bones were completely absorbed by White Bones. Its body unexpectedly became a size bigger. Congratulations, your special skeleton successfully used bone exploit skill, absorbing mutated dog skeleton, strength 10. A bizarre voice directly rang in Yu Zhong's sea of thoughts. Chapter 77. After absorbing the mutated dog skeleton, an armor started to spread on White Bones' body into a thin layer, wrapping up its whole body. Yu Zhong didn't stop, quickly advancing forward. After White Bones' evolution completed, it again shadowed behind Yu Zhong. When Yu Zhong appeared in front of the motorcade, a miserable bloody scene entered his sight. Disemboweled bodies and severed human corpses were everywhere. 3 huge mutated dogs the size of ligers were jumping towards the remaining 12 gunmen, hunting the humans. The 12 remaining gunmen's faces were written with shock. They basically had no method to grasp the trajectory of the mutant dog's movements. A jeep was overturned on the road, blocking the road. In the distance, a Hummer was wildly escaping towards them. Tiger was holding a Type 79 submachine and unceasingly fired at the 3 mutated dogs. He yelled, "Don't panic. Everyone don't panic, hold fast, fire. Whoever dares to run, Daddy will shoot you." LVL 20 mutant dogs. Posse's extremely high agility and stamina, sharp claws and teeth that can mangle steel. Yu Zhong, seeing those 3 living mutated dogs, felt the information of enter into his mind. Under Tiger's organization, those 12 gunmen spread fire without ceasing, beating back the 3 mutant dogs' attack. The 3 mutant dogs were not invulnerable to bullets and blades. The Type 79 submachine gun's 7.72mm rounds were able to injure them. Tiger's eyes saw Yu Zhong from far away. He urgently shouted, "Yu Zhong, quick, rescue me. You only need to save me, I'll give you several beautiful women. In my house, I have even more beautiful and sexy women than Guiyu." Yu Zhong looked at Tiger, his mind flashed countless thoughts. Detouring to the side, he closed in on Tiger's party. If they rushed straight ahead, the wild flying bullets could drop them. He was wearing the LVL-3 protection armor that could stop gunfire, but his head didn't have any protection. One bullet could drop him. A gunman pulled the trigger, but no bullets came out. His mind panicked, immediately searching his body. At almost the same time, the majority of gunmen stopped firing. The Type 79 machine gun fires quickly, they used up all of their bullets. There were only 2 Type 81 rifles still firing. Seeing this scene, the remaining gunmen could not hold on. They dispersed in confusion, fleeing all around. Everyone's mind had the same thought. They don't need to outrun the mutant dogs. They only need to outrun their comrades. Tiger also gave up, fleeing into the forest. Yu Zhong was still dozens of meters from Tiger. If Tiger stayed, even Yu Zhong could not save him. Tiger had just fled a couple of steps when a mutant dog rushed him to the ground like a tiger. Opening its bloody mouth, it snapped Tiger's neck from behind. This ambitious and ruthless character who held high aims died like that, at the mouth of a mutant dog. Yu Zhong rushed and grabbed his Type 79 submachine gun at the same time. He extremely calmly fired towards the mutated dog. After learning the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong's ability could compare to a soldier who had gone through several years of target practice. Within 20 meters, dozens of bullets passed through the mutated dog's body, creating bloody hole after bloody hole. The mutated dog was infuriated. Abandoning his prepared hunt on the gunman, he rushed towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a cold light. When he was only 5 meters from the mutant dog, he started the shadow step skill. His speed soared to an extremely terrifying state. Yu Zhong's shadow step state was like a demon stepping out, avoiding the mutated dog's pounce at the peak moment. Taking advantage of the moment the mutated dog rushing power, a smooth sword chopped through the dog's neck, causing its head to fly off. The mutant dog corpse continued rushing forward a short distance, finally crashing to the ground. A large experience orb flew out, rushing into Yu Zhong's body. Congratulations, advanced to level 18. Please distribute 2 stat points. Absorbing the accumulated experience orbs of 2 level 20 mutated dogs and the previous zombies, Yu Zhong rushed up to level 18. 1 point strength. 1 point stamina. Yu Zhong's mind acted. After selecting his stats, he rushed towards the 2 remaining mutant dogs. In shadow step mode, Yu Zhong's agility distantly overrode the 2 mutant dogs. He could wantonly destroy them. Yu Zhong powered up many times, moreover he had the added speed stats from the clothes. If he didn't use shadow step, he was still barely at the same level of the 2 dogs. Although they were level 20, those 2 mutated dogs were several times weaker than the boss hunters. They weren't the same as the zombies who completely lost their thinking ability. It made the mutated dogs much more difficult to handle than zombies. Seeing Yu Zhong drop one of their comrades, the surviving 2 dogs abandoned hunting the remaining gunmen. One on the right, one on the left, they enveloped Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes coldly flashed. Madly increasing speed, he rushed towards the 2 dogs like an arrow. At the moment they were about to come in contact, his body slightly leaned. The imitation Tang sword drew across the mutated dog's body. It was chopped into 2 halves. Filthy blood splashed and the organs and intestines slid out. The other dog took advantage of the opportunity and pounced like a tiger. He rushed towards Yu Zhong like a thunderbolt. Yu Zhong's body slightly bent. In one rush, he drew a line across the mutated dog's neck. Shortly after, its head separated from its body, the corpse falling to the ground. How extreme. Bizarre. How can he be so strong? The surviving gunmen looked at Yu Zhong, who had solely killed 3 mutated dogs. Their eyes full of fright and worship. The 3 mutated dogs terrified them, however they knew that of 26 gunmen 20 were killed, and they still couldn't drop a single dog. Yu Zhong alone suddenly killed 3. His power is obvious. The 3 dogs dropped 1 skill book, a green box, 3 white boxes and 300 life coins. Yu Zhong strode over and put those God and Devil World items into his bag. Chapter 78, Chaos. Jianghu and Chen Yao finally caught up after Yu Zhong totally beheaded the 4 mutated dogs. Jianghu's stats are also focused in agility, but she needed to defend Chen Yao, slowing her down a lot. Yu Zhong walked to Tiger's body. Looking at Tiger's body, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Tiger was an ambitious and ruthless character. He was able to control the gunmen of Always Bright Village. As soon as he died, the balance of the village broke. Yu Zhong wanted to quietly leave the plan. Yu Zhong lowered his voice and shouted while looking at the 6 remaining gunmen. From now on you are incorporated into me. You are now my direct subordinates. You need to completely listen to my commands. Understand? The 6 gunmen looked at each other in a state of confusion. They never thought Tiger would die, and now Yu Zhong wanted to incorporate them. A gunman worked up some courage to go against Yu Zhong. You aren't always Bright Village's boss, on what grounds can you incorporate us? As soon as the gunman finished speaking, White Bones, who was standing by Yu Zhong, shot forward like an arrow, waving its axe like a whirlwind. It chopped through the gunman's skull, causing the head to go flying, soaring into the sky, blood spraying everywhere. The 5 gunmen were startled, nervously grasping their assault rifles, not daring to act the slightest bit rash, even so much that they didn't dare point their guns at Yu Zhong. Seeing the gunman beheaded by Yu Zhong, Qin Yao's eyebrows wrinkled, and she looked over at Ji Qingwu. Ji Qingwu shook her head towards Qin Yao. Yu Zhong coldly stared at the gunman, saying, "To refuse me is death. You all can choose, come under my command, listen to my orders, or die right here." "Obey, obey. I obey your commands, Yu Zhong. I wish to be your subordinate." "Brother Yu, I wish to be your subordinate." The remaining 5 gunmen competed with each other's exclamations. Tiger, the man they followed, already died. They also thought they would pass away. Being able to follow a strong man like Yu Zhong is a stroke of good luck in ZH. "Start the car. We are returning to Always Bright Village." Yu Zhong quickly got on the vehicle and commanded a gunman to drive. The vehicle that was toppled by the mutated dog was already pushed out of the way by White Bones. 2 jeeps and a Dongfeng truck made up the motorcade, setting off towards Always Bright Village's direction. Boss, Tiger died. Tiger died." A person under Zhang Xiang entered his room screaming. At that time in the room, 3 beautiful women wearing black open leather outfits were kneeling on the ground like dogs, trying their hearts out to attend on Zhang Xiang. "What? Tiger died." Zhang Xiang was originally indignant for being disturbed from training beautiful women. After understanding his subordinate's words, his face changed. He kicked a beautiful woman kneeling in front of him, continuing to ask, "Qin Yuan, are you certain? You personally saw it?" Qin Yuan spoke and looked at the beautiful woman wearing black leather at the same time. "I'm certain, I personally saw. Those mutant dogs circled around our rear and started attacking. We fled to forest. The last thing I saw was a mutant dog pouncing on Tiger's body, biting his neck." Qin Yuan was a person under Tiger's command that had been bribed by Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's face became happy. Clapping Qin Yuan's shoulder, he said, Good. You did well. Qin Yuan, wait a moment for the matter to pass by. These 3 women I'll give to you." Qin Yuan happily said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Finished speaking, Zhang Xiang quickly left the place, gathered his 7 henchmen and completely equipped them. They quickly rushed to the small Western-style house where Lei Jin lived. Lei Jin was working out. He saw Zhang Xiang bringing men rushing close. Raising a brow, he asked, "Zhang Xiang, what happened?" Lei Jin's 2 henchmen both raised their guns and aimed at Zhang Xiang. Zhang Xiang's eyes became red. Crying, he said, "Big brother Lei, Qin Yan betrayed Tiger. He and Yu Zhong allied to kill Tiger. This is according to Qin Yuan, who went with Tiger. He risked his life to come back and tell me. We are going to hide him. Big brother Lei, you need to get revenge for Tiger." Lei Jin understood the news, immediately shouting in anger, "What? Qin Yan dared betray Tiger?" Lei Jin stared at Qin Yuan, coldly asking, "Qin Yuan, speak to me. Is what Zhang Xiang said true? You dare speak a lie, Daddy will throw you to the zombies." Qin Yuan said, crying, "Brother Lei, everything Xiang said is true. Lin Yu and I saw with our own eyes. You need to get revenge for Tiger." Lei Jin was indignant. Grabbing a 79 type submachine gun with both hands, he rushed out. "Fuck him. Wang Yuan, Li Jueji. Come with me. Daddy wants to peel Qin Yan's skin and throw him to the zombies." Lei Jin's henchmen also followed, rushing out. After Lei Jin departed, Zhang Xiang ordered Qin Yuan, take several people to grab the women Qiyang and Yu Zhong brought right now. Qiyang needs to be grabbed alive. If he's beaten up, it's no problem. Try to catch the other women alive. If you can't, it's no big deal." "I understand, boss." Qin Yuan nodded. He rushed out with 3 men to Qiyang's group location. Zhang Xiang, moving quickly forward, caught up with Lei Jin. Qiyang, are you here?" "I'm De Guzi." In the villa Yu Zhong's group resided, De Guzi hurriedly approached and anxiously spoke. Qiyang came out from the villa saying, "What happened, De Guzi?" Yang knew Deguzi was Yu Zhong's eyes in Always Bright Village. They didn't have any foundation in Always Bright Village. The local Deguzi was their sole source of intelligence. Deguzi eagerly said, "Tiger died. This is information I received from a friend." Yang's eyes became solemn. He said to the women who were stretching out in the courtyard, preparing food and watching clothes, "Wang Qian and Zhang Xan immediately closed the gate. Everyone hide in the house." Wang Shuang and Su Jingguan grabbed guns. Finished speaking, Yang grabbed a Type 79 submachine gun and 3 clips, tossing them to Deguzi, saying, "Thank you, Deguzi. After this, you are one of us. Protect yourself." Deguzi received the Type 79 machine gun and 3 clips, and he ran into the villa in a flash. He could only spread the news. As far as him fighting, he didn't dare. The 2 women Wang Qian and Zhang Xan urgently closed the gate, hiding in the villa. Quickly, Always Bright Village sounded with fierce shots. Qin Yuan brought 3 people before the villa and yelled, "Quick, open the gate." Chapter 79. Rushing to Fight. Qin Yuan faced the gate and yelled, "Everyone inside, listen. Everyone come out for me. Brother Xiang wants to see you all. If you don't come out on your own, then don't blame me for my rudeness." Yang coldly said, "Scram. No one can enter this gate before Yu Zhong returns." Qin Yuan indignantly said to the 3 men under his command, "Smash it." Qin Yuan's 3 men spread a burst of fire towards the gate's lock, exploding it with a boom, then a kick opened it up. Yang, grasping his Type 79 submachine gun, lay down in a corner. When the gate burst open, he calmly pulled the trigger. His gun spit out bullets like a flaming tongue on the door. The 2 armed men were mowed down defenseless onto the ground. One of the men was killed on sight, the other was shot through the leg. Yang's job was changed to soldier. He also had the job skill firearms control. His shooting skill could compare to soldiers who had gone through rigorous training. Qin Yuan was startled. Crouching down, he rolled nearby to the side. The other gunman flashed over to the other side of the gate. "It hurts. Help." The gunman shot through the leg yelled an intensely severe cry, painfully struggling on the ground. "Fuck him. Too ferocious." Qin Yuan scolded. Looking at the villa, he somehow didn't know what to do. The gunmen of Always Bright Village were a mob of people that had never gone through strict military training. They were ordinary people holding guns. Qin Yuan didn't know how to attack Yang's guarded position without any heavy weapons. The 2 sides became deadlocked. On the other side, Zhang Xiang and Lei Jin combined their 2 great powers together, and they headed towards Qin Yan's force to attack. A touch off guard, Qin Yan's force suffered heavy losses, losing 4 brothers. Qin Yan, Qin Si, and 2 other gunmen retreated to a small Western-style house to defend. Zhang Xiang commanded the attack and scolded in his mind at the same time, "Fuck him. That rubbish Qin Yuan, how come he hasn't brought people?" Compared to Qin Yan, Zhang Xiang was even more afraid of Yu Zhong. He therefore took this opportunity to seize power of Always Bright Village. He already considered every aspect entirely. He only needed to grab Yang and Lu Wen, then he could force Yu Zhong's submission. With the exception of Tiger, Lei Zhen and Qin Yan weren't worth consideration by Yu Zhong. Tiger brought along the strongest gunman at his side every time he went out. Zhang Xiang didn't dare act the slightest bit rash. He could only honestly become Tiger's dog. Due to Tiger's ruthlessness, he wouldn't even submit if you killed his women. No one could suppress Tiger's wild ambitions. From far away a vehicle came with the sound of a roaring engine as the 2 were fiercely fighting. Zhang Xiang's face changed. He didn't calculate Yu Zhong could return so fast. Yu Zhong came back so fast. According to Zhang Xiang's estimate, Yu Zhong should have taken a long time to battle the 4 mutated dogs. In this time he could completely capture Always Bright Village. He didn't need to be afraid of Yu Zhong's threats because at that time he would have hostages. Yu Zhong returned. "Fuck him, unexpectedly killing Brother Tiger. I need to get revenge for Brother Tiger." Lei Jin's eyes turned blood red, snarling. He hastened his 5 henchmen to the village opening. Tiger gave Lei Jin great kindness, never slighting him. Lei Jin was hell-bent on paying back everything for Tiger. Zhang Xiang glanced at the hot-headed Lei Jin, sneering in his mind, "Idiot. Come with me." Considering for a moment, Zhang Xiang brought the 8 men under his command towards Yu Zhong's residence. "We have a situation. Stop the car, get out and prepare for battle." Completely kill everyone facing us with a gun. His eyebrows wrinkled and he gave commands to the driver. From far away Yu Zhong understood the intense gunfire noises. The driver quickly stopped the vehicle. 5 gunmen, Yu Zhong and Jianghu, all got out of the vehicle. The 2 jeeps couldn't stop bullets. By directly rushing in, they would certainly become a great target. Yu Zhong also couldn't bring his skills into play on the vehicle. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a fierce light. He issued a terrifying command to White Bones: "Go for me, with the exception of the people traveling with me, kill everyone carrying a gun." Yu Zhong's sworn followers and women were all in Always Bright Village. He was already extremely angry. His thoughts became murderous. Receiving Yu Zhong's command, White Bones' eyes flashed with fiery soul magic, rushing towards Always Bright Village like a whirlwind. Yu Zhong pointed at a tall and thin gunman among the 5 who looked about 25 or 26 years old, saying, "Lu Yan, I'm making you the leader of this small squad. This small squad will follow your commands. After entering the village, anyone who points a gun at us, plunders, rapes women, pillages supplies, will all be killed by us. I'll go first and clear out those bastards." Lu Yan was happy in his heart. Standing up straight, he said, "Yes, brother Yu. I guarantee mission completion." The 2 women, Ji Qingwu and Qin Yao's, were soft-hearted. Before ZH, those were good qualities. But they couldn't carry out the orders that Yu Zhong commanded. Those 2 couldn't murder people or carry out Yu Zhong's command. Yu Zhong also only gave the mission over to those gunmen previously under Tiger's command. As far as their reliability, Yu Zhong didn't think much about it. After all, they had no one else. Yu Zhong's figure flashed, following behind White Bones. "Open fire." White Bones had just approached Always Bright Village. Lei Jin roared at those under his command. 6 gunmen grabbed 81 type rifles and 79 type submachine guns and spread fire at the approaching White Bones. White Bones leaped like a monkey in a zigzag pattern, avoiding the bullet fire. A few bullets merely hit into his bone armor, unable to break his skeleton. White Bones already had 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. His movements were extremely agile, closing the 100-meter distance in a blink of an eye. Rushing before Lei Jin's group, it leaped, jumping right in front of Lei Jin. Waving its axe, Lei Jin's skull was sent flying. Blood scattered everywhere. Lei Jin's headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ah! Oh! A gunman to the side was covered by Lei Jin's blood spray. He fearfully yelled. Pulling the trigger, he madly sprayed at White Bones. Chapter 80, Zhang Xiang's Death. White Bones' body flashed, dodging almost all of the bullets. He then waved his axe. That militant was beheaded, blood spraying towards the sky. White Bones, ever since Yu Zhong summoned him, had been beheading the zombies. Now, his fighting style has formed a habit which is specialized in chopping off the heads of his prey. Monster! Monster! Being in close range with White Bones, who was fierce and brutal, plus their leader being beheaded. Those military forces' battle desire fell apart and they started fleeing in all directions. In order to lessen the burden of their bodies, they threw away the Type 81 rifles and the Type 79 submachine guns to the ground, throwing their helmets away as well as their dignity. One could see that this scene was truly a shameful sight. White Bones was resolute on following Yu Zhong's orders, seemingly appearing as the Grim Reaper with his axe, beheading those militants who had not yet abandoned their firearms. In a few breaths, those militants who were still holding their firearms were all beheaded. Taking advantage of the period of time when White Bones was beheading those militants, Yu Zhong's figure flashed. He entered the Always Bright Village and directly moved towards his villa. After White Bones finished beheading the enemies, he hurried after Yu Zhong. Not long after Yu Zhong left, Lu Yan along with his 4 team members arrived at the village. Brother Yu is really awesome. Lu and the other team members at the village looked at the beheaded corpses of the other militants. In their hearts, they were afraid but also felt fortunate. They felt fortunate that they made the right choice. Lu Yan's 5-man team held guns. On one side they were gathering the firearms on the ground, and on the other side they mercilessly shot down those people who tried to take advantage of the confusion and rob the goods. Qin Yuan, what did you eat? Why haven't you attacked here? Zhang Xiang arrived at the residence of Yu Zhong's group. Looking at Qin Yuan hiding at the gate, he was enraged. He couldn't help but curse. If he couldn't capture Yu Zhong's friends and women, his opportunity to win over the village would be destroyed. Qin Yuan cried saying, "Brother Xiang, Qi Yang has guns. 2 of my brothers have been murdered. We can't rush in." Zhang Xiang looked fierce, grabbing a gun he pointed at Qin Yuan's head yelling, "Shut it with your fucking nonsense. Immediately rush in for daddy and drop Qi Yang. Grab the other people. Otherwise daddy will shoot you." Zhang Xiang roared at the other gunmen, "And you all. Everyone rush in for me. If you don't grab the people inside, we will all die." "Yes, Brother Xiang." Qin Yuan clenched his teeth. His face bitter, he turned towards the gate and rushed in. Gunman after gunman rushed into the door like the tide. Qi Yang hid in the shadows. He pulled the trigger as soon as Qin Yuan's group rushed in. He emptied a clip at once, dense fire enveloping the entryway. 3 of the rushing gunmen were struck down to the ground. Qin Yuan was also hit by a bullet, but he rolled nearby to the side. Taking advantage of Qi Yang's empty clip, the other gunmen opened fire, sweeping Qi Yang's location. At the same time, under the suppressive fire, they invaded the courtyard. Qi Yang rolled nearby, leaving his original position and hid in the villa. Level 2 defensive clothes could stop small-caliber bullets, but he was not invincible. He would die if hit in the head. Hiding inside the house, the women were all afraid they would die. They never thought they would unexpectedly encounter a firefight. Before Ziage, it was a sight only seen in movies and on television. The gunmen rushed into the courtyard. A yellow-colored magic light appeared on the ground. Next, a 3-meter-long thorn suddenly burst from the ground, piercing straight through a gunman. Blood unceasingly spilled from the thorn's tip. This suddenly appearing thorn made the gunmen extremely panicked and destroyed their motivation, one by one seeking shelter to escape. Qi Yang took advantage with a burst of fire. After 2 gunmen were dropped, he immediately rolled nearby. Qi Yang had just rolled to the side, when a concentration of bullets hit his original position, striking the wall, filling it with bullet holes. Zhang Xiang gnashed his teeth thinking, "Damn. I never thought Qi Yang was so severe." Qi Yang's job was soldier. With the firearms control skill, his shooting level far exceeded the mob controlled by Zhang Xiang. The troops Zhang Xiang brought were forced to cease their advance due to an ammunition shortage. The amount of bullets each person fired wasn't less than 100. As far as accuracy, they basically had none. "Rush in. Drop him." Zhang Xiang snarled. He jumped out from the cover and rushed inside the villa. Further delay was unfavorable. They still had 5 people. They had the numbers advantage. If they delayed, it would be trouble. "Who do you want to drop?" From Zhang Xiang's rear passed an icy voice. Zhang Xiang's heart chilled and he immediately rolled nearby. The next moment, concentrated bullet fire dropped on the 5 gunmen, piercing through 2 of them and dropping them to the floor. Yu Zhong entered the courtyard holding a Type 79 machine gun in one hand and an imitation tang sword in the other. He dashed into the gunman like a cheetah. One slash, a gunman's head responded by flying to the ground. White bones also appeared like a shadow at Yu Zhong's side. An axe sent the last gunman's head flying. In the whole courtyard, only Zhang Xiang was left. Zhang Xiang's face was panicked. Kneeling on the ground, he begged to Yu Zhong, "Don't kill me. Yu Zhong, don't kill me. I wish to surrender. I wish to surrender and be your dog. Don't kill me. I'll give all the beautiful women to you. I'm begging you, don't kill me." Although Zhang Xiang appeared cruel and arrogant before, but his true nature was one extremely afraid of death. He begged for mercy from Yu Zhong as soon as something went wrong. Yu Zhong coldly looked at Zhang Xiang. His hand waved the imitation tang sword, one slice sending Zhang Xiang's head flying. Zhang Xiang's head tumbled, rolling on the ground. His eyes were filled with fright and fear. The amount of pressure Zhang Xiang's group gave Qi Yang wasn't small. Carrying weapons, the amount of danger was much greater to Qi Yang than ordinary zombies could ever be. Yu Zhong said, "I will handle the matter. You stay and guard here. Apart from us, don't let anyone else enter." Qi Yang said, "Yes." After he finished speaking, Yu Zhong quickly rushed out. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhen and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yu Zhong's hand. Now the only thing remaining was Qin Yan's military strength. Chapter 81. Overwhelming Destruction. Yu Zhong discovered Lu Yan's party in a private house. At that time there were 5 unarmed men crouching beside Lu Yan. "Brother Yu, you came." Seeing Yu Zhong and White Bones, he approached and welcomed them. Pointing to the 5 men, he said, "They were Lei Zhen and Tiger's men. What should we do with them?" The 5 men were all looking a little afraid at Yu Zhong and White Bones' figures. Among them, some had seen White Bones' killing spree of horror. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 men coldly, saying, "From now on, you are all my subordinates. You must unconditionally obey my orders. If you don't obey, then you will simply die. Now grab some guns and do battle with me. Understand?" Yu Zhong only needed to follow behind the unit. He didn't need to worry about them defecting. If they defected, he would ruthlessly kill and behead them. But right now Yu Zhong lacked manpower. He could only use the people he could grab. The 5 men relaxed a little in their hearts. They went to the side and grabbed their weapons. Yes, brother Yu. Being able to stay alive was the greatest wish of the 5 men. In the midst of this chaos, staying alive is the #1 priority. They didn't care who was most effective. Not everyone was willing to risk their life for Tiger. They relied on Tiger and Lei Zhen in order to stay alive. Staying alive is much better than dying. Always Bright Village's 4 chiefs represented the village's greatest 4 powers. Tiger's military force was destroyed among the 3 mutated dogs. Lei Zhen and Zhang Xiang's power was destroyed by Yu Zhong's hand. Now the only thing remaining was Qin Yan's military strength. "Lu Yan, take your men to guard Tiger's villa. Ji Qingwu and Qin Yao, you go defend Zhang Xiang's villa. Don't let the people fool around. Everyone else come with me." Yu Zhong quickly gave out the distributions. After Lu Yan's small group passed the trial, they managed to gain a little trust. Yu Zhong placed the ones he could trust the most to stable situations. The uncertain gunman he kept by his side. He was confident he could eliminate the unreliable gunman at any time. Under a subordinate's guidance, Yu Zhong quickly found Qin Yan's sheltered villa. Yu Zhong arrived at the sheltered villa's exterior. He didn't ask for anyone to surrender. He commanded White Bones, "Go kill everyone holding a gun." The 4 chiefs in Always Bright Village all possessed huge influence. Yu Zhong had basically no influence in the village. If Qin Yan came down on him, it would be hard to handle. It would be better to take advantage of this situation and kill him, completely wiping out all of the village chiefs. Like this, the whole village wouldn't have enough power to disobey him. Yu Zhong didn't want to create any conflicts with Tiger and his people in the past. This was for Qiyang, Lu Wen, and everyone else's safety. It did not represent an approval of Tiger's methods. He didn't mind taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Zhang Xiang and others. White Bones immediately sped towards Qin Yan's sheltered villa. Qin Yan was an incredibly bright person. As soon as he saw Yu Zhong's special skeleton White Bones, his face turned white. Guessing the whole story, "Skeleton?" Yu Zhong returned. "He wants to kill me." Qin Si and 2 remaining henchmen began firing a mass of bullets at White Bones without ceasing. White Bones moved like thunder within a hail of bullets. Even if hit by several bullets, there was no way to break his bones. Like a killing god, he quickly dashed into the villa. Waving the axe, a gunman was decapitated by White Bones. Qin Si switched a clip just in time. Soon after, he closed the distance between him and White Bones, spraying fire in a burst of madness. "Damned bastard! Go die!" White Bones, being extremely nimble, jumped to the side, avoiding Qin Si's fire. With ease the axe waved, the air pressure made a screaming sound, sending Qin Si's skull flying. Qin Yan turned, wanting to flee. White Bones' axe connected, chopping Qin Yan in 2. Blood and intestines littered the ground. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Another gunman peed his pants, tossed his Type 81 rifle and held up his hands. White Bones' eyes stared at the gunman, glowing with fiery soul magic. Its image flashed, dexterously jumping into Qin Yan's villa. With the axe, he destroyed all the doors in the villa, checking to see if there were any armed enemies inside. "Come with me." Hearing the gunfire in the villa die down, Yu Zhong brought the 5 new subordinates to Qin Yan's villa. After entering Qin Yan's villa, he saw the terrifying scene of Qin Yan chopped in half at the waist. The 5 subordinates at Yu Zhong were celebrating without end in their hearts. Without surrendering, they would have already become corpses in the ground. The gunmen let go by White Bones were crouching on the ground, holding up both hands, not daring any strange movements. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 people, coldly saying, "Go search for supplies. Take any survivors into custody and bring them out. Don't get handsy, clear?" "Yes, brother Yu." The 5 men's hearts shivered, responding loudly. Then they entered the villa and started searching. The 5 women brought out in custody by Yu Zhong's new subordinates all looked at Yu Zhong with fright. They didn't know what would become of their fate. Yu Zhong looked at the 5 women, discovering the 5 women were all pretty good-looking. Everyone was no less than Wang Lan. An armed personnel excitedly reported to Yu Zhong, "Brother Yu, on the 2nd floor, 2nd room on the right, we discovered a large amount of rice, flour, alcohol, and other staple foods. That place is the place where Qin Yan stashed things. In ZH, goods and food were the most important." Yu Zhong instructed, "Leave 2 people here to protect the supplies, bring the others with me." "Yes, brother Yu." 2 armed personnel responded and then guarded the location. Yu Zhong wasn't worried they would flee. Everywhere outside of Always Bright Village had dangers, monsters like zombies and mutated beasts. If those gunmen raided the goods and left, they wouldn't live long. "Over there is the hen house. What's going on there?" Yu Zhong hadn't left Qin Yan's villa long ago, and he saw the hen house's door was open. 3 men were hastily going inside. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled, leading a group of people towards the hen house. As soon as Yu Zhong arrived at the hen house, he smelled a fishy stench. He stepped inside and saw an astonishing sight. There was a layer of yellow straw spread inside the approximately 100 square meter room. A dozen malnourished and sickly-looking women. They looked withered and numb, lying or sitting on the ground. There wasn't a thread of anger, they were like dead people. 7 men surrounded 2 pretty women who still had a little liveliness in them, doing that type of thing. The henhouse echoed a sound of men lewdly laughing and gasping for air while the women wept. Chapter 82, Celebrity. Damn it! Looking at this scene, Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent, going forward a single step, putting a sword above the man's head, beheading him. Blood sprayed out from the man's neck, splashing down from his body towards the woman and his surroundings. Splashed by that man's hot blood, the 2 males were immediately scared witless, without even having the time to wear their pants, at once kneeled on the ground and pleaded, "Day mercy! Day mercy!" The remaining 4 men were also scared and their condition became awful, kneeling on the ground towards Yu, pleaded, "Big brother mercy! Big brother mercy!" Yu Zhong, with a cold voice, ordered those 3 subordinates that came with him, "I said, the men who take advantage of the situation and defile the women, all must die, shoot them down." "Yes, brother Yu." The 3 subordinates responded. They straightforward used the guns and burst fire on those 6 men who were kneeling on the ground. Those 6 men covered by dozens of concentrated bullets, they all fell to the ground. Yu Zhong looked around the room at those tormented human shapes of the women. His heart was extremely hard. This is ZH, a maddening ZH. The darkness of human hearts was due to the loss of institutional constraints. The future hopelessness started expanding without limits. "I would rather be a peaceful and secure dog than a human in chaos." Yu Zhong had heard these words before, but he had never before truly felt the weight of those words. After Yu Zhong entered college, his temper quieted a little, reading several books. Among them were several Nationalist Party senior officials' memoirs. He recalled they contained some feudalistic superstitious. Looking at their self-glorification, you can clearly see the societal circumstances at that time. A high-ranking officer recollected, after his troops were scattered by incessant fighting between warlords, those soldiers murdered, pillaged, and raped without any qualms. In order to stop them, the high-ranking officer was forced to put them all to the gun. The blackness in mankind's heart can be seen, as soon as people lose the restrictions of order. It has so much madness and perversion. Yu Zhong plainly said, "Leave 1 person here defending. No one can enter without my command." "Yes," a subordinate replied. "Yu Zhong, are you Yu Zhong? Help me, help me." At Yu Zhong's side as he decided to leave, an endlessly weak voice came from the ground. Yu Zhong turned his head to look. Although fair-skinned, the woman whose body was covered in gonorrhea was begging him. Yu Zhong walked a few steps towards the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The woman was weak without compare, her eyes flowing with remorseful tears, feebly said, "I am Li Mani." Li Mani, since that night after she escaped from the school bus, as a fugitive hiding along the way, escaped from Jianghu City. Then she was discovered by Tiger's group going out to look for supplies, and brought back to Always Bright Village. Li Mani's appearance could be considered pretty good. A couple of days ago, after she carelessly provoked Tiger, she was sent to the henhouse, suffering insult. Yu Zhong called over a subordinate and gave him 2 pieces of candy. "Come over here. Carefully take care of this woman." "Yes, brother Yu." The subordinate somewhat slowly walked over. Looking at Li Mani, a little awkward, he went to the woman on the ground. Yu Zhong looked at the subordinate, understanding a little. He said, "The past is settled. I won't investigate. You only have to look after her. Don't let her die and it's okay. She is only my former classmate." The majority of women in the henhouse had all been visited by those gunmen. If Yu Zhong wished to get revenge for those women, he would have to kill those gunmen. From his point of view, Yu Zhong couldn't do it. Yu Zhong's subordinate relaxed and said, "Brother, you don't worry. I absolutely can take good care of her." Yu Zhong nodded, stood up and took large strides outside. Li Mani was certainly not one of his people. He could only do this small step for her. If she needs anything else, he couldn't delay over this woman who formally chose to leave his side. Gazing at the sight of Yu Zhong leaving, Li Mani's eyes flowed 2 pairs of quiet tears. Remorseful and weak with gratitude, she said, "Thank you." Li Mani endlessly regretted choosing to flee Jianghu City at that time together with Zhao Zhen. If she stayed at Yu Zhong's side, she wouldn't have encountered this type of disaster. Yu Zhong's subordinates bowed down. From his chest pocket he pulled out a military canteen and piece of candy, and gave it to Li Mani. After those who plundered and raped women were put to death by the firing squad, the situation slowly stabilized. After all, the majority of people were timid, hiding in their homes and not going outside. The rioters were a small portion. "Brother Yu, these are Tiger's private women." When Yu Zhong led the people to Tiger's villa, Lu Yan excitedly brought a crowd of women to Yu Zhong and gave a report. There were 11 women in the group, each one with appearance and stature above average. One of them had a voluptuous figure and delicate face that carried a hint of pride and charm. Among the group of women she appeared to be a crane and flock of chickens, completely remarkable. Yu Zhong looked at the woman, eyebrows wrinkling. "Who is that woman? How does she seem a little familiar?" Lu Yan excitedly said to Yu Zhong, "Brother Yu, that woman is the big celebrity Lei Yuqing, the big star actor who was once popular north and south of the Yangtze River. She was also Tiger's most cherished woman." Amidst Lei Yuqing's charm, she also looked somewhat arrogantly at Yu Zhong. She was an extremely beautiful and classy woman. She carried that big celebrity status which increased her charm even more. In addition, she had skillful ways with men. Originally, however, she held Tiger's infatuation. The majority of time he pampered her alone. She also had confidence to be able to craze Yu Zhong into her boy toy. Among Tiger's women, only Lei Yuqing alone with status, appearance, figure, charm combined could contend with Guiyu's appearance and temperament. Guiyu clearly is the type men like. She has a mature flirtatious behavior, rare outstanding temperament and socialness. Lei Yuqing, seeing Yu Zhong sizing her up, immediately smiled, perking up her ample peaks, showing off her most beautiful side. In Always Bright Village she already experienced Zhage's cruelty. Only with the Strong's blessing could she have a better life. Whether it was Tiger or Yu Zhong, she didn't care. Yu Zhong only looked at Lei Yuqing once and didn't look at her a second time. He plainly said to Lu Yan, "I know. Leave 2 people to look after them. Wait for arrangements." Chapter 83, Establishment. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Lei Yuqing's face changed, yet it showed no resistance. Don't disobey the strong was one of the first Zhage laws she learned. Those women that disobeyed and resisted Tiger were tortured to no longer look human. Unable to survive and unable to die. Yu Zhong brought people from all around to work in Always Bright Village. They would search for materials, keep the peace, look for more recruits, delegate new responsibilities and the like all day. Yu Zhong had finally made Always Bright Village return to its former tranquility. That night, inside Tiger's former villa, several big banquet tables were put out. At the banquet, Yu Zhong sat with survivors of Jianghu City who he brought to the Always Bright Village, and planned to recruit several subordinates for promotion. The banquet was held privately in the courtyard inside the villa. Gathered were Yu Zhong, Wang Shuang, Lu Wen, Qiyang, Ji Qingwu, Deguzi, Lu Yan, Xiaoming. Whereas Guiyu was standing behind Yu Zhong to act as Yu's exclusive waitress. Deguzi, Lu Yan, and Xiaoming were promoted by Yu Zhong to squad leader. Each squad leader would manage 2 militants. Wang Shuang was also appointed as a squad leader by Yu, giving him 2 militants as his subordinates. Whereas Qiyang was a commander-in-chief with 5 militants as his subordinates. In the villa banquet, delicious baikiji fried chicken with river snails, broth steamed grass carp, stir-fried river shrimps, sautéed wild herbs, white steamed buns and cooked white rice were arranged. Prior to ZH, these vegetable and meats were common and ordinary. Now though, this feast was regarded as extremely sumptuous. It could have even exceeded the decadence of abalone and edible birds' nests before ZH. There weren't many chickens and ducks in Always Bright Village, no more than 20. In other words, even Yu Zhong couldn't eat this type of feast every day. Everyone was wolfing down food in the banquet room without stopping to speak. Ji Qingwu and Qin Yao, the 2 women who accompanied Yu Zhong taking risks and fighting alongside him, were normally reserved, but this was their first time eating non-canned meat after ZH. They both lost a little restraint and took big mouthfuls. Needless to say, Deguzi, Lu Yan, and Xiaoming all knew how hard chicken and fish were to come by in ZH. They all took this opportunity to gorge themselves. They feared there would be few opportunities to eat like this again anytime soon. In the courtyard banquet there was only rice and fried vegetables. Everyone's bowl also had a piece of lunch meat and a slice of chicken. Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. Unhappily she said, "Why are they able to eat baikiji while we get lunch meat? And only a single piece?" Wang Fang's brows wrinkled and sarcastically said, "Go be barefoot. The people sitting over there all have the strength of zombies. We are privileged to have this meat. Could it be you still want to go eat that corn gruel and wild herbs?" When Wang Fang said corn gruel and wild herbs, every person couldn't help but look towards the last seat of the banquet. Li Mani sat at that position. She was bathed clean and wearing clean clothes but still looked a bit haggard. She had her head down and didn't respond to the others' glances. She looked at the grains of rice in her bowl, and she had no more of the arrogance from before when she criticized Yu Zhong's haughtiness. Some things, when lost, feel that much more precious. That bowl of rice at that moment was delicious. Zhang Xian fiddled with her bowl of rice. She spoke begrudgingly, "Even if that's the case, I'm not happy about it. Lu Wen and Qin Yao don't have any great abilities. Why do they get to eat and drink all they want while we are stuck here eating this?" She motioned to her rice. Zhang Xian knew their plight was much better than the people of Always Bright Village, but not many people shared that opinion. Compared with Lu Wen and Qin Yao, their quality of life was a level below. Yuan Ying stared at Zhang Xian and smiled coldly. Lu Wen is Yu Zhong's woman. Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu are covered because of their aptitude. Originally, everything under heaven wasn't fair. Do you think that before ZH everything was fair? Yuan Ying had no way of entering the inner banquet, and her heart ached, but she hated Zhang Xian even more. She wanted to refute everything Zhang Xian said. Zhang Li advised, "Silence is sometimes the better option." Zhang Li was much more sensible than the pampered Zhang Xian and Yuan Ying. She didn't want everyone to talk privately about Yu Zhong like he was a felon. In today's battle, Yu Zhong killed several people. Everyone changes. Yu Zhong could turn into a tyrant like Tiger. Under Zhang Li's advice, the 2 women gave each other a glance, not saying anything else. Zhang Xian ate and silently stared in the direction of the dining hall, seeking Yu Zhong's image. Yu Zhong ate and quietly considered future plans. In the past, Yu Zhong had never been the head boss. He deftly disposed of the 4 Always Bright Village chiefs, and in a short time had accumulated great influence here. His success was also a burden though. The future of Always Bright Village's citizens rode on his shoulders. To speak of nothing else, the problem of feeding hundreds of people was the central pressing matter on Yu Zhong's mind. Always Bright Village's previous 4 chiefs had always gathered up quite a bit of supplies. They were able to gather so much that if dozens of people feasted for several years they wouldn't run out of food. But now, if hundreds of people ate, they would only last a few months. For this reason, Tiger fed himself and his henchmen well, and only gave moldy food to the survivors. The land in this area was also infertile, and that only compounded the food supply problem. Yu Zhong thought to himself and shook his head. It isn't so great being the boss. Being a good boss is even more difficult. I wonder if being a tyrant might be a little easier. If he acted like a tyrant, inconsiderate of the lives and future of other people, he would be able to live comfortably. These thoughts, however, were inconsistent with his nature. After everyone had eaten their fill, 3 beautiful women walked over from the side and gathered up all the leftovers and cleared the table. Good, began Yu Zhong, today we discuss our future. First, I have decided that our troops will be split into 3 different groups and rankings. Official team members on top, preliminary team members next, and outside personnel last. Wages for these teams will also be split into 3 levels. Official team members will receive 25 grams of rice in wages per day. Preliminary members will receive 16 grams. Outside personnel will receive 6 grams of rice. As for the other Always Bright Village personnel, twice a day provide them with enough gruel to keep them alive. We will use rice to pay for the services of Always Bright villagers. If they want to live better, they must work hard and contribute. Right then, food was the most valuable thing in Always Bright Village. Yu Zhong figured that he could use the rice and other goods he found in the houses of the 4 chiefs as payment for other goods and services. Chapter 84, Agility Solidification. Yu Zhong gave the most lucrative assignments to the people he could trust. Lu Wen will be responsible for the safeguard and distribution of goods. De Guzi, you will assist her. De Guzi beamed with joy and clapped his chest, pledging, yes, brother Yu. I will certainly defend the resources for you. This time, De Guzi's intelligence paid off. Yu Zhong must reward him. If not for De Guzi's intel, several of the people that Yu Zhong rescued from Leijiang City would have died. Goods and supplies allocations was indeed a lucrative post. When De Guzi obtained that appointment, the whole village looked highly upon him, not daring to offend him. Qiyang is responsible for the first combat unit. Primary duty is to search for supplies. Ji Qingwu is responsible for the second combat unit. Wang Shuang is responsible for the third combat unit. Lu Yang is responsible for the fourth combat unit. Xiao Ming is responsible for the 5th combat unit. Units, tomorrow go out and enlist team members. Newly recruited members belong to the outside personnel. After killing 5 ordinary zombies, outside personnel can promote to preliminary members. After preliminary members kill 20 ordinary zombies, they can be promoted to official team members. Each unit captain will be official team members, and enjoy official team member treatment. Apart from all of you, the other current personnel will temporarily be preliminary members. After they accumulate sufficient achievements, they will be promoted. Yu Zhong looked in the direction of Qin Yao. Go and organize an interior affairs department, Qin Yao. Find and select a few subordinates. You'll be responsible for miscellaneous matters. Yu Zhong recognized that Qin Yao was more suited to organizational and management duties, and lacked the innate combat capabilities of someone like Ji Qingwu. Furthermore, Qingwu wasn't comfortable with Qin Yao participating in dangerous combat. Qin Yao would be more valuable to Yu Zhong off the battlefield than on it. Qin Yao looked at Yu Zhong and asked, Yu Zhong, where will you stay? Could it be you aren't going to the Longhai City base? As soon as she spoke, everyone's eyes rested on Yu Zhong. This matter was related to all of their futures. They all wanted to hear Yu Zhong's reply. Yu Zhong boldly stated, I certainly want to go to the Longhai City survivor base and continue exploring it. But before then, I must help settle down the hundreds of people in Always Bright Village. I cannot leave until my work here is done. It had been almost a month since ZH began. Yu Zhong still hadn't formed any long-term plans. He wasn't thinking about migrating the Always Bright villagers to Longhai City's survivor base even if they could take care of them. He was more interested in taking his people to search for friends and family. In the face of catastrophic disaster, powerful regimes and powerful organizations are the things everyone relies on. The government is that powerful regime. Qin Yao firmly stared at Yu Zhong and said, Please, arrange me into the second combat unit. I want to use my ability to battle. With ZH, the world had changed. Talented and powerful people were more likely to survive now. Qin Yao had already come to see this reality. In ZH, one could only rely on power. So be it, Yu Zhong nodded reluctantly. He respected Qin Yao's choice. After all, Qin Yao and Ji Qingwu both followed him through the enormous dangers in Lei Jianshi. This left the matter of miscellaneous affairs unattended to, though. Guiyu, who was standing at Yu Zhong's side, offered her services. I'll be responsible for the miscellaneous tasks. I can work hard. Guiyu, in this cruel age, was determined to get as close to Yu Zhong as possible, and to do that she schemed to do everything she could to get into his graces. This opportunity to become responsible for miscellaneous affairs was the first step in her plans. Yu Zhong looked at Guiyu a moment and finally nodded. Good. I'll give you this responsibility. I'll give you 6 outside personnel. Work hard and do not fail me. You will be a temporary preliminary member. If you work hard, you can promote to an official member. Guiyu's big bright eyes slightly curved and she smiled sweetly. Yes, master. Wang Shuang couldn't help but notice Guiyu's beauty and gave her several glances. Lu Wen pursed her mouth and whispered, Little fox. At Yu Zhong's command, an extremely simple organizational structure appeared in Always Bright Village. But this was only a stopping point, and he had no plans to turn the village into any kind of kingdom. He stayed here only to establish simple order and help the survivors live on and maintain some of their dignity. Returning his thoughts to the matter at hand, Yu Zhong instructed Guiyu to search for people capable of wielding weapons, machinery and vehicle maintenance, remodeling and blacksmithing. She was to find them and bring them to Yu Zhong. You had become strong enough that dealing with a small-scale zombie group would be no trouble, but a large-scale problem would still require additional firepower. Armaments were still important. Guiyu nodded, yes. Let's call it a day, said Yu Zhong. Everyone return and get some rest. One after another, everyone got up to leave. Yu Zhong returned to the villa and cleaned himself up. Situated comfortably on his bed, he began to look through his storage ring at the spoils he won from the battle with the mutated dogs. He found 2 skill books, 1 blue treasure box and 5 white treasure boxes. Grade 3 skill, Agility Solidification. Passive skill, he read aloud. Learning this skill can increase agility by 10 points permanently. Grade 3 skill, Study of Force Manipulation. Active skill. Using this skill consumes 4 points of spirit power and 4 points of stamina. After using this skill, every 10 seconds 2 points of stamina and 2 points of spirit power will be consumed. Study of Force gives the ability to control inanimate objects and manipulate them. The amount of weight and size that can be controlled depended on the user's spirit power and physical stamina. Grade 3 Treasure, Fireball Ring. Spirit +6. Available skill, Small Fireball Technique. Can use once every day. Yu Zhong looked at those 3 skill books and a smear of worry flashed through his eyes. It is a pity I can only learn 3 active skills right now, he thought to himself. Perhaps this force manipulation would be good for Jianghu. Without hesitation, Yu immediately chose the agility solidification skill and learned it. He also equipped the fireball ring. After Yu learned the agility solidification skill, a new rune appeared in his sea of knowledge. That rune flashed and shot out black rays of light, continuously strengthening Yu's body. Chapter 85, Powerful S2. On the second day early in the morning, Yu Zhong quickly led a party including Qiyang, Lu Yan, and Wang Shuang out to the arsenal. Jianghu remained to guard the household this time. When they were in eyeshot of the arsenal, they stopped and got out of their vehicles. Yu Zhong left behind Qiyang and the men to defend the vehicles while he stealthily made for the arsenal. He spotted the corpses of the 3 mutated dogs and felt relief. If they hadn't been eaten, that meant that there were no other large beasts around. Yu Zhong continued to carefully move forward. He observed the camp from every angle looking for any mutated beasts. When he found none, he continued on towards the camp. Yu Zhong stopped around 100 meters from the entrance. He took the 81 type rifle he was carrying, aimed it at a zombie over 100 meters away, then pulled the trigger. A thunderous gunshot rang out, the zombie's head gained a new bloody hole and collapsed to the ground. After learning the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong was comparable to a veteran soldier who had gone through several years of rigorous training. Attracted by the sound, dozens of zombies wearing military clothes immediately started to wobble towards Yu Zhong from within the camp. Holding the 81 type rifle, Yu Zhong shot and retreated at the same time. One by one the bullets pierced through the bodies of the zombies. Moving targets were much harder to headshot. Yu Zhong fired off 20 bullets but only 3 were headshots. The remaining bullets all hit the zombies in other places. By studying the firearms control skill, Yu Zhong still hadn't reached the level of hitting continuous headshots. He still needed to continually practice his shooting ability. After being strengthened by the God and Devil system, he grasped several combat skills, but using up mighty and powerful skills consumed a large amount of stamina and spirit. In addition, firearms are plenty powerful. He must master this skill to be able to survive in various situations. It allowed him to kill without expending too much energy. After shooting 20 bullets, Yu Zhong pulled out his imitation Tang sword. He rushed into the zombies like an arrow. He flurried like thunder, beheading the small group of zombies. When the sword flashed, the small group of zombies' heads were sent flying. Filthy blood sprayed everywhere. They were slaughtered by Yu Zhong until there was almost nothing left. Yu Zhong gathered up the 20 or so life coins dropped by the zombies, and he walked with White Bones to the military camp. When Yu Zhong had just entered the military camp, a blue-green phantom shot from the side towards him like a laser. Yu Zhong was greatly startled, only able to slightly lean his body. The shadow step skill hadn't been able to be used before the phantom had already begun to claw at his heart. Under the claws of the blue-green phantom, Yu Zhong's defensive clothing started to change shape. A portion from the place in contact bubbled up in Yu Zhong's mental abyss. Clearly the strength of the claw was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Yu Zhong's level 3 defensive clothing, his heart would have been ripped out while still alive. At this time, White Bones, who was standing at Yu Zhong's side, ruthlessly chopped his axe through the air towards the blue-green phantom. The blue-green phantom was like a gust of wind, slightly shifting towards the side. After avoiding White Bones' formidable hatchet, it continued to claw at Yu Zhong's body. Yu Zhong painfully resisted and initiated the skill Shadow Step. His speed finally managed to catch up with the blue-green phantom. His body slightly leaned, his leg fiercely kicked, booming into the phantom's body. The blue-green phantom was immediately sent flying dozens of meters like an artillery shell. Yu Zhong finally saw clearly the image of the monster that nearly had his life. Its stature was a little smaller than an ordinary person, it had a layer of blue-green skin, its legs were large and powerful, and its body wasn't rotting anywhere. Its eyes were both filled with blood. Level 30 Type 2 Agility Evolution Infected S2. Possesses ghostly speed. Possesses skill virus infection, able to turn living organisms into the infected. Damn, turns out it is a Type 2 zombie. Zombie evolution is so fast, how are humans supposed to stay alive? Yu Zhong lowered his voice and scolded. He raised the stinger towards the S2 and fired a shot. As soon as Yu Zhong fired, the S2 kicked, speedily flashing to the side. Sounding like thunder, the stinger bullet boomed into a building on the military camp, exploding a fist-sized hole in the wall. The S2's image flashed, zigzagging like lightning bolts towards Yu Zhong. The S2's agility was extremely high. Even though Yu Zhong's shooting skill was similar to an elite soldier, he was completely unable to hit the opponent. Yu Zhong thought of something while looking upon the S2, which was fast like lightning, and he started a defensive technique. White Bones, who was always protecting at Yu Zhong's side, changed into a flowing light falling onto Yu Zhong's body. It condensed into a bone armor covering his whole body. The middle of the chest armor had a skull, and his elbows and knees extended out with 10-centimeter bone spikes. His most critical area, the head, was also covered by bone. There were only 2 openings for his eyes and a space for breathing. In the blink of an eye, the S2 already appeared behind Yu Zhong, a claw stuck onto Yu Zhong's head. The astonishing transformation of White Bones counteracted a large majority of the S2's attack. Yu Zhong resisted with great difficulty the pain booming from his head, and he fiercely thrusted the thorn from his elbow towards the S2. Yu Zhong was only barely a thread slower than the S2 while in the shadow step state, and after learning the agility solidification skill. His elbow spike struck like a clap of thunder into the S2's abdomen. The sharp bone spike penetrated through the S2's body. The S2 felt no pain and continued to claw at Yu Zhong's skull. It slashed 5 or 6 times, creating a scratch on Yu Zhong's bone armor. Yu Zhong used the spike that was pierced through the S2 and flung it into the ground. Using his foot, he pressed onto the S2's body. No matter how much it struggled, he forcefully held it under his foot. Pulling at the imitation Tang sword at his waist, Yu Zhong decapitated the S2. The S2's skull tumbled from its body. A large experience orb flooded into Yu Zhong's body. At the same time, the S2's body also released a skill book, a blue treasure box, 2 white treasure boxes, and 400 life coins. You leveled up to 19, please distribute 2 stat points. You leveled up to 20, please distribute 2 stat points and 1 skill point. The sweet level up noise sounded in Yu Zhong's mind. Chapter 86, Arsenal. Add 4 points to stamina. Yu Zhong quickly issued his choice. Yu Zhong grasped 5 active skills. To initiate each skill required a large amount of stamina and spirit. Without enough stamina, then there is no way to use several skills at the same time. Use the skill point to power up the skill Summon Special Skeleton. His goal was to max out one skill before moving on to another. He felt like this was a better use of the precious skill points. After Yu Zhong selected, an aura within his body submerged into his sea of consciousness, falling on the Summon Special Skeleton rune. The Special Skeleton rune flashed with light, firing out black rays that fell on his core. Information bubbled up from Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge. Your Special Skeleton has already started to evolve, and it has obtained a new skill, Bone Control. This augmentation will allow Special Skeleton to freely manipulate its bones, making its attacks become even more bizarre. A maximum range of 200 m. Skill 1, Bone Exploitation skill's cooldown is reduced to 1 day. Mastered new skill, Feign. Feign allows Special Skeleton to feign a change in its body type into a large creature. Special Skeleton White Bones, level 15. Power 34, 10. Agility 34, 10. Vitality 34, 10. Stamina 32 34ths, 10. Spirit 34 34, 10. Strength 56, 10. Skill list. Skill 1, Bone Exploitation. Skill 2, Bone Strengthening. Skill 3, Bone Control. Skill 4, Feign. In the combined body state, Yu Zhong can also use White Bone's abilities. He initiated a thought, and from his right hand extended a sharp bone spike. Yu Zhong initiated another thought, and between his eyebrows a bone spike also extended from his skeletal armor. Yu Zhong extended his palm out, and the spike between his eyebrows retreated back into his body. From his palm a slender spike continuously extended outward to 200 meters. After evolving, this skill which was originally used for defense has become absolutely awesome. Yu Zhong marveled and continued to manipulate the bones emitting from his core. If 2 people battled and a bone emitted from the pit of the stomach, it would be absolutely undefendable. After experimenting with the newly acquired skill for a little bit, Yu Zhong gathered his state of mind and collected the treasures on the ground into his storage ring. He then walked into the military camp. The combined body defensive skill time period was only 15 minutes. He must quickly search through the military camp. If there was another S2 hiding, he could only choose to immediately run. Realistically, the S2 speed was too fast. Yu Zhong was still a thread slower after entering into Shadow Step. If Yu Zhong didn't have the combined body defensive skill, he basically didn't dare partake in direct combat. Yu Zhong searched through the entire camp, and didn't find another S2 hiding or any other dangers. He then returned to Wang Shuang and the rest and had them drive their vehicles into the camp. They started to search for supplies. Level 4 skill, Rank 2 Agility Solidification. In order to learn this skill, one must first learn Agility Solidification 3 times. After learning this skill, one can permanently increase 40 Agility skill points. Level 3 Treasure, High-Speed Leather Boots. 8 Agility. The skill is a good skill, it's a pity I can't learn it right now. After Yu Zhong equipped the pair of black high-speed leather boots, he put the Rank 2 Agility Solidification skill book into his storage ring. The remaining 2 white treasure boxes were empty. As Yu Zhong was looking through the items he collected, Lu Yan's ran out from the storage room with his face lit up. He yelled to Yu Zhong, Brother Yu, I discovered several weapons. There are so many weapons inside. This time we scored big." Seeing the expression of Lu Yan with his face all lit up, Yu Zhong quickly entered the storage room. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, Type 53 heavy machine gun, Type 67 heavy machine gun, Type 81 assault rifle, Type 79 assault rifle, Type 81 rifle. Each type of vintage model gun filled the entire warehouse. Chapter 87, Recruiting Survivors. A cart of ammunition entered Always Bright Village. A few sharp-eyed villages, upon seeing various firearms within the cart, began to secretly discuss it. A survivor quietly said, "You know what? Brother, you got some ammunition. There are quite a few carts." The other survivor did not believe him, saying, "Really? Ammunition? For real?" The first survivor solemnly swore, "How can it not be true? I saw it with my own eyes." A survivor responded, "They did not want to recruit people." After those survivors commented, they quickly moved towards the town square. A bunch of hiring jobs were available there. In that time, de Gozi, along with 2 guards, went to the town square to set up a stall. De Gozi looked around, enjoying the scene of survivors that are begging for attention. He heard, "Hiring. Hire me. Hire me. I can do anything. Hire me. Give me a gun, I am willing to go find supplies with you." De Gozi's bellows and the survivors in town square immediately swarmed near, calling out to him. They want to live on, they want to have food to eat. These survivors have been hungry for so long, and to eat they are willing to anything. De Gozi reminisces to a time when there were the white-collars workers, the elites, and he couldn't be compared to those people. He knitted his brow and loudly bellowed, "Get in line. Line up and come one at a time. Write your name, land of origin, and any abilities. If you don't line up or cut into the line, we don't want you." After being shouted at by de Gozi, those survivors began to earnestly line up into a queue and wrote their name, land of origin, and skills on the report for de Gozi. Very easily, Yu Zhong was able to recruit 60 men, and assign them to various positions. If Yu Zhong wanted to, they would be able to recruit 100 men with no problems. As long as there is grain, he could casually pick any of the hundreds of villagers of Always Bright Village. Of the 60 people recruited, 50 were men. They were assigned to different fighting squads. The other 10 women were assigned to be Guiyu and Li Mani's subordinates. Li Mani was chosen by Guiyu to be her assistant. She once worked with a student association, so she has experience in organizing staff for work. After going through so much, Lil Mani also began to mature. She wants to become a useful person through hard work. She doesn't want to be abandoned by anyone anymore. "What is your name?" Within a villa in the Always Bright Village, Yu Zhong looks at a medium-built body with a yellow complexion, approximately 27 to 28 years old youth. "Brother Yu, my name is Chinda. I used to be a car mechanic." The youth's complexion turned yellow as he looked at Yu Zhong. The ruler of Always Bright Village used to be Tiger, however he would kill people if they just said something that opposed him, but after facing the wrath of Yu Zhong, he did not dare be reckless. This Chinda that Guiyu recruited is what Yu Zhong needed, a mechanic. Like a blacksmith, a man with complex talents are hard to find in Always Bright Village. Yu Zhong asks, "What kind of vehicles can you fix? Can you fix large trucks?" Chinda quotes a string of car names. "I can fix Hummers, Jeeps, BMWs, Volkswagen. I should be able to do trucks as well." After he finished, Chinda carefully adds, "But if you want me to fix a car now, I can't solve big problems. Because I don't have any mechanics equipment." After a silence, Yu Zhong asks, "If I give you the blueprints and parts, can you construct a turret?" Chinda was shocked by Yu Zhong's request. He shook his head again and again. "No. I have never touched that before. I do not know how to make that." Yu Zhong eyed Chinda then said, "Heh. You are qualified, you are now temporarily part of the non-essential personnel. After I find the tools for you to fix cars and you have proven your ability, I will promote to be part of the preparation team. If you do well, I will promote you to the official team. Now you go ahead. In the fastest time, get a copy of the plan for the modified Dongfeng truck and give it to me." After Chinda left, Yu Zhong laid on the sofa and closed his eyes. During this time, Ji Qingwu and Qi Yang led expeditions for supplies. As long as they don't run into S2-type mutated undeads, they should have enough strength to deal with a small group of undead. Wang Shuang, Xiaoming and Lu Yang was responsible for security, guarding and shooting. These 3 groups didn't have the strength to keep holding the line. Dealing with the zombie swarms is too exhausting. Their shooting technique is not good, so they still need more practice. Grain. There is still not enough grain. Yu Zhong closed his eyes. Grain is always in his head. Now what Always Bright Village lacks the most is grain. If the seeds that are sowed do not germinate, there is little grain to eat. Even after eating less, Yu Zhong has barely enough to feed his subordinates. Moreover, some porridge is sent to the survivors of the village so they would not starve to death. It was at this time, along with the fragrant breeze, a pair of small soft hands were resting on Yu Zhong's shoulders, giving him a massage. Guiyu, with a gentle voice by Yu Zhong's ear, asks, "Master, what troubles you? Can you confide in me? Telling someone your troubles will reduce your stress. If you can, let me share in your troubles with you." Yu Zhong opened his eyes to see the childlike manner of the beautiful face of Guiyu sitting by his side massaging his shoulders. Yu Zhong extended his arms and Guiyu went into his bosom. The girl's fragrance entered his nose. In addition to the girl in his bosom, he was filled with the fiery passion, dispelling the worries of his heart. This cute loli that tiger gave him is smart and obedient. In addition to a demanding manner, it caused Yu Zhong to really like her. Yu Zhong hugs Guiyu, closing his eyes, slowly saying, "Grain. Grain shortage. The seeds that are sown don't germinate. If we don't find a large grain supply with the supply in this village, even if hundreds of people skimp, we can barely make it through a year. Being a leader is not easy, being a competent leader is even harder." Once he thought about the future of the hundreds of people in the village, Yu Zhong's head ached. Guiyu suggested to Yu Zhong, "Master, if the seeds that were sown do not germinate, can we not try fishing? I remember near Always Bright Village there is a river that connects to the Leijiang Lake. If we can fish, won't this relieve the pressure on the lack of grain?" Chapter 88, Mutated River Snake. Yu Zhong casually said, "There's formidable mutated beasts there that can eat people. We don't have any way to fish there." Yu Zhong looked distracted as soon as the words left his mouth. Then he hugged Guiyu and gave her 2 kisses on her cute little face. "Thank you. Little Yu, you've inspired me. There's mutated beasts guarding the area. I only need to clear them out." Yu Zhong didn't plan to stay long in Always Bright Village. He didn't think twice about it when De Guzi said the brook had mutated beasts. Yu Zhong constantly thought of a way to obtain more food after becoming the boss, but he had unconsciously formed the small brook into a forbidden area in his mind. Yu Zhong released Guiyu from his arms and strode outside. After Yu Zhong left, Guiyu rubbed the places Yu Zhong kissed and revealed a thin smile. She wanted to cram her image into Yu Zhong's mind step by step. "It's there." De Guzi pointed far away at the small brook and said to Yu Zhong. He had led Yu Zhong and several others to the small brook. Yu Zhong stood on high ground, looked over at the area and studied its terrain. The small brook was about 20 meters wide, and groups of small fish were swimming about on the surface of the water. Every so often a large fish rolled out onto the surface and created large round ripples. There didn't seem to be anything abnormal from far away. A person wouldn't think this small brook was hiding pythons capable of eating people. "Bring it here." Yu Zhong held out his hand towards De Guzi. De Guzi passed Yu Zhong a lively chicken attached to a cord. Yu Zhong carefully snuck forward until he was about 20 meters away from the brook. He severed the chicken's neck using an imitation tang sword. A stream of blood flowed out from its neck while the chicken continued struggling in Yu Zhong's hands. Yu Zhong looked over and tossed the lively chicken into the brook. The chicken continued to wiggle, causing the surrounding water to turn red. The chicken struggled for a moment, and then Yu Zhong started to pull on the cord. Slow and steady he pulled the chicken to the side of the brook. As soon as the chicken was pulled to the side, the extremely tranquil water started to roll about. Suddenly a wave rushed forward toward the chicken like an arrow shot from a bow. Yu Zhong focused and quickly gave the chicken a pull. The chicken flew up onto the shore. A huge yellow-scaled snake head splashed out from the water. Its mouth was stretched open wide, large enough to swallow a person whole. The python had exploded forth, stretching its mouth towards the chicken. Yu Zhong pulled the chicken bait and sent it flying towards his direction. The huge yellow-scaled python also swam forth from the water. The huge writhing snake started to swim towards Yu Zhong. Level 33 Mutated River Snake. A mutated snake with ultra-powerful defense. Its strength can crush an elephant. It can easily turn a vehicle into a scrap of iron. Yu Zhong looked at the information of the mutated river snake and gasped a breath of cold air. This was a level 33 mutated animal after all. He didn't know if he could handle it. This wasn't an easy decision. The body was over 20 meters and it was still extremely fast on land. It was barely 3 notches slower than AS2. In the blink of an eye an attack appeared in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong tossed the cord and grabbed the Type 79 assault rifle with his right hand. He pointed it at the mutated river snake and spread a burst of fire. Concentrated bullet fire hit the body of the enormous mutated river snake. The bullets rumbled into the scales, making little indents, and then powerlessly fell onto the ground. The bullets can't break through. This mutated river snake is too ferocious. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with fright. This is the first time he'd seen a beast who couldn't be wounded by bullets. The mini-boss hunter, and the S2 which was mobile like the wind, both couldn't block gunfire. But this mutated river snake scale armor could block bullets, and it made his heart set off bursts of terror. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate the snake's armor, they could still inflict endless pain. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it stretched open its mouth. The mouth carried a stinky fish smell, and it went to bite towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with rays of light as he initiated the skill shadow step. He quickly took a step to the left and just dodged the snake bite in the nick of time. While dodging, Yu Zhong extracted the imitation Tang sword from his waist, and ruthlessly chopped at the river snake's head. There were strange thin scales on the mutated river snake scale armor that secreted a type of bizarre liquid. When Yu Zhong slashed at the snake, his sword slightly slid along the scales, and only left a white scratch. The scale armor didn't even break. Yu Zhong's sword wasn't able to inflict heavy damage. Instead, it only infuriated the mutated river snake. The snake fiercely flung its head towards Yu Zhong like a small car. The speed of the snake wasn't slow, and its bulk was enormous. Yu Zhong had no way to avoid it even in shadow step. Yu Zhong's mind was quick to action, and he started the combined body defensive skill. White bones turned into a stream of flowing light that covered Yu Zhong's exterior, and then condensed into the astonishingly powerful defensive armor. Then he placed his hands out front to block. The mutated river snake ruthlessly struck onto Yu Zhong's hands. Yu Zhong was suddenly hit like a bus. His chest tightened up and his mouth filled with blood. Yu Zhong's whole body was sent flying. The mutated river snake quickly writhed towards Yu Zhong, chasing after him. It opened up its jaws and bit towards Yu Zhong while he was in midair. Expecting the attack, Yu Zhong acted. He extended out two bone spikes into the ground behind him, shifted his body in the air, and avoided certain death from the river snake's bite. But the two spikes were still struck and cracked by the river snake, and Yu Zhong flopped out of the air. As Yu Zhong was falling, he immediately turned toward the river snake and pointed his finger. A magical fireball appeared from his ring. The small fireball spell flew out, quickly booming onto the mutated river snake's skull. The explosion was deafening. The fireball struck the snake's head and scorched one of its eyes. It writhed in pain, but one small fireball wasn't able to snatch away its life. Yu Zhong's image flashed like a ghost in front of the snake. A bone spike shot out from behind and propelled Yu Zhong in the air towards the river snake's head. He pulled out the stinger and fired a series of 6 bullets at its brain. The 6 bullets pierced through the river snake's scale armor, cracking it apart one by one, and then they sank into its brain. Bloody fist-sized holes appeared on its skull. Chapter 89, Red Bead. That mutated snake's head exploded with 6 large holes, and its massive body writhed madly, finally powerlessly flopping to the ground. Yu Zhong retreated several steps backwards. He extended out a hand and a sharp bone spike shot out. The spike entered into the one of the 6 bullet holes and scrambled up the mutated river snake's brain. A large experience orb finally flew out of the mutated river snake's body, and sank into Yu Zhong. In his sea of knowledge, he once again heard the sweet level-up noise. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 21. You've received 2 stat points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to 22. You've received 2 stat points. Distribute everything to stamina. After making his choice, he felt the splitting pain in his 2 arms. Looking at the mutated river snake, he bitterly smiled and thought to himself, "What an extreme mutant. It's a good thing I increased my strength, otherwise my bones would have been fractured just now." When he was hit by the river snake, it carried an extremely unruly power that invokes fear. Even though Yu Zhong's bone armor and defensive clothing absorbed most of the power, the remaining force still rammed into Yu Zhong's 2 arms, nearly fracturing them both. If it weren't for these 2 things along with leveling up, his whole body would have been crushed to death by the mutated river snake. A skill book and 200 life coins came out of the mutated river snake's body. Yu Zhong walked over and picked up the items. A strand of information appeared in his mind: Level 3 skill book, Perceive Danger. Passive skill. Learning this skill will greatly increase your ability to preemptively sense danger. Your ability to perceive danger is dependent on your level of spirit. Yu Zhong's mind activated, the Perceive Danger skill sunk into his sea of consciousness, and a circular mist condensed into a rune. Yu Zhong yelled over to Deguzi, "Come over. Grab the snake and bring it back." "Yes, brother Yu. Everyone follow me. Let's grab it and bring it back to the vehicle." Deguzi excitedly yelled towards his team members. Together with Deguzi, 7 other people and White Bones, they carried the 20-meter-long mutated river snake back to the vehicle. "What is that? What is that thing?" The vehicle carrying the river snake arrived at the town square, immediately causing a sensation. The always bright villagers stared at the mutated river snake, their eyes filling with amazement. This is the first time several of them had seen a mutated beast. Yu Zhong got out of the vehicle and saw Guiyu walking towards him. Yu Zhong directly said to Guiyu, "Go find several tailors. I want to use the snake skin to make clothing." Guiyu stared at the 20-meter-long snake. Her eyes flashed with amazement. She nodded her head and said, "Master, I know. Right, this monster is a mutated beast. What do you plan on doing with the meat?" Yu Zhong's eyes focused. Staring at Guiyu, he lowly said, "What is your idea?" Guiyu used her 2 big beautiful eyes and looked at Yu Zhong saying, "I think you should find some people to taste the meat. First see if there are any harmful reactions. If there isn't any danger, then from today on we have another food source." These mutated beasts aren't like the wild animals without human intelligence. Their bodies could also take several shots and still be lively. Yu Zhong was always looking for food during Z-Age, but he had subconsciously rejected the mutated beast meat. This was because he didn't know what the after effects of eating it would be. Yu Zhong looked at the beautiful and cute Guiyu. He patted her head saying, "I know. I'll have you arrange it. Find 10 volunteers to come eat. Every volunteer will be rewarded 5 kilograms of rice. Furthermore, if the meat doesn't have any poison, reward them with 5 kilograms of snake meat." If this experiment is successful, then tonight you can come to the table. Receiving Yu Zhong's praise, Guiyu suddenly felt a burst of elation. A surge of pure joy burst out from her heart, revealing a sweet smile. "Thank you, Master." These past few days, Guiyu always served on Yu Zhong as he ate, and then she would finally eat her food after. Eating together with Guiyu represented Yu Zhong's recognition of her status and position. She was no longer a present that Tiger gifted Yu Zhong. Furthermore, she was able to have a little bit of self-dignity. This is a result of her hard work and intelligence, and this aspect made her especially happy. Before Z-Age, Guiyu's father gifted her Louis Vuitton bags worth 100,000 to make her happy. That blossoming smile of Guiyu was extremely beautiful, pure and sexy. Looking at her, Yu Zhong felt a little moved in his heart. This little girl is truly lovely. Yu Zhong entered into Zhang Xiang's villa. Dozens of people had taken the mutated river snake's corpse and transported it inside. Yu Zhong waved his hands and ordered the dozens of subordinates to leave. He sized up the enormous 20-meter-long snake. Yu Zhong grabbed his imitation tang sword and chopped at the mutated river snake's body. Even though the imitation tang sword was wielded by Yu Zhong, who had leveled with enormous strength, just as before there was no way to break through the snake's skin. How formidable! Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with an intense heat. If this snake skin was made into armor, his defensive power would increase to a new level. Yu Zhong started to chant, launching his skill Devil Flame. A brilliant heat energy bubbled forth from the inside of his body. He focused, and the brilliant heat energy condensed on his finger and burst out. 5 burning flames jumped from his finger. Yu Zhong extended his finger towards the crown of the snake's head. The cauterizing heat immediately started to combust the snake's scale armor. Yu Zhong pierced his finger into the mutated river snake's scale armor. He pulled with his finger inside the snake's body, using the flame to rip a long opening. Yu Zhong used his Devil Flame skill to smoothly cut open the river snake's skin into 2 halves, revealing the meat inside. First, remove gallbladder. Yu Zhong looked at the 20-meter-long snake. Using his imitation tang sword, he cut open the gallbladder. Inside there was a small red glass bead had crystallized. Yu Zhong grabbed up the small red bead into his hand. He looked at the small red bead and he suddenly had a desire to eat it. He involuntarily took the small red bead and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it down. As soon as the bead entered into Yu Zhong's stomach, heat immediately started to spread in his body. The bead started to continuously change and strengthen him. Chapter 90, Lin Jun. The intense heat surged in Yu Zhong's body, continuously rolling and twisting, making his body boil for a long time. After a large sweat it finally rested. You have received 8 vitality and 2 strength. A sweet notification sounded in Yu Zhong's mind. This type of thing can be eaten to get stronger? Did the mutated beasts I killed before have this type of thing inside? Hearing the sweet notification noise, Yu Zhong burst with happiness. With even more energy he cut up the mutant snakes into piece after piece, seeking little red beads. But he couldn't find anything no matter where he searched in the mutant snake's body. Cleaning his hands, Yu Zhong called over to Guzi and said to him, "Go find some people, grab the several mutated beast corpses from the weapons arsenal and bring them to me." De Guzi asked a little curious, "Why transport them?" Yu Zhong said, "If the mutated snake's meat is edible, then they are also edible." De Guzi clapped his hands and flattered, "Brother you sure are far-sighted. Your knowledge and experience is outstanding. I want this done immediately." De Guzi looked at Yu Zhong and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. De Guzi immediately gave a command and led several people out. After sending out De Guzi, Yu Zhong went out to the Always Bright Village shooting range. A simple shooting range was established in Always Bright Village. Every day Yu Zhong and Qiyang went out to the range to do target practice. Those few team members who had never been on official missions before also went out to the shooting range. Yu Zhong held an 81 type rifle and fired 6 bullets at a target 100 m away. The 6 bullets hit the target and a few hit the bullseye. This firearms control skill is really practical. The hit rate is amazing. Before I was just a beginner with guns, and overnight my skill is able to become this powerful. Yu Zhong looked at the faraway target, his mind quietly thinking. Yu Zhong set down the Type 81 rifle. At his side Guiyu had been standing there for an unknown amount of time and handed him a bottle of water. Yu Zhong had a drink and said to Guiyu, "How did the thing go?" Guiyu tilted her head and said, "The test eaters and tailors have already been found. But the snake skin is very difficult to handle. A kitchen knife basically can't cut through the skin." "I know. Let's go." Yu Zhong set the gun down, then he and Guiyu went together to Zhang Xiang's villa. 4 women and 8 men were standing in Zhang Xiang's villa at that time. Seeing Yu Zhong enter, they all respectfully saluted and yelled, "Brother Yu. This person is Zhu Di, the Leijiang City chief clothing designer for the store SAFM." Guiyu pointed at a beautiful woman with snow-white skin that was wearing a white blouse and jeans, introducing her to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong took a look at Zhu Di, discovering this was one of the beautiful women seized by Zhang Xiang. Zhu Di looked at Yu Zhong and carefully said, "Hello, Brother Yu. I'm Zhu Di. May I ask what kind of clothes you want? Do you want a sleeveless shirt, or something like a t-shirt?" Before Zh Zhu Di was also a proud and arrogant successful woman. But after Zh she landed in Zhang Xiang's hands. After experiencing Zh's cruelty, she also started to become cautious, not daring to offend people of higher status. Yu Zhong said to Zhu Di, "A set of clothes that can cover the whole body and long pants. Will something like this do?" Zhu Di grabbed a pen and paper, drew up a sketch and held it up to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong said to Zhu Di while pointing at Guiyu, "We'll do it like that. First make 1 set for me and 1 for Guiyu. First draw a line, and then I'll deal with the cutting." Zhu Di glanced at Guiyu a little enviously, then respectfully said, "Yes, Brother Yu." Zhu Di already experienced the cruel Zh baptism. She clearly understood this material's rarity and value. Yu Zhong wished to this kind of clothing for Guiyu. It was equivalent to another layer of protection. In times of need it could save a person's life. Guiyu understood Yu Zhong's words and her heart became happy. Looking at Yu Zhong her eyes flashed a touch of softness. Zhu Di grabbed measuring tape to measure Yu Zhong and Guiyu, then she started to draw on the enormous snake's skin. In addition, those 8 men over on the side were scared out of their minds as they ate the mutated river snake meat. These men had been ordered locked up by Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong held an imitation Tang sword and stood in front of the 8 men. As soon as these men started to mutate, he would strike out and behead them. Those 8 men looked at the imitation Tang sword in the hands of Yu Zhong standing before them. Their hearts were full of pressure. They were extremely afraid they would mutate, and then be beheaded by Yu Zhong. The longest time period that the God and Devil World virus could lay dormant was less than an hour. After Yu Zhong, Qi Yang and Ji Qingwu took shifts watching over the 8 men for 24 hours, they didn't discover any abnormalities. Yu Zhong finally decided the mutated beast meat was edible. You all may leave. After the observation period had reached 24 hours, Yu Zhong made people give the 8 men the promised rewards. Waving his hand, he made them leave. Thank you, brother Yu. Among the 8 men, 7 grabbed their 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of snake meat, and they cheerfully left. That much food was enough to eat for a dozen days. Furthermore, as long as they were willing to accept food, playing with several women wouldn't be a problem. Yu Zhong stared at the somewhat thin 24-year-old man and said with wrinkled brows, "Why haven't you left? I've given you the promised rewards. You won't receive more." The thin young man kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and shouted, "Brother Yu, I'm named Lin Jun. Let me follow you. I don't need to take these rewards. Please make me your subordinate. Let me follow you into battle under your command." Yu Zhong stared at Lin Jun and plainly said, "If you want to follow me into battle, go apply with each squad captain. Given that you are begging me to accept you after today, you will start as an outside member." Lin Jun smiled saying, "I'll apply. But they didn't accept me. They said I didn't meet the requirements. I'm too short and small and I don't have any strength." Yu Zhong's food supply was limited, and the recruiting of subordinates was limited. Naturally, the combat units wanted to find strong team members. Small people without any strength, naturally wouldn't be considered. Furthermore, it was extremely easy to recruit among the survivors. The majority all rushed to apply, wishing to be under Yu Zhong's influence. After all, using guns to kill zombies wasn't too scary. If they had to use steel weapons to fight, the morale would greatly decline. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.